folks for being here. I know we've a couple folks will be joining us momentarily, but I think since we have a full day in front of us, we're at 8:34. I'm going to call the meeting to order. If rise and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Again, thank you everybody for being here. On both the Select Board and the Finance Committee, and I'm going to turn it over to Christy to kick off the agenda.
The meeting's being recorded on Westborough TV.
Yes, and the meeting is being recorded. Is it live stream too, or?
Yep.
It's being recorded and live stream on Westborough TV. Thank you for reminding me of that.
Sure. Just for folks, I did send out the version 4 of the warrant last night to each of you, but there's also hard copies available on the table back there. So this is a really sort of abbreviated presentation from the one that I gave on Tuesday just to set the stage, but really the purpose of today is to hear from individual departments to do more detailed dives into their budgets. So today you'll hear from the ones that you typically hear from, which is Public Works, Police and Fire, and the School Department. And then we've also invited the IT Director and the Community Development Director to speak to you about their budgets for FY24. This is the budget process. So we're here at the last item on this, and then certainly we'll have several meetings after this to go through the warrant and the budget. This is just something I wanted to highlight again. This year we did this program improvement request form where departments were asked to level service fund their budgets, and then anything that was new as in addition, additional staff or any new programs were put on these forms. And you can see that as you look through your budget books in the individual department tables between the department request and the town manager recommendation. This slide shows the average single-family tax bill estimated increase for FY24, and this is a little bit up from what you have in your budget books, based mostly on the increase in the landfill budget. This is estimated. There are still numbers that we don't know. There's always numbers we don't know at this point in the budget process. Numbers that we don't know include insurance, assessment, state aid. This being an election year, the budget's not due until March 1st. We hope to get numbers in advance of that. And then we have 4 union contracts on the town side outstanding. And then we have some questions around the landfill budget. This slide shows estimated increases. So the first column shows the increase in fiscal 23 over fiscal 22. And then we have the estimated increase for fiscal 24, both in percentage and in dollars, showing the tax impact of those increases in the last column. Again, reminding you that the numbers for the town budgets do not include those 4 union contracts.
Chrissy, that estimate up there is just an estimate at this point.
Correct.
We don't have it.
Yep. Looking at town department increases, at this point, we have about 1.49% increase in salary and wages and 9.87% increase in expenses. The slide's abbreviated from the other night, but just going through some personnel increases that are proposed for the FY24 budget. Remembering that all of our personnel increases that were proposed for fiscal 23 were actually deferred based on the increase in taxes, largely due to the increase in value of the residential home. So we're looking for a part-time animal control officer. You'll hear about that today from the police department. Sustainability coordinator, community development assistant. I should say that the animal control officer is funded 38% by the town of Grafton through our intermunicipal agreement. That entire budget is. Sustainability coordinator, we're looking at an offset of $30,000 in a grant that we currently have. So we don't need to apply for that. We currently have that funding. You'll hear about that this morning. Department of Public Works, there's 2 positions. One of them has no impact on taxes, is paid through user fees, largely in the sewer department, with 10% coming from the Water Enterprise Fund. And then for the tree department, there's an increase of 1 position, 90% funded through the general fund and 10% in the Water Enterprise. You'll hear more about that this morning, but those positions were part of the recommendations of the staffing study. The fire department is asking for 1 additional firefighter paramedic at this point, and we've talked to the chief about seeking ARPA funds because we know that we'll have a balance for additional firefighters. That's also recommended by his organizational assessment, and he'll talk about that today. Information technology, we're looking for a position, network systems administrator. You'll hear about that also this morning. That position was recommended both by the staffing study, understanding that IT needed additional staff, but more specifically recommended by the IT assessment that we recently completed. And then in the police department, we've most recently added 3 additional police officers beginning July 1st, 2022, with a plan to fund those through ARPA and incrementally work that cost onto the budget through FY26. And so this is just showing the impact of the budget increase in FY24. And then in the library, there's a circulation outreach assistant. This addition is a 3-hour addition from 21 hours to 24 hours. So it's already a benefited position, and this would just be increased outreach for that position. Looking at expenses, we continue to fund Hazardous Waste Day. However, we've taken it out of the budget. You see it under the regularly recurring articles. And it's a raise and appropriate. The purpose of that is to fund it similarly to how we do with the healthcare reimbursement account and the tuition reimbursement account, where we try to keep those accounts at a specific balance. Sorry about that. So for Hazardous Waste Day, we want to keep that account at $30,000. Any money that's not expended in that year would go to the next year, and then we would raise up to $30,000. So understanding that any residual balance would continue to be available spanning fiscal years. Community development, you'll hear about the expansion of Permit Pro for the planning department. That's a program that we've implemented throughout permitting departments. Information technology is the migration to Microsoft 365. And then the police department will talk to you about body-worn cameras. The increase here is largely related to the need to have digital storage. And then the Youth and Family Services Interface Referral Service, that is a program that we currently have that's fully funded through the school department. That was an agreement over the last couple of years when we instituted this program that in the future, Youth and Family Services would pay for a portion of it, understanding that it doesn't serve just families, but everyone in the town. Looking at fixed costs, this is really where we're seeing our largest increases in insurance. We're looking at an 8.7% increase, electricity, a 32.4% increase, and then landfill, that 26.4%. So just going back, the insurance budget is largely driven by our health insurance costs, as well as other costs for property, casualty, liability. Our health insurance is really what we focus on. Right now, we're budgeting a 7% increase for health insurance. That's based on discussions with our consultant. We actually expect that will go down, but we don't lock in our numbers until February, understanding that we're experience rated. We have done many things, and we've talked to you about them before, to try to mitigate those increases. Most recently, we added the high deductible plan that began on September 1st of 2022. We did have some migration to that plan, hope to encourage folks to move to that plan. Going forward, the town currently funds currently contributes half of the deductible to an HSA account for those individuals. Electricity, we work with Mune Energy. That's through our membership with the Massachusetts Municipal Association. So they're an organization that specifically works with municipalities. We currently have a supply contract with them that expires at the end of June of 2023. So we've been watching closely those supply rates, and we are seeing, favorable decreases, but understanding that really this shoulder seasons are really when we might want to lock in. So we're continuing to watch that. We get emails twice a week looking at what those rates are. And then the landfill budget. In your budget books, we had initially budgeted for $50 per ton in our contract with Harvey's, or actually now Waste Connections, which was only a few dollars more than we had budgeted in fiscal 23. Most recently, the quote that we've received, which seems to be what we should expect is $85 per ton. So that's an increase of about $175,000. Importantly, we know that effective July 1st of 2024, we'll no longer have public access to the transfer station. So even before we knew that, the select board had put together a waste management exploratory committee, which was working on how we might better manage our waste going forward. And so as they're evaluating these programs and that committee, now they understand that that can include use of the transfer station. And they're targeting October 2023 town meeting for any recommendations of a new program. And looking at reserves, if all the free cash articles as they're currently on the warrant are approved, we'll be at 12.69% of free cash and stabilization, which is right in the middle of our 10 to 15% goal. This is a chart you've seen before with our use of, or with our certified free cash. That's the blue line. So every year at the end of the fiscal year, we certify free cash. That red line, that red bar is new. It shows how much free cash we've used of that certified free cash. So we typically trend about 18 to 22%. In fiscal 22, we're currently talking about spending about 29% of our free cash, understanding that we had a high balance this year. And then that green line, which is only in fiscal, under the fiscal 22, is related to the article that you have on your warrant, which is to transfer money from free cash to stabilization following our fiscal management goals. So if we approve all of the articles that are for free cash and we make that transfer to stabilization, our free cash would go from 12.59% to 7.93%. So individually, our goal is that they each are maintained at 5 to 7.5%. So that would keep us a little bit over that that goal for individually for free cash. And then for stabilization, we base that 1.8 million on the FY23 current known budget. So if we transferred 1.8 million currently based on the FY23 budget, we would get to that 5%. And so that's where that number came from. So it would bring us, based on current estimates for fiscal 24, to that 4.73%. And if we have free cash in excess of our goals, our fiscal management policy talks about using free cash to lower the tax rate, which we've done since fiscal 21. That was related to COVID. We used $770,000 in free cash to lower the tax rate. We expected that that would be a structural deficit that we would be dealing with for several years, but we did have a significant increase in local aid, Chapter 70, and so we were able to close that structural deficit very quickly. I don't think that we should assume that that would happen regularly if we are creating these structural deficits, and you can see in fiscal 23, we did use $471,259. That number came from the fact that we had originally talked about using $1 million, but then we were lowering that free cash usage every time we found a savings in the budget. So by the time we went to town meeting and the budget was approved, we were down to that $471,259 number. And then working out of that structural deficit this year, we're recommending that $450,000 use of free cash. And then we continue to use free cash to fund unfunded liabilities. So the fiscal management policy that you all discussed last year and the board approved in February was to use free cash towards OPEB and then to incrementally put that cost onto the levy as it was previous to COVID. So we used to fund $1.1 million in the budget. We took that out of the budget as a result of COVID, and now we're working our way back through fiscal 29 to get that back to the budget. So in fiscal 24, we'll use $200,000 of free cash, and then $200,000 is in the budget. And then just really quickly, other financial resources. So just showing the sale of real estate, open space, and Walkup Robinson. All of those are other financial resources which we've used recently to purchase Belknap, Daypray, and Ruggles properties. And then we've added the American Rescue Plan on here. So we have about $193,000 that's not currently awarded, understanding that some of the awarded money might come back to that balance depending on the actual cost of the the actual cost of the projects that were awarded, and then also whether or not they move forward. And then we just wanted to point out that in fiscal '22, the total townwide grant awards, that's all town departments and school departments, was in excess of $4.8 million. The capital plan, again, you'll hear about this more specifically today, but just wanted to point out that our fiscal management policies recommend that we spend between 1% and 1.5% of our general fund operating budget on capital. This capital plan in front of you, the use of free cash is 1.3% of our general fund operating budget. And then this is just our slide showing how your property tax dollars are spent. So this is available on our website so people can take a closer look at it. And that's my presentation. So I can answer a couple questions, but I know I'm over time, and Mark is next.
Any questions for Christy? She's in the spotlight right now.
Yeah.
Yeah, Walter.
So this year on the $450,000 of free cash, we're not going to start lowering that with savings.
It's not currently recommended, given where we're at.
Right. Well, yeah, okay.
We understand, too, that there's expenses that are coming, because we don't even have an estimate of what the state budget will look like. We have a new governor, so that's something that, we need to look at. And then
Arguing in favor of lowering it, I was disappointed last year when we did lower it
Oh.
from $1 million.
So no, there's no recommendation.
I was hoping that this year we were going to leave it at the $450.
That's the
because
plan, yes.
Fall town meeting, we ended up spending more money anyway, so I
Right,
would have been happy with that.
sure.
One minor point on youth and family service person you're adding. Is this the school printing money, or do they have a grant, or how is the fact that the school department pay it not affect the tax rate?
It's not an employee, it's a service, so it's a contracted service that we provide to the full community.
But we said that half was being paid by schools, but that,
Right, and so and so we had committed to the Youth and Family Services putting half of it in their budget, which is what we're doing this year. And so the school department has equally lowered their budget by that $12,000.
the cost per family home was listed as $2, but it's still really $4.
Okay, yes, I understand your point. Yes, so it's $2 but it's a $2 increase because the school is actually it's probably a net zero. It's net zero.
Already paying for
Right.
$4. Okay.
Right, yeah, so it's actually net zero, so even better.
You passed the test. That was,
Flying colors.
that was a test question.
I'm good.
Any other questions?
On that particular note, how many people other than school families are utilizing the service? Do you have those numbers?
I don't have those numbers. I don't know that we are able to break it down as to whether or not you're a school family using it or not. We do have utilization numbers, which we can bring to you at a future meeting when you're meeting with Youth and Family Services.
Chris, can you go back to the last slide?
The last slide of the
Yeah.
presentation.
So where all the
Pictures.
pictures.
Oh.
We like pictures.
Where does IT fall in this?
Insurance in general, no, town hall.
Town hall.
Town hall.
Just wasn't sure if it was general.
Everyone's kind of lumped into town hall. If you're not something else, your town hall is in town hall. Exactly. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. We need sunglasses up here, Mark. So you might need sunglasses up here.
Oh, great.
For folks following along, I think in our budget books, the IT starts on page 106. and folks following at home.
Okay, ready for me?
Yes, we are.
Okay, Mark Stockman, IT Director. Just going to go over oh, yeah, sorry about that. Yep, so this will go over 5 different projects. Some are capital, some are program improvements, and some are a little bit of both. So the Strategic Information Technology Assessment has kind of set the stage for all of this. We went through this process. We got a grant. We did, through the IT assessment best practices area, the town of Westborough's assessment included a review of hardware, infrastructure, networking, backup, email, and departmental staffing and organizations. So many of the projects that we're going to see are based on recommendations from this study. So this is a quick list of the 5 projects: Microsoft 365, some network upgrades, some shared storage upgrades, a new position, and a boards and committees management program. So first up is 365. So currently, we have a split domain. We have Courier, Hosted Exchange, and Gmail. While it's extremely cost effective, it's difficult to manage and presents a lot of challenges for our users. So some of the reasons to migrate. It was a high priority recommendation from the IT assessment. Security, 2 of the 3 do not offer 2-factor or multi-factor authentication. And the town's cyber insurance will require it as of July 1. This could result in reductions of coverage, higher deductibles, or denial of coverage. And of course, the reason we're going with 365, besides that it was recommended, it's an industry-leading cloud solution, and our licensing aligns with existing server and office licensing. So the benefits, obviously a single email and office platform will streamline operations not only for IT, but for all the users. It also includes beneficial cloud services, OneDrive, SharePoint, and Teams. It also includes Azure, which provides additional MFA options and opens the door for future integrations, and includes Microsoft Office licensing. So it would change it from our current volume licensing to, oh, yep, go ahead.
I know that's not the Museum of Fine Arts.
Multi-factor
Multi-factor authentication, yeah. So also you should keep in mind that all the costs that are related to Microsoft Office 365 will include our Office licensing, so it's not just email. Here's an update, as we've been, working with our solution provider. As we're getting, closer to a statement of work, some of these numbers are getting more precise. Also, the original estimate was a budgetary estimate that was a year old. So we're looking at the implementation costs being almost $45,000, but that includes the migration, the AD integration, and the multi-factor authentication implementation. It also includes the first 3 months, assuming that if this were to pass, that the timing would be March, and if it was coming from free cash, then it would give us the ability to move ahead rapidly and have the payments for Office 365 for the first 3 months. So the annual cost is $43,900, and some of that is already accounted for in the budget. So the actual increase is under 30.
The contingency, Divine One.
Contingency at this point, I'll probably remove that by the time we get to town meeting, but just with cost increases and until we get, because our provider that we're working with is not giving us a final quote, they're giving us budgetary numbers. So once we have a firm quote that goes into town meeting, that contingency should go away.
Mark, I think you answered the question. We will have a firm quote, though, before town meeting.
Absolutely.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah, they're getting closer, and I expect that before the warrant is solidified, we'll have, permanent numbers.
So just to that point, your version 4 still has the $50,000 number in it. So the next version will have the updated number.
So I guess that's my question, if I can. My question is, are we going to see on the warrant the 59 or the 27.6 if there's already 16.3 that's been allocated?
No, it's 59 is a capital request. The
Right.
budget for next year will increase by 27.6.
So it's the difference between the startup costs and the
This is
recurring.
capital
I
request
got
and
you.
the budget.
Yeah, that makes sense. Thank you.
Questions, and I'll leave it back on the budget screen.
So I do have a question on the MFA. So I'm just imagining we already have MFA implemented in the town. So this is integrating into the existing MFA, or are there MFA components that you're also purchasing as part of this?
So we don't have MFA associated with our email right now. We do have MFA with other applications, but not with with our email.
So would we be integrating into that pre-existing MFA infrastructure that supports other applications? Is that part of this, or is it a new multi-factor authentication system that you're going to be setting up as part of this?
We're gonna use Microsoft's built-in capabilities with Azure.
Okay. Thank you.
Question regarding the budget chart. So where we see the program improvement request of 43.7, is that the time at printing of the actual cost here, 43.9, that increase? That's under account 52,998 under software maintenance, or is that something else?
Yeah, that would be part of that.
That's part of this, but not in, so
It's short a little, so the budget's kind of set, so that money, the small amount that it's over at the current time would have to come from somewhere else within
yeah.
the budget.
No, but the number here is specifically related to this capital as well as budgetary increase request.
Yeah, oh, yeah, yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
thanks.
Just to follow on that question, though, under the program improvement request 43.7, wouldn't only it be 27.6 be added to the budget versus 43.7? So I guess the question is it 27.6 or is it?
So the program improvement request column doesn't necessarily correlate to what the final budget is. That was the full amount of the request. But the initial request was at 40, so that doesn't capture that savings.
I guess, are the columns additive across or?
No, they're not.
Oh, that's right, yeah, so the PR.
Previously, the way that you would have seen it is that the department would request whatever they requested under the department request. This year, it's just broken out between their level funded request and then their program improvement request. So it's, in the past, those two columns would have been together, and then the manager is the recommended budget.
Okay, makes sense. If I look at it now, yeah, it's
Yeah.
333,200 was the department request level service.
Thank you.
Right.
43.7's in there versus 43.9, but it's not added.
It doesn't add up, no. No,
So
and
it adds closer to the 27.6 or
Right.
right around. Okay,
Yeah.
perfect.
Any other questions for Microsoft 365?
Just a comment. This change, this migration will also greatly improve operating efficiency in the department, correct? In that it's easier to manage and open records requests. You'll have a single system for email archive and e-discovery compliance, correct?
It will make it easier, but our current archive system does consolidate from all three platforms. Any other questions on 365? Okay. Next one is the network upgrade. So this includes our gateway firewall and core switches. However, I submitted a state grant for the firewall, and we got the money to cover that. So we're actually only talking about core switching. So the switches were also a high priority recommendation from the IT assessment. That's the town core switch is very old, and the support already ended. And then the police core switch, although it's not that old, its end of life is coming up soon. The maintenance was actually sold to another company, and they decided to not extend the maintenance as long as they normally would do.
Mark, could you, for me, because I am not a IT person, could you just, in quick layman's term, explain what a switch is?
So a switch manages all the traffic going, to all the different computers and to the resources on the network, and to the router, which sends things out to the internet.
Yes.
Yeah.
Like the circuit breaker distributing the electricity.
Perfect.
So obviously the benefits of, I'm not going to mention the router because those were paid for by the state grant. The new hardware will provide better performance, more capabilities, and improved management for the IT department. So these have changed as well. This one was an oversight on my part. I originally had only put in the amount for one of the core switches, which was a stacked pair. So that was my oversight. Fortunately, the amount has not really gone up much because the firewall was paid for by the state grant.
The same question last time. We'll have a firm bid on that prior to town meeting. So there was contingency in there, but we'll have a firm bid.
Correct. Yeah, we're still working on that. I'm getting better numbers, but we still have to tweak the specifications and make sure it meets our needs, and it also we're not getting everything we need, but not more than we need. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, with all this new infrastructure and MS 365, are you anticipating any additional costs for hardening or third-party hardening testing or anything like that to validate that the environment is strong?
So that's something that has not come up yet as far as, so we did have a NIST cybersecurity risk assessment, and we do have the results from that. And the recommendations from that do recommend additional monitoring. So that's going to come up in the future as well.
But once this is deployed, provided that it's budgeted, once it's deployed, will you go through any sort of hardening of the environment to make sure that everything is sound?
Yes, I mean that testing is recommended. It's best practice, but it's also recommended by the risk assessment.
Is that budgeted, or is that something that we would do internally?
I think that's probably some of the testing. It will have to be done internally, but in the future, we'll need to add more in for that kind of testing and monitoring.
Thank you.
Any other questions on networking?
That's a question. Then an observation is that one of the selling points for this really is that things are coming to end of life. And that means support is going to become just about impossible at a certain point. So we talk about the benefits. I didn't see the fact that we're going to be able to cover these and support them as being a benefit, and it kind of is. It's kind of necessary.
No, we're definitely entering an age where you want supported equipment. That's 20 years ago, you could probably get away with running stuff not supported, but these days, everything's linked to security. So we want supported equipment.
Just suggesting that's part of the benefits of this implementation.
Oh, yes, thank you. Okay, so the infrastructure hardware, really what we're talking about is, our servers and shared storage. So we utilize a mix of physical and virtual servers at multiple locations, and they support database applications, domain management, file storage, backup systems, security systems, phone systems, building management systems, and various utility programs. So all that infrastructure covers a lot. The reason to upgrade, this is a high priority recommendation from the IT assessment. We have no failover or high availability at the police site, only a single virtual host. The town storage array and 2 blade servers that we have are past end of life. They just in December. And we have multiple physical servers that are at near end of life or older operating systems. And there's large storage requirements. So the benefits is we would, gain replication between town and police, because what's being proposed is a shared storage and servers at police, and shared storage and servers at the town hall, and they both would. You'd be able to replicate between the two. In other words, there'd always be a ready-to-go backup at each site for, in other words, they're covering each other. We would have cloud backups as well for, in case of break glass in case of an emergency, but this would be our day-to-day backup. So the reduction of physical servers will reduce hardware sprawl. The smaller footprint, less electricity and cooling, and it centralizes management and resources, which streamlines server maintenance for us, and that should not be overstated. That helps us a lot. Shared storage makes a big difference for us. If we had to ever go back to not using shared storage, increases our workload significantly. So this number has actually come down by a good amount as we're getting closer. But still, I don't have hard numbers for the implementation costs, and we're still fine-tuning the specs on the hardware. But my hope is that comes down further, but I don't know until we get all the numbers in. Questions?
Christy, so are we going to keep, I know that we've seen new numbers here that aren't in this most recent version. Are we going to change this, or are we just going to keep what's in there now until we get final numbers, or what's?
We're going to change it. We continue to update these numbers as we refine them, so we'll change it for version 5. I think you said it's a net decrease, though.
I think with this last one, it looks like it'd be net decrease.
Right, so off the 3 capital articles, because of this one, we're actually down from what was initially proposed.
So when you pitched this to capital expense planning, the question was asked about cloud storage, and there was a conversation about how it's something we're looking at in migration. Could you talk about how this budget or these expenses align with what we're planning on doing going forward as we move some or all of our storage to the cloud?
So not everything's going to the cloud. A lot of stuff is staying, on-prem. There are going to be more applications and more storage in the cloud in the next, 5 to 7 years. Absolutely, definitely. But this infrastructure is still going to be needed. We have a lot that is going to stay, on site. That was an interesting part of the assessment, because I wasn't sure where they would go with that.
Thank you. Another question, the police are looking for $13,000 for storage for the body cameras, and I noticed that storage is referenced here as well. Are the efforts interlocked? Are they 2 separate storage systems?
Actually, I'm going to defer to the police. 2 separate.
Thank you.
Yeah, I guess I'm curious as to why they would be separate and who, well, maybe that's a follow-up when the police present, but if they're separate, then they would be separately maintained. Maybe it's by the police is by, as I recall, an external vendor that manages that?
I'll defer to the police again.
We have a contract with Axon. It's part of our TASER program as well, so there's a large savings there. So it's cloud-based, and that's why it's separate.
Okay, and they
It's
manage
contractual.
that? Okay.
Correct.
Or host it, thanks.
Thank you.
Any additional questions on the shared storage upgrade. All right. So the next one is for the network systems administrator. So staffing has not changed much in 20 years in Westborough. However, in that time, our number of computers have doubled. The number of network systems and infrastructure has more than quadrupled. And now we are covering an enterprise phone system, AV systems, site security systems, mobile devices, and cloud applications. And then cybersecurity is really its own new category. So as part of the IT assessment, their recommendation was a level 1, level 2 help desk to cover just our network desktops at a cost of about $120,000 annually, and then remote monitoring and management of most of our network infrastructure at a cost of $72,000 annually. So this is the only recommendation where I diverged from what they recommended. And I'm recommending that we hire a full-time network systems admin. And the $114,500 would include benefits. So this was still identified as a high priority need from the IT assessment. This is a natural progression. More than half of our dashboard communities have a network and systems admin. This is something that a town of our size should have. Help desk is still a major issue, but the greater need is with upgrades, migrations, security fixes, projects, stuff that really we just don't have the bandwidth for. And they a lot of them don't get done, if it's non-critical, but they should get done. And then, of course, with the increased cybersecurity overhead, having more people is necessary. So the benefits, this person would have a significant network security and cybersecurity role. They would help out with project management, increased coverage, and provides a high-level help desk resource. And so primary duties and responsibilities. So I don't know if I think those are visible to everyone. I highlighted the ones that were mostly security related, as well as the level 2 and 3 help desk escalation. I'm going to go to the next slide, but I can come back to this one if needed. So the salary for a high-level position like this would be $94,500. That's an estimate. Questions?
Beth?
Yes.
What kind of education does the person that you would hire for that position need?
I would think they'd need a bachelor's degree at a minimum, for probably computer science or something similar.
Go back to the slide where it shows the monitoring piece, the two elements versus what you're recommending, which is that one.
Yes. So I will say that I've been in contact with a lot of our dashboard communities, and the overall consensus from most of the other IT directors is the L1, L2 help desk is good for a stopgap, and it does provide some help, but it is not a good comparison compared to having somebody in-house.
Is 94 realistic?
Sorry.
Oh, go ahead.
That's based on our current salary schedule.
Okay.
Yeah, Mark. Could you just give us a little overview of the difference between the computer and network specialist versus the network administrator, and sort of how those two jobs would compare?
So there's always going to be overlap between all these positions, which is good. But the network systems admin is going to provide a lot of higher level tasks, things that we might have to outsource for, now can be done in-house. Additionally, the responsibilities will be different. This person will own a lot of the security and cybersecurity roles, whereas now that's kind of mostly on my shoulders and somewhat on the PC coordinator position.
And does the specialist, are they more like the level 1 help desk escalation? Is that
Say that again?
the other role, the computer and network specialist, are they more the level 1 help desk escalation and that sort of thing versus this individual?
So we all do level 1 because, there's no, we just don't have enough. If he gets pulled off on something and something else comes in, and that happens a lot, we pull our GIS admin onto help desk, which we shouldn't be doing, but out of necessity we are doing. And then if she's only part-time, so a lot of times I'm doing level 1 help desk.
Thank you.
Mark, can you go back to the slide that you were on before, one back? Oh, there you go. So just the recommendation from the assessment, the 120,000 was presented as an outsourcing option?
Correct.
Okay. And does that number represent any sort of inflationary factor?
I'm not sure. It was a budgetary number. I don't know. So all the budgetary numbers provided by the IT assessment are about a year old, so that's why we're seeing a lot of these numbers change.
And to that end, then, do you feel like the recommendation of a network systems administrator, given the competitive environment, that number is accurate for hiring?
I don't know. I mean, I have looked at pay scales at other municipalities, and this is in line with most other network systems admins, from what from our dashboard communities. I think it is, but yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, okay.
You think it is?
So being in the industry, these numbers are in line with what we could expect.
We're also limited by our classification plan, so that's really just below a department head position. So.
Thank you. Just a general question as we talk about kind of the increased use, obviously, of technology. How often does your department kind of conduct like hardware inventory and kind of clean out, refresh? So how many people actually have laptops, desktops, old? What is just at a high level the cycle of that work?
So we do inventory. We have we can spit out a report of what we have at any time. And then the second part of that question.
I mean, I guess, how often do you kind of refresh that? Is there?
Like update?
Update, yeah. So do you do that annually throughout the entire town of assets, or is it on a?
It's as new stuff comes in. As the assets, if we get a load of computers that come in, they go into our inventory database.
Okay, and then, okay, I guess I'm wondering, like, how often is old equipment retired and replenished? Just as I look at the number of active laptops and tablets and physical, or desktops and workstations, it looks like it's been fairly stable, although some reduction maybe in laptops over the past several years. So I guess, but some of our departments have grown. I would imagine some workstations have multiple, technology elements. So I guess I'm just wondering how often that is, what's the word I'm looking for? How
often we get our computers replaced?
No, not so much that, just, I guess, so you're doing inventory on a regular basis, I guess, is what you're saying. So, and there's not like old equipment lying around. I mean, I just know that,
Well, so we have a 5-year plan for most people. And so obviously some computer stations don't have the same requirements. If someone's just needs it to get to the web, to interact with they're purchasing or they're interacting with the state or, but they don't really need, applications or they're not doing AutoCAD, they're not an engineer. So the requirements vary depending on the position. So we try to keep the computers that are used at a high level up to date and under 5 years.
Okay,
And then some, okay.
that's helpful, thank you.
One of the bullet items that you had for the systems admin was the primary administrator for the MS 365. I was just wondering if the implementation or the maintenance of 365 is contingent on this new person, or if them taking that over would just allow someone else to get onto the other projects you mentioned.
No, it's not. No, if we do what we got to do.
Yeah.
I've already started. My PC network specialist has already been doing some training in Microsoft 365.
I think it's important, though, to point out that, so we have 2 full-time positions in that department. One is Mark's, and then one is our network specialist, and then we have a 19-hour week GIS position. So though Mark is saying we can certainly implement it, there's already a need for additional staffing in this department. So just wanted to make that point.
Any more questions on network system admin? Okay. So the last one is the boards and committees management. So this is sort of an overview. Essentially, it's a cloud-based solution which would enable us to manage, all the volunteer positions. Right now, well, actually, that's going to be the next slide, but there's a lot of things that this does, and the reasons to do this is essentially it's managed with an Excel spreadsheet right now, and the manual process for vacancies and reappointments is time-consuming, and the website is not kept up to date. Obviously, this would streamline that. It would improve transparency and accessibility. And the biggest thing is the website would reflect what's in the database in real time. So you would know which, if there's a committee or a board, you'd know who's on there in real time. So it makes it easier for residents to apply. It also makes it easier for the town clerk's office and the the town manager's office to manage it. And it's flexible. It could be a link to a standalone cloud app, or it could be embedded, or it could be both. We've seen examples with other communities where they have it one way or the other, or both. It has a lot of flexibility. And then these are the costs. So it's $2,500 for implementation and an annual cost of $5,000.
So this is not pointed out on expenses because it's such a low cost item, but we think it's a really important item. It's not pointed out, I should say, in my presentation. It's something that, typically would have just been put in as part of the budget. We think it's really important. We actually spent a lot of time last fiscal year looking at different options and what other communities had. We hear a lot about some very basic needs that our website has in terms of keeping up to date. And this is really in line with our communication plan. And we do have our management analyst and communications assistant position in our office that would help with the implementation of this project.
Would this impact Dropbox at all? Does this?
No.
Doesn't affect that at all?
No.
No,
there's a whole other, we've also looked at, but this is not being recommended for this year, one thing at a time, is a whole other sort of board management. So really working more on sort of the backside of, so similar to how the select board, you have your Dropbox, and it would really, this other program would work for that, for boards and committees. We put this forward first because this is public facing, and so we wanted to put that out as a priority.
Will this also help with the town clerk's office in terms of, they have this like literally old-fashioned file box with who's done what and who's recertified with the Board of Ethics and Like, it's literally a 1950s file box.
Yes. So it will help with, it will certainly help with the town clerk's office, as Mark mentioned. The state is actually also helping us because that ethics test that you're talking about, the state actually just implemented a whole new ethics system. So we're all, moving forward from that file box.
I guess maybe, I don't know if it's possible to walk through an example. So if you're a chair of an existing board, would you have access to, say, load your own minutes to the website or load important material underneath?
So that doesn't change. This is just for it's sort of a database of all the volunteers and, what positions they hold. The other part of the website where agendas and minutes, that stays the same.
So that's that back, sort of the backside of it that we were talking about, the board and committee, or I should say the agenda management would have that, and that's, something we think we would do next. But this is really about making it more clear who's on what boards and committees, when their terms are expiring, what positions are available for people who are interested in volunteering. So it's really that other public-facing piece.
Thank you.
Yeah, what is it a module of? I mean, it sounds like it's,
I want to show them, Mark.
I mean,
Well, there are
part of some other software, or is it?
there are different companies out there that offer this solution. It's not part of the website. Even Civic Plus, who host our website, they offer a module, but it's not. They would do it the same way that any of the other third parties would. They'd offer it as a separate cloud application that can be embedded in the website.
There are several communities that have it. So one example, if you wanted to look, I think Hopkinton is a good example of a neighbor that.
Hopkinton, Natick. I have a list, but yeah, there are a lot of other
several,
communities that are using it.
Where you can see how that would look.
So I love this idea. I actually wish we were coming forward with the second component, which is the agendas and all of that, but excited that that's already being discussed, and hopefully we'll see that soon. It is, I guess, a little bit surprising to me that like a database costs like $2,500 just to implement and then $5,000 annually. And so if you could help us to understand sort of what that cost shift is, or savings or benefit. I mean, I understand that it sounds like a little more automated than a spreadsheet. Maybe there are more controls, but to the external, to the resident or even to a committee member, what's really going to be the difference? And what's that annual benefit?
Well, so Mark's going to pull up the example in Hopkinton just so you can see it. But I mean, there's not a cost savings here. I mean, it's an added cost for efficiency and transparency. So it definitely creates efficiency within the staff. I think some of you have come where you need to get sworn in, and just making sure that there's that every sort of the town clerk's office and our office are in sync with appointments. But I think the real benefit is that if you're a resident and you want to contact someone who is on a committee, you're not sort of relying on a volunteer to keep that portion of the website updated. And it's also very clear when terms are expiring and when you might have the opportunity to serve on that type of committee. So you can actually, you can submit your letters of interest through this site.
Hold on, this is.
I think the ability to have a standard form for submitting interest will help. A lot of people are interested, and you say, well, send a letter of interest. Well, what is that? What do I include? So having the ability to do that easily in an online form with some guidance will help improve citizen engagement as well. Make it easier for people to get over that hurdle of saying, okay, I want to get involved, now what?
So here's an example in Hopkinton. They're using one of these providers. And, so I go to a committee, open space, and they have it embedded. So this is the piece where, you have the board details, but it also gives you, if there's any current vacancies or expired, the number of members. And then you can look at the member roster, and there's contact information. But Yeah, and we can set it up so that whatever amount of information that should be public is public. And so in their case, you know, it shows what committees that person is on, when, you know, from when to when. So what we won't be able to see here is the interface that we would see and the capabilities that we would have. And we'd be able to email all the boards and committees in a single blast or one committee. We would be able to, you know, manage the renewals and also, you know, in real time, people would know what vacancies were available.
So this is really helpful, thank you. I would encourage at a town meeting, if we're going to be talking about this in any way, to actually have this, because I think
We have.
Yeah, I mean, our background management is an Excel file and a file box, right? So,
Just hold the file box.
so just
This, or we could have this.
just for clarity, so this is a budget item, so we can certainly talk about it at town meeting, but it's embedded in the budget number. Definitely be prepared to talk about it, but it's not an article, so it's a little bit different.
Yeah, fair point.
Additionally, for applying, I just click on the apply button. Oh, and now everything is online. You'd be able to save a session. So, and it keeps it all up in this database. So it has a lot of good features that may not be apparent from the external, what everybody sees.
Could we, I'm guessing we could also add AFC and select board liaison relationships, potentially?
Yeah, it's highly customizable as well, these board pages. I don't think Hopkinton really uses it to the full extent, but some of the other ones that we've seen, you know, out of state and bigger communities, they utilize all the custom, I don't know how to say that.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Yes, thank you.
Really dig into it. Thank you very much.
This would, Christy, the way you described it, this would require some integration with the town clerk's office as well then, right? Process-wise,
Right, yeah, so
like on the back end.
on the back end, I mean, Sela can probably describe it better than I can, but certainly Sela has to work really closely with the town clerk's office for renewals, as well as any new appointments. And the purpose of this would be to put that all into one system and all be on the same page. So definitely would integrate both of those offices.
And if training is required of particular board positions, ethics training just comes to mind, is that at least a back-end function that could be captured from the customizable features that individuals have completed that training and that it's somehow captured as part of the town's record? Using ethics as one example.
I'm not sure. So are you saying, would all the boards and committees be able to customize this themselves?
No, would you be able to, so using ethics training as an example that we're all required to do. So would there be is there a way to capture that information so that someone could run a report at any time of who is due for or who has not completed?
So the ethics training, and I know that this isn't your full point, but the ethics training is actually, that's, while the town reminds you that you have to do it, it's actually on the individual. And so the state is really the one that's that's keeping track of that. And that's a whole new system that they're implementing currently so that we can easily log into that system. The other things that the town clerk's office provides is they provide the open meeting law and then the ethics. I believe we would be able to redistribute that information through this using the email function.
I would think so, yeah. I mean, it certainly has all the features that you would need. And also it does have a robust reporting engine as well.
And again, just to be clear, I mean, this is for our information. It probably won't come up in town meeting because it's just embedded in the budget. It will really come up if somebody questions the budget line item.
Correct.
Yeah, so that's really coming up right now because of our new PIR process. So just showing you that this is, Mark's level service budget obviously doesn't include this because it's new. So we just wanted to give you the information.
No, it's great. Thanks.
Thank you.
Would this be in the program improvement request figures?
For the expenses, yes.
For the, okay,
Yep.
great. So then in theory, it could come, somebody could ask them
Right.
for an explanation of that number. Okay.
It would actually, so I think when it's shown in the report and recommendations, it's really just gonna show, as it has previously, the last fiscal year, the current, and then the AFC recommended budget. So the question would likely come up if people were wanting IT to explain the increase in expenses.
Got it.
Great, let's look at time, but not want to hold it off. Any other questions?
I have one quick one.
Yep.
Can you just speak to the overtime, the kind of marked line increase in overtime?
Yeah, so the overtime, it's just restoring it to pre-COVID.
Okay.
Yeah, I just have a simple, pretty straightforward question. You know, understanding that we have a lot of work ahead of us in the future years around master planning, strategic planning, et cetera. You know, this is kind of a question from Mark and Christie. Do you feel that what you're requesting here sets us up well to support those future initiatives that are going to come out of the master plan and other areas? Or is this predominantly, do we have the capacity to support a lot of that future work and these systems with these this new position, new systems, new network, et cetera? Are we set up well for the next few years?
I don't know about the master plan, but we'll be set up well.
Yeah, I mean, I think, I think that our current IT department has this capacity need that has been identified, obviously only looking at current responsibilities and needs of the town. You know, in the future, I can't anticipate, even being on the master plan implementation committee, I can't anticipate exactly what those IT needs would be, but certainly better able to support it with this additional staff.
Thank you.
Anything else? Great, Mark, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay, next we have community development budget and warrant articles. Fred is here for that.
Everyone you want.
We didn't put breaks into the thing, so everyone feel free to take a biological break or grab coffee and food in the back if you need to.
Biological burn.
A blue dome.
Already been warning.
Give me one. I got it. Start even a warning for you. Give me one bullet point. Let's hear it.
I got a new car yesterday.
Couple things that we did.
And the charger this morning. Right.
What are you driving?
Alexa's plug-in hybrid.
Where the full stage is now.
See, there is like nothing.
If you go out here,
It's like half, okay.
yeah.
It's called Lexus. No, it's
Yep.
I think I needed both my key and
Muni system.
because the problem is they got the damn phone involved setting up. Has a thing, and so it was charged, and then it was like, and you can it's the only it's the only plug-in hybrid. So
Oh, yeah.
So nobody could hear me.
I'm
just kidding,
A little bit older.
That's really a problem.
That's called
I'd rather just turn it off and turn it on.
Did you have sixth grade?
No, I didn't until 10th grade. So.
So that was also the cafeteria.
Oh, what was your commute?
So you'd sit up on the bleachers, but you'd go through basically the walk cart.
It's over here in 3 minutes.
How things change, yeah.
But you think somebody. And if I want to try and see my dog, I have to stop
It was
along
Mike
the
was
way.
talking about
Well, it was the high school for Julie's dad.
Chris about, making sure.
I guess it was just, they had just built this.
Storm.
Yeah, that's the
That's why some of my parents were here in high school.
And I'm thinking, what are you talking about? It's going to be all rain. Sure, that's right. He's like, no, it's going to be a big snowstorm. Sure enough.
I picked my sisters, I love
Woke up this morning.
Yeah, we only had avails.
When I went to the peak last night, there was nobody there.
put blinders on and said, I'm getting
Where
Alexa.
is everybody? Well, everybody thought there was going to be a snowstorm, I guess.
Yeah.
Behind the wheel.
Now, I went to the Coop Tuesday after the Board of Selectmen meeting. It was packed. And I had the second half of the meal last night. So I also.
But I
had
also,
the
it was, it was on Westborough Patch, he's the.
That's a great little addition.
That's a nice
He
little
went to
It
the
really is. They really do a nice job.
But the first, the other one was, I don't remember the name, but it was way back. He did Midsummer Night's Dream, so like
Vacation with more,
I didn't recognize the name.
you know.
Pretty amazing. Yeah, 3 nominations.
3 nominations this
I got a pot, I get a pot and got a pot.
More comfy where
I
you
go
can
pay for my tires. I'm usually with them, but I took better at town 5.
But it's nice,
And then giving me a really good, done all 4 tires with Michelin. But so I'm like, I could pot off.
Yeah, I hadn't really thought about that, but
Yeah, exactly. Well, the question will be is, will his be one of the ones they show, or
they do
will
a good job. All their stuff
one of the
was
ones
It's
they
not
show?
covered,
pretty good.
no, it's not covered.
During
I'm like, no, it is, just go back.
No, like, will
because I
it,
got off
with
the
the awards
tires.
he's
So I've never taken advantage of their cocktail menu, but it seems like they've got a nice cocktail program. I mean,
I have to admit,
a number.
yeah, same with me, yeah.
So they
Kind of
let
like
me
Grammys,
put
whatever.
it on
best pictures, so they'll definitely.
But I didn't pre-order after this, I just walked over, so I was gazing through the cocktail menu. They changed it up for the winter, and a bunch of different choices, and beer bases.
So the thing is, we got it from the upfront yesterday. As they were, I was like,
Okay, we're
That kind of
gonna get started here. As folks go, I was asked to remind folks as they're talking to do what I'm doing and talking to the speaker because it's not getting picked up as well on Westborough TV. So please speak into the mic when you are speaking. So, welcome, Fred.
Thank you. Fred Leonardo, Community Development Director. Hopefully I'll make up some time. My presentations are relatively short. I have 2 program improvement requests that we're asking for the department and 1 capital request. The first program improvement request is for a position. It's sustainability coordinator / community development assistant. How this meets the strategic goals or plans for the town that came out in 2018 is it looks at the maintenance and lifestyles in the environment. So it ties into the strategic plan for the town. This position does. The select board approved in April of 21, approved the climate action plan. So it ties into that directly. In layman's terms, the way I look at it, it's a roadmap to get to 0 emissions as mandated through 2050. How it ties into the master plan, Chapter 9 of the master plan specifically deals with sustainability and climate change. It'll hit all those issues, greenhouse gas emissions, that's one of the primary things. Mass Green, we're a green community, as everybody knows. Westborough Power Choice, Christie talked about that at some length and how we choose our electricity. Renewable energy, waste management, that's become an issue for the town coming up, and climate resiliency. The summary for the position itself, it provides administrative and technical support dealing with sustainability for the town. So it's pretty straightforward in how you can see it that way. The essential duties for the position, first and foremost, it would tie into the climate action plan, how we get to that for Westborough. Implementation of the green communities, as we've stated, we are a green community. be involved in the power of choice, develop programs specifically designed to look at energy programs, assist the departments for best practices, and work to obtain grants specifically related to sustainability in town. Stay current with federal, state, and local regulations. This is especially true with the building energy codes, and I'll speak to that in a moment. Works with the general public to integrate the town departments with community, and generally provides support for the community development department. It's projected to be a pay grade, non-union, H4. We're anticipating approximately $70,000 for the opening position, but the pay range is up there. The first year will be partially funded through a grant program. So personal observation. I don't know if it's a pleasure, but I've been involved with one of the societies I am in. I've been working with the Department of Energy Resources on subcommittees and committees to implement the new building codes, specifically the energy code. It's kind of that saying, if you don't get on board, you're going to get run over by the train. So I'm not suggesting that Westborough become like a leading edge sustainability community, but working with these subcommittees, as recently as this week, we had a meeting. You'll find the Department of Energy Resources going forward with light speed with how we're changing the energy code. The first time in all the years I've dealt with the code that they're actually implementing it without going through some of the boards and committees they normally do. They're just going forward. They're going to figure it out as they go, too. A lot of times they try to work through the bugs, not so much with this. They'll implement and then try to figure it out as we go. So the sustainability person would be involved with that, too. It'll drive some of our zoning, how we look at site plans as they come forward with commercial buildings and whatnot. Again, personal observation on that. Generally, any questions? Sure.
This position be able to support any reporting we might be able to do on any progress on anything that we're tracking? Because I know we have that the effort appears in a lot of initiatives and a lot of, direction, business documents that we have for what we're trying to do. But what I have not seen much of and what I still struggle about is what progress are we making? What is it costing us? And is this the kind of position that could support that kind of more robust feedback about our progress?
Well, so specifically to sustainability, yes, the thought would be that, and this has come up with the Sustainability Committee, is how we track things like energy use for commercial enterprises and things like that. That's not information that's easily attainable. Most private industries, whether it be commercial, industrial, are not necessarily going to be, oh yeah, we use 4 million kilowatts of power. But yes, the idea would be to try to then track somehow, whether it be electrical use, some of it too, and we've implemented to, maybe there's a different way of answering the same question. Through our permitting process, we've tried to start to track when companies put in electric charging stations. That's, for instance, one way we're trying to track the information of how the community and the utilities are changing. This person could obviously get involved in that. The other thing that's come up too, believe it or not, well, I guess you would believe it, is the infrastructure in the town. So recently, in the last year, we had one complaint from a newer business in town that the town didn't have infrastructure to support solar. So this individual can get involved in that to find out what, as a town, we have to do to maybe change the infrastructure, understanding that we may not have control all of that. So yes, the intent would be to kind of bring together facts, collect data to support different changes that we may need.
But I think, so the intent of this position would be to definitely be able to do reporting in terms of any cost savings that the town has seen, has recognized. I think one of the things that we've heard many times, and we've actually talked about it being a section of a future budget is really being able to showcase, what the things we've done to work towards the goals of the plan and what the costs or savings has been. So absolutely, this person would have access to that data and would be able to report out. I think what Fred is saying is that in addition to looking at town services and municipal buildings, the goals of the climate action plan extend to the whole community. And so while that data might be more difficult to obtain, there could be some facts reported or data reported on that.
Thank you, and I appreciate you jumping in on that, because really the cobbler has to worry about his own shoes first, and us reporting on what we do ourselves is an important first step in that. But thank you, I appreciate knowing that that's coming down the line.
Yeah, you'll find with the new codes, electrification, we're being pushed to electrification, whether we want to pay for it or not. At the end of the day, that's what we're all going to be doing. Again, it goes back to my personal observation, if we don't try to get, not necessarily cutting edge, but if we don't try to jump on board and find out how we're going to get there, we're going to be left behind, and you're going to really be scrambling as time goes on. Yes, sir.
Could you go back to your slide on the cost of onboarding?
That one?
Yeah, so that grant is, just to be clear, just a one-time grant?
As far as I know, it is at this point. I don't know if, I didn't actually administer that one.
Yep. That's actually funding. We're in year 2 of a 3-year agreement with the Community First Partnership, which is actually the Mass Save initiative. So we know that is the funding we have available now. We are hoping that we would also have a 3rd year of funding that we could continue to offset the cost, but it's not guaranteed at this point.
Thank you. What, does that pay scale include benefits? I guess it doesn't.
No, it does not.
It doesn't.
So it'd be approximately 19. I'm sorry.
What are we estimating as the cost? Even if you put it on the high side?
Yeah, so we estimate about 19,000 based on current rates.
Okay.
And that's captured in the insurance budget.
Okay.
Yep.
Right, that's a coordinated levels position.
So this position is, I guess it's just below where our current economic.
I'm just trying to assign costs.
Yeah, no, I
That's
understand.
all. Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Just to follow up on that, is there a pension cost too that gets carried somewhere, or how does that work? Are there other burdens besides insurance? Look at adding salary?
So the retirement.
Yep.
And then OPEB, so other post-employment benefits, when we add any position, is added into the actuarial evaluation.
Do we have an idea how much that adds? Kind of a overall burden rate to a salary?
For an individual?
Yeah.
For OPEB, I'm not sure that we know exactly how much that would add, but as part of our policy, for every new position, we budget an additional $5,000 per year for when we add new positions. So you'll actually see that in the insurance budget as a separate line item for Worcester region for retirement. Oh, okay. Actually, at this point, the employee pays the funding.
I was going to say, the employee pays
Yeah.
now into pension.
Yeah.
We're making up the gap, but
I see.
but
Okay.
the employee pays. And then OPEB, you said it goes into the actuarial value, but that fluctuates. I mean, we're
Right.
funding it, but that's a voluntary funding that we have. So it's not, yes, it will increase what our actuarial value in our future. But as right now, we're still pay as you go on.
So then we also get, so Leah's mentioning, we also get assessed, or we pay Medicare, and then our workers' comp assessment goes up depending on the number of employees we have.
Ian, if I may? Yep. So just, I sit on I'm liaison to the Sustainable Westborough, and I'll just say that there's 2 big things that in this regard to this position that I think are benefits to the community. The bigger items, there's many items that are beneficial, but the 2 big ones are, first of all, it's very clear as we've looked out across other communities to understand what communities that have this position already, there's benefits in regards to the fact that we've got a knowledgeable individual in the community that is driving for grants in the energy industry. And we found pretty consistently that this position actually is beneficial and a cost reduction to these towns. The other thing is that one of the things that I've learned, and I'm still learning in Sustainable Westborough, is this is a very technical area. There's a lot of information, and it's really hard to navigate through it. And where I see the value here is that this individual will be able to be a knowledgeable liaison, not only to our residents, but also to the businesses who are looking at. And I see a really great opportunity between, for example, EDC and working with the businesses in our community to drive sustainability and understand and work with those businesses on those initiatives. So very supportive of this, and I find that it's, I hate to say it, but it's a low cost for a really good opportunity for the town.
Patrick, thank you for saying that too. I neglected to say that. So right now, Zach Bonner, the Economic Development Coordinator, tries to handle some of those questions and some of that education to the commercial industrial customers out there we have in Westborough. Oftentimes it does get very technical to how you can capture those grants and whatnot. I certainly don't have that expertise. He doesn't, but he does try to help our customers through that process to see what the programs are out there. It's not an easy thing to navigate. And if you dealt with the state, you can understand too, they're not always an easy process to go through either.
I would say that a lot of the responsibilities of, working towards these goals it's very sort of fractured in terms of the staff that's responsible for it. So we have several employees in DPW, my office, Fred's office, so I think we think that will create some efficiency and maybe, even some time savings and capacity with this new position. And then I would actually also say that the volunteers on Sustainable Westborough work very hard. And so some of the responsibilities that they have, really should be a staff function and should move into that role.
Yeah, thank you. So I hear from other communities that they see a financial benefit to a role or a role similar to this role. I mean, I know you can't really quantify what that may be, but is it an opportunity to provide some sort of anecdotal reference or something to that? Because I think my belief is that this role will end up more than paying for itself, but that's not really something that we can sort of
monetize.
Well, so to that point, John, and thank you for the question, is that actually Sustainable Westborough was given a presentation to the board that they highlight during that presentation where they feel there is cost savings for the town.
I think if you're, Pete Dunbeck is here and willing to answer that question if.
Well, I'm fully in support of the position. I'm thinking more in terms of going in front of town meeting and talking about that and being able to explain that to everybody at town meeting. And it may be worthwhile to provide Pete a couple minutes to talk about this on town meeting floor. And I guess we can talk to the town moderator about, being fair and whatever there, but I think that would totally make sense.
Yeah, certainly he could talk to that subject matter much better than I could, much more eloquently too.
Thank you.
Will this new person also be helping just random residents in town understand what's going on when they have options to, I hate to say, purchase a new car or take out their electric company?
Well, certainly through the Mass Save program, which I try to subliminally advertise. Yeah. So I don't know about purchasing a car. Certainly through the Mass Save program, that's been in place for many, many years. But I would anticipate this individual will help individuals in town citizens to go through that process.
We also have to be careful about sort of what we endorse and what we don't. But, I think that some of the work that will happen if this were to be approved is defining roles between the staff person and then the Sustainable Westborough committee, because Sustainable Westborough already offers a lot of opportunity for citizens to engage and ask those types of questions. And so I think that committee would certainly not go away and would probably support that.
I think I was thinking from the point of view of having a person where someone knows where to go, even if if that person just then refers them on.
Sure.
Yes.
Yeah,
yes.
absolutely. Yeah, they'd be certainly a resource for the public in some way. Yeah.
That's much like the Economic Development Coordinator. That individual points people to the right direction. Would be the same thought here. Absolutely.
Just to follow up on Sean's comments, I think it would be helpful, and certainly Pete would probably be able to help with this, is exactly how are we going to capture those savings? How are we going to identify where they're coming from and get some reasonable estimation of what they have been? It's easy for us to say we're going to save money and we're going to
Who is this?
enjoy all these great cost savings, but how are we going to do it? What's the plan?
Yeah, and that's a good point. The reason I didn't specifically give that presentation, because we can take snippets of that out, and as the town manager said, perhaps he would be able to speak better to that than I would. Would you like to hear from Mr. Dunbach since he's here? Or?
Since he's standing here?
How long do you plan on speaking, Pete?
Keep it quick, but if you could, go into the mic so people can hear you, that'd be great.
I totally agree the need to measure the benefits and so forth. I'll give you a couple of figures. One was in our annual report last year, we showed a calculation of saving over $100,000 in utility bills through LED conversions and so forth. All of the, I shouldn't say all the money, about 90% of the money came from grants. So town taxpayers only paid like 10% of the capital investment, which saved $100,000, so less than 1 year payback. Second figure of merit is a friend of mine who's the sustainability coordinator in Natick gave us her data, and they save about $400,000 in utility bills a year. They've had a sustainability coordinator for about 6 years. That's not grant money, that's utility bills, cash that was going out that's not going out anymore. So we would need to build that. We'd need infrastructure to do that. So I agree that we should be doing that.
Well, I think the taxpayers should know what that is very clearly.
Yes.
And our total energy bill is $2.5 million. If we could save 10%, that's $250,000. It's real dollars.
But just to follow on that, I think the question was already asked, but with this position, that would be one of the responsibilities is to track and report on those savings.
Yeah, and then the actual, assuming that it's funded, the actual job description will come through the select board office, understanding that the Sustainable Westborough has already looked at it and will look at it again before we bring it forward.
So I can certainly add some of that to the presentation, albeit, as the town manager had mentioned, this isn't a specific presentation unless we're asked to do it as part of the line item questioning.
But we'll be prepared because
Right.
it will be evidence.
It will be a big jump in terms of salary and wages.
It's going to be a flagged, I mean, there's a lot of discussion about it in the community anyway, so.
Yep.
We should be prepared, it's going to be asked.
Yep.
Yeah.
So the position's not just sustainable coordinator, it's an assistant director position as well. Can you?
No, it's community development assistant.
Community development assistant,
Correct.
sorry.
Yeah,
Clarification.
it's more,
So there are also some job responsibilities that will be on the general workload of the community development department.
Yes, and specifically as we address site plans, and we've had more and more of those in the last few years, there's a good component, a big component of that is looking at sustainability and how we look at electric charging stations, solar, so renewable energy is built into the site plan now, and that conversation is getting more and more. So that individual would interface with that too, and how we look at site plans and some of the permitting process. So yes, to answer your question, it's not just sustainability, if you will, but it's tied into it.
With the level of commercial industrial activity we've seen, and that's continuing in the projects we know are on the horizon, with looking at the increased occupancy of storefronts, even in the downtown area, the workload of the department in general is doing well or increasing, and so knowing that this resource is part of that management of that critical service.
Sure.
yeah, so it's, certainly within the job responsibilities is just general support of the department. It's also, I think, important to note that the updated town planner job description includes some level of sustainability. So whoever that individual is, understanding sort of their experience in that space and kind of working with the sustainability coordinator to see where that sharing of responsibility is.
Right.
I have a question, and I think it's more for you. When we have new commercial come in, is part of that when we negotiate maybe tax credits, say Amazon, are we mandating some sort of sustainability requirements in their construction?
So it's probably actually more for
That's
Fred.
actually a question for me, more so than the town manager, but that's okay. So yes, actually, since 2019, we actually switched the site plan approval through the planning board. So the planning board, especially through the chair, is keenly aware of sustainability, is actually trying to build that into the site plan process, kind of to my point.
Yeah, and I would just, I mean, I think when it comes, if we have these tax increment financing deals, I think you're talking about in terms of tax credits, if those came through, I think that's where the board authorizes those deals, and I think that would be a coordination that we would want to look at too. I mean, happily I can say for folks like Amazon, they didn't even want to go through it. So we're not giving them any tax credits. They didn't want them, they didn't require them. So while we're able to do that and willing to do that for the right companies, we still only have 3 or 4 that we've ever granted out there right now. So I think Olympus might have been the last one.
Olympus and Astellas, I think, was,
Yeah.
I don't, we're somewhere in the middle of that. So
But to answer
yes,
the question though, yes, that through both, sorry to interrupt you there, but yeah, site plan, but also directly to your tax credits, it would be something that we could, that would fall on the board and we could work through that in that arrangements.
We've been lucky on the TIFs that, as the chair mentioned, land management has not asked us through Amazon. Neither is Samuel's, the company that's redeveloping 25 and 29 Research Drive.
For the BJ's.
The BJ's, sorry, thank you. So that Samuel's is the developer there. They haven't asked for TIFs either, so that's an advantage to the town, I think, but we'd still have that tool.
So what if a new development came in and they're requesting, like, they want to put up a windmill for solar power, for wind power?
Oh.
Yeah. Would we be open to doing that?
Yeah, windmill is kind of a tough one, but yeah, I don't see why we wouldn't. It's the location thereof. We don't really have any zoning regulations on windmills. We do on solar panels, but not so much on windmills. It's never been addressed in town. I'm not sure, outside of putting it near Olympus, there's not a lot of places it'd probably be.
But Melanie, to your point, I would imagine that as we continue to move toward the 2050 goals that have been set, that would be potentially a bylaw or, a policy zoning that this position might, support and bring forward and do the research for. Because to Fred's point, when he started, we don't want to get run over. So I think it's a great question. I don't think we want to be reacted to. We've got this opportunity, and yikes, we don't have anything that has any parameters or, would put us in a place that where we couldn't sort of be in the controlling seat of where it can be, how high it can be, et cetera. So I think if we don't have something now, it's probably because we haven't been asked, but this person, I would imagine, would play a key role in framing, any changes.
Yeah, the thought would be that individual would understand the technology associated with sustainability. So as technology, whether it be solar, wind, whatever, that we'd have an understanding of that.
And looking at sort of green zoning is, you were probably going to say this, is an initiative of the master plan. So all of those committees sort of working together to be ready for that kind of question.
Follow on to what Mr. Bradley had asked and others. So would this position also work with the schools and their sustainability work? And so whether it's capturing data, so obviously we know the treasure we have now with fails and it's net zero, but I'm assuming, but I shouldn't, that this person would work across, it's town with a capital T, not
Yeah, certainly the goals of the climate action plan and the work of Sustainable Westborough, cross both sides of the street. Yeah. So this person would absolutely be a resource, working with the schools. And I know, the superintendent, having even worked on the climate action plan, would be supportive of, those conversations.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Any other questions?
I have a general question outside of this, but just curious in terms of permit fees and what percentage of your budget that permit fees might go towards?
Permit fees is a revenue, so it doesn't go towards a specific budget. And I know that you know that. I just want to make the point because there's a lot of discussion about money departments and the sort of revenue that they bring in and that going towards a budget. And so just as it all falls to the bottom line and just reduces the overall levy. In terms of what we estimate for permit fees.
I have it in one of my slides. Actually, when I talk about capital.
So that will hold, right?
Yep.
Okay. Any other questions on this position before Fred moves on?
No, they're just.
So very briefly, Permit Pro, we're looking, that's our electronic permitting system. We're looking to expand that. How that ties into the strategic plan is specifically the words I've highlighted to increase our transparency and open communications with the general public. So the more we can expand our electronic permitting, the more that the general public can just see what we're doing from a permitting standpoint. And from an informational standpoint, it actually helps a lot. So I don't want to get too crazy on the details of this, but as you look at the permitting system now, what we've been able to do over the years is to pull out information. So for instance, when somebody looks at a particular address, and it could be any address in town, so they don't have to have knowledge of it, they just pull it up, they can see that it's not only a building permit, electrical, now we're starting to capture site plans. Previously, we have to embed that information into a building permit, so it's almost impossible to find it. Now it comes out as a line item, so it's much easier to find. So from a research standpoint, people can see what's going on. The permits that we're anticipating looking at are approvals not required, which go through the planning board for approval, design review, which is downtown area, earth moving special permits. We're trying to, as I alluded to, the site plans and then subdivision plans. So those are all kind of embedded in what we're trying to initiate through Permit Pro, and the projected cost for that is $3,900.
Directly in the budget. It's just an expense increase in the budget.
Yes, it's under the line item as a program improvement request.
And I think in our book, it's, sorry, Sean.
No, go ahead.
It's in that improvement request under
Yes.
contractual services.
And currently, there's already multiple departments on Permit Pro, correct? Is this
Absolutely.
adding an additional department? Sort of,
Yes. In essence, the planning board is not widely using it, so most of these permits, or all of them, are really related to the planning department. So presently, fire uses it extensively. Obviously, we do. Economic development is implementing it. Conservation is implemented. Engineering is working on it. So we're starting to branch out with that one database.
I just want to make a comment that I think the work that your department has done, working in collaboration with other departments on Permit Pro, has been fantastic and
Thank you.
hugely successful. I remember hearing about this many, many years ago, and it's great to see this progression. I think it's not only effective governance, but it's transparency.
Mm-hmm.
It addresses safety and for residents and businesses, and it's a tremendous resource, and you guys should be really proud of that. So thank you.
Thank you. It's staff in that department mostly that implement this for us. But yes, I agree with you, and thank you for the sentiments. It's evolving, so the more that we can use this, the more robust that database becomes. It becomes easy because now, albeit it's not always easy, because for instance, Amazon at 50 has literally 200 documents, not more than that, but 200 permits associated with that one address. So it is cumbersome, but you do have a lot of information, so it's very robust now.
Well, it goes back to, I think, Beth Singh of Town Clerk's office. I think prior to Permit Pro, we were back in the 50s with files upon files upon files, and people coming in to research the staff time, but their time, putting in a Permit Pro. I echo what Shelby said. It's amazing. And we've heard it from the business community and others about that transparency. So
Great.
well worth the money, I think, on this one to increase the budget.
So with this addition, we'll be covering A&R and site plans. Is this on a path to also include special permits and documents related to the zoning board of appeals? Comprehensive permits and...
Yes, it was one of my thoughts to get that way, to go down that road. With the changing of the town clerk, because it's very specific with special permits and variances, they have to be registered through the town clerk. So I haven't, with the changing of the guard, if you will, I really haven't sat down with the new clerk to see how we could actually implement that.
But it's an intended part of the roadmap. to get there
Eventually,
at some point, right?
At some point. How we do it now, to answer that question, is we include it as part of the building permit. So anytime we issue a special permit or variance, we do upload the information. It just, it doesn't show up as a separate line item.
It's hard, yeah.
So we do capture it, but we don't capture it in the sense that what you're talking about. Someday we hope to, working with the clerk, because of the way we'd have to take in the information. And it may be redundant at that point. They probably have to still keep the paper, but we could at least have it electronically. We do it in essence now, since 2017, all special permits and variances are on the zoning board's website. I suspect that maybe we can look to integrate that too. It could be another way to do that, to integrate that process into Permit Pro.
Okay,
Actually, thank you. I'll look into that now that you asked that.
I didn't mean to create a problem or more work.
No, but that could be a way to do it, that we capture it one way and just implement the information a different way. So it's a great idea, and now I'll reach out to Permit Pro and find out if we can do it.
Thank you.
And just to follow on to an earlier comment, I just want to call everyone's attention on page 124 to the average number of days of issuing a building permit and how that trend line has gone down. And I would imagine some of that is attributable to the efficiencies in your department. And I know both as a business owner and as a homeowner that resource, it's valuable because you can understand where things are at, what's open, what do I owe, what do the departments owe, what does a contractor owe. So, we're starting to see that really show in the numbers. So.
Yeah, great. Thank you. I have a presentation for the vehicle replacement. Try to go quickly. Out of this. So the department is looking to replace one of the inspection service vehicles. Our staff consists of myself, Community Development Director, Assistant Building Commissioner, Conservation Director, 2 part-time building inspectors, part-time electrical inspector, and plumbing inspector. As you can imagine, that we do field inspections throughout town. Oftentimes they're on uneven or not paved surfaces, if you will. We make issue approximately 5,000 inspections annually. Right now,
Great.
hey, look at that.
That's an exaggeration.
Very good.
That's my vehicle, actually. But
This is your theme for next year's Halloween.
so those are the vehicles that are presently we are presently using. As you can see, 4 of those are 3 of those are hand-me-downs from the police department, except for mine. All the vehicles, and that is the one that I'm driving now, it's starting to show quite a bit of the rust, if you can see it on that. So we're starting to run into maintenance issues with these, and as part of the green community, the mileage is not real great, albeit mine's a little bit better. The rust has kind of made it a little better. So we have service problems as we've gone through. We actually had one inspector that was sitting at the gas pump the other day and his gas tank fell out. Luckily, it was at the DPW and it didn't create a problem, but that's a real story. To what was asked before, we've been averaging just over $1 million in permit fees. That goes into the general fund. It's offsets costs of running the department and town services. What we're anticipating right now it would be to replace the 2012 Ford Escape. We're looking at hybrid vehicles. Ultimately, we might do a combination, but that's kind of dependent on where the fleet will go. But right now, we're looking at just a gas-powered hybrid. Questions?
Does that vehicle need to be modified in any way for?
A little bit. It has, we anticipate putting some lights in it and stuff, so if I have to pull over, if any of the inspectors have to pull over on the side of a road, they don't get run over and stuff. So not like a police vehicle or a fire engine, but it does have a few extras like that.
So is 43 realistic?
Well, maybe. So we actually have approval for the last vehicle in March. I still couldn't get delivery of that. So the 22s are actually out. They wouldn't honor that even though we had a PO and whatnot. So we're actually into 23s. Right now, I still have enough money, but it depends on, how, if it still continues like that, even the one we're looking to replace now, we're probably not likely to get it for a year or longer. So the DPW, I think, is running into that same problem. So right now, it's a realistic number. In a year or so,
Tom, go ahead.
Do you look at, I know we have a lot of Ford vehicles, but do you look at other options? I'm just curious, as opposed to Ford?
No, we haven't. It's specific. Well, some of that is the mechanics down at the DPW who do service our vehicles. They're familiar with that particular type of vehicle, and I think they stock a lot of parts relative to that. So I believe their preference would be to stay with that vehicle. Albeit I'd be the wrong one to tell you that definitively, but.
And you purchase off of state bid list or
Yes.
contracts, correct?
Correct.
So the pricing is favorable typically because of that.
Right, and we are limited in some of the models because it's on the state bid list. Ford, it happens to be one of the ones that does have a hybrid.
And I guess the question related to that, so that the hybrid vehicles is basically because it's hybrid is what's delaying it, is that correct? So if we needed a vehicle, waiting a year for hybrid, and I'll probably get trouble here, but if we had to go with a gas-powered vehicle, better fuel efficiency, it's got to be better than that one now. Is that a year wait too? Is it really just the hybrids that is causing?
No, I could have gotten a gas vehicle and we chose not to.
Yeah.
Because the green communities, and we did promise that at the town meeting, it would be it would be disingenuous for not us to at least minimally use a gas-powered hybrid.
Okay.
The mileage is significantly better. Ultimately, and this goes back to the sustainability question, the infrastructure in town is tough to support if we have municipal vehicles. At the downtown right now, we have 2 charging stations in the back parking lot. So at someday that may change. That's why I say gas/electric or maybe all electric, but I don't think we're quite to that point. But a gas-powered vehicle, it was offered to me, but again, that's why we chose to wait, because the 22s actually got cut off in the last few months. And some dealers won't even talk to us. They just can't get the vehicles. Thank you.
Thank you, Fred. Okay. We're running a little bit behind, but not too bad. Next up, we have the DPW for their budget and warrant articles.
10:30 snack break, clockwork.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Or makes us money.
It will by default. We'll do without a new guy.
Bring it on.
We'll find a way to charge for the fees. If we can, do the inspections.
I'm Sharon.
Doesn't look like it. The numbers don't make it look like it.
What numbers? In the budget book?
Yeah.
Next year, to put like a little asterisk or something. The number in the budget book.
Just out here. Hey, if she's sharing.
Oh, no.
I know.
Great.
Merry Christmas, leftovers. Looks like it.
No.
Does.
It is.
We'll get there tomorrow. What's coming, man? I was looking at that. Distraction. Coffee a couple weeks ago. My school joking. I saw you park right behind you. I got a proof of my stuff. Right. Number 5. Here's the plate. Whenever I see anybody.
It's not showing the impact.
No, thank you, I'm good.
Total cost.
Hello. Oh, look at that.
No, it's still one.
Pour some on? Oh, good, thank you very much. Appreciate that, Melanie.
It's a funny thing I love doing. My wife. There you go. That's the risk.
This is really. We know we're gonna do it proper.
Thank you very much. Oh, yes.
Maybe that's what it's, yeah. Just as the form to show it.
Council, don't talk.
Total, and then any offsets outside.
Okay, I'll send it.
Depend you want. The cheese shop. Through about 75% of the year.
It's a marshmallow. Yeah, it's a marshmallow honed down in sea salt. Yeah. A little sweet on cookie. About
It was 316.
Well,
20
It was the total
This is
ask,
ready.
it doesn't mean what's being.
I know, he's like, people quit breaking.
Oh, that's, yes.
I was in your predicament on, first of,
Yes.
almost,
Right,
broke her
that's
back
what
in
you
2
asked.
places.
But that's not.
Yeah, so I raced to Alabama, you know, and you do all the stuff you gotta do, and
I
you're
was trying to
like,
match the numbers.
Mom, why are there checks? They don't add up, you know, I'm going through stacks of mail, and my sisters are there.
64,027.
Found
It
out yesterday.
it doesn't do the math, because we only put 32 in it,
She never asked.
32,029.
I don't
And
physically
so,
I guess I should mention that.
But they're getting reissued, but now they're getting reissued to a trust. I can't deposit.
I don't know if it matters.
Oh,
I mean,
no. Isn't that frustrating?
either you have to say it and she has to say that
She just-
her presentation was wrong.
Yeah, all right.
Well, yeah, but it's just a, she was driving every single day, and the orthopedist was like, no, not happening. So I think she's, you know, I know she's being affected. You know, they need socialization.
Spend the day.
Watching them decline, though, was so sad.
Where are we spending the day?
At the pastry table.
Oh, fair enough.
I love pastry.
Oh.
One of my many, yeah, I was gonna say, I gotta stay.
No,
been to the one on Route 9, right near, before you go to Starbucks, Town Pastry and something else. I didn't even realize it was there till.
It's
Is
like
this
by
the new
Lyman
one that just
Street.
came on?
Yeah,
Right near
wanna come
Vape
out
City?
here.
yeah.
So it's a brand new one. It also does some of the best gluten-free.
Like in that plaza with Vape City?
Yeah.
I had no idea.
I forgot the name of it.
I'm honestly, like that, other than Vape City in that plaza, nothing.
that's too
registers.
bad, but
I feel bad for the other.
They used to be in North. They moved over. They're actually very good. And their hours are good too. It's like 7 to 7. Holy cow.
Wow.
You actually get a
Yeah.
pastry at night.
Yeah. Check that out sometime.
figure out a baseline at
Does such a
best,
good
right?
job with their signage that it's like, it blocks everything out in the plaza. It's good thing.
Now I can imagine.
How you gonna, you staying in town? You just.
Yeah, no, stay in town. I'll probably find something. But I just want to get away from
It's in Santa Cruz.
capacity.
Oh,
My
geez.
daughter actually made a little binder with Roger.
So they're making accommodations for his,
For me to list all the ones that I go to.
that's not helpful.
That's what I'm listing.
Yeah.
Okay, Chris,
Ready?
you are on.
All right. Good morning, everybody.
For us there, so.
So I'll be going over the DPW budget and then our additional capital and warrant items. So there's a whole lot to go through here, and some of it you've seen before, so I'll probably go through that a little quicker and get to some of the stuff you're maybe not familiar with. There are a lot of charts here, and the intent is not because we like to make charts. It's really because we want to make sure we use this as an opportunity not just to ask for money, but also educate and inform and explain and let everybody know what we're doing and why. This chart is something you've seen many times. I go over it. We just had a new employee start this week. I sit down with them. I go over this specific chart along with a bunch of other things. But it's important for the context of today because it says what we do, and everything we do ties back to this. So we deliver these essential services, which is what people are doing every day out in the field. We're talking today about setting conditions for the future, so talking about a budget and long-term strategic planning in some cases, and then the people we have. So we've got a number of people sitting in the back here that help put all of this together. That picture it represents the entire department and a lot of people that do a lot of good things for the town. This is just important for us to realize that everything comes back to this. I mean, that's what we do, and this is why we're asking what we're asking. You've seen this as well. This is just representative of the infrastructure that exists in the town. There's a lot of it, and we want to take care of it. So I'll talk about budget and then go into some capital items and then go into some unique warrant items. In terms of the budget, it's generally level funded. There's increases, but those increases are really tied to inflation, the cost of materials, cost of supplies, cost of service agreements that we have that are existing that we need to fulfill next year. Our big ask under the budget is related to staffing, and so I'm going to walk us through staffing. And I can see the eye rolls, not necessarily you, but everybody's been up here asking for people. And so we're going to ask for some people, and I'm going to go in a lot of detail here, and maybe more than you care to know, but I think it's important to understand why we're asking for what we're asking. Mark was up here earlier. He said something about, it's been 20 years since there's been any sort of change, at least in his department, and that's the same for us. I spent some time in Leah's office, and she's got this big stack of all the past town meeting books, and every one of them, documents what happened, and we went through them all to kind of see the evolution of DPW personnel staffing. And generally, since at least 1999, because that's what I went back to, there's been almost virtually no change in the staffing. We did add at one point a assistant director. That was in the early 2000s. It's possible we probably had that somewhere else. We just reorganized or reconfigured. So we pretty much stayed the same. So 47 people, 1 part-time. This is what we'll be asking for. So 2 people, both one in the sewer division and one in the tree division. And I'm going to walk us through what that means. So all of these boxes up here represent everybody in our department. This just says ×2 because we have 2 highway divisions, one that's kind of focused on the road itself and one that's focused off the road, so stormwater related things. But otherwise, all those boxes represent an individual organized similarly to the first chart I showed about essential services. So we've got water and sewer, somebody to help us keep the place running, our engineering staff, and then the crews that do all the things out in the field, so highway, run our cemeteries, take care of our trees, take care of our parks. We've got a town electrician, all of our buildings, and our fleet. So that's what we look like. So when you look at that chart, it's easy to say you got 47 people. I mean, why do you need more? But you got to understand what the people are doing. So all those boxes in orange are the people that actually work out in the field, and they're the ones in the trucks you see driving around town doing all the things that you see them doing. So 30 people. And even those 30 people you can narrow those down a little bit more. So on the left, the blue boxes represent water and sewer, and the orange, everybody else, so 8 and 22. All of those boxes, while we try to be interoperable across the staff, they're not all equivalent. Some require special licenses for various things, particularly when you're talking about water. and some sewer. And so it's not quite so easy to just move boxes back and forth. There's some skills associated with it. So when we talk about adding someone to the water division or the sewer division, we're talking about this small group here of people that can do that. We can't say, well, why can't someone else do that job? Because besides the fact that they're doing something else, they're not necessarily qualified to do that job, okay? So that's the license and skills piece. And then the other piece to remember is, this box here, or this section here, these are all, people that represent activities out in the field. And there's 22 of them, a good portion of them. So everybody up there that's highlighted plows and works in the wintertime, but some do all the treating. And so as you've seen through the winter, we haven't done a lot of plowing, but we've been out on the roads putting a lot of salt down. And so while we don't have a mandate that you can't take vacation in the wintertime, most people understand it's part of their job to plow. And so most people aren't taking a lot of vacation in the wintertime. Well, so what that means is in the summertime, people take vacation. And so this number 22, you say, oh, you got all these people to do stuff. Well, it's 22, but if you have someone out for sick, on some sort of weekly basis, which is relatively common, I mean, that happens. People are out sick, a couple people taking vacation. Now that 22 is now 18 or 17. And so these numbers that start at 47, quickly shrink down to 15, 17 people to do all those things that we've talked about previously. So hopefully that gives you some context. So that's why we're asking to add these two positions, and I'm going to speak now specifically to each position. So the first one I'll talk about is sewer. So this is the inside of a typical pump station. This one happens to be underground. This is back here, you can see this ladder. So there's a hatch up here, and someone puts on a harness, and he clips into this bar that's on the ladder here, and that is his fall protection. So he climbs down this ladder, goes inside this station underground, and all of this equipment is what he's maintaining, right? And we have over 30 of these across the town. Not all of them are underground, but all of them are similar in terms of the insides. And so on a daily basis, when we're talking, the position we're about to talk about, this is what those guys are doing. They're in the field, primarily taking care of these stations. There's lots of other infrastructure that's related to sewer across the town that needs maintenance, but this is the bulk of what we're talking about. So everything in there has to be maintained. Those are pumps, these blue things. Those gets clogged. The guy has to go down there, take it apart, stick his hand in there, take out all the stuff that's in there. So that's to give you a visual of what we're doing on a daily basis. So what we're going to do here is just kind of walk down these bullets. These are basically questions, right? So why do we need this person? So first off, we have regulations that require it, specifically related to sewer. We have a Commonwealth of Massachusetts regulation. We have OSHA requirements. That, for example, that chart I just showed, the picture. So for someone to go down into that pump station, we need to have 2 people there for them to do that. And that's a safety necessity. So we have 3 people in our division. 2 of them have to be at that site, specifically to do some work. And if another guy's out sick or on vacation or whatever, out of your 3 people to take care of all these things, we've got 2 potentially that are tied up at one spot, right? So just to give context. Primary activities, I mentioned, maintaining these stations around the town, and then the miles of pipe that exists. So in terms of pipe and what they're doing, there's clogs that have to be jetted out. So someone goes out there with a truck, opens up a manhole, sticks something in there. We do the thing to unclog a pipe just like you do in your house. The manholes that they open, those are structures that decay over time, especially with sewer because of the acid and everything else is associated with it. So all of those things should be checked. There's thousands of those manholes around the town. We should be checking all of them on some sort of basis, not necessarily every day or anything, of course, but on some routine basis. So that's part of the activities. All right, studies. Christy's mentioned it a few times, but we had the staffing study done in 2019, and that did recommend additional staff for the sewer division. alternative. So why can't we do it some other way? So I talked about reassigning staff, and we have done that. We do that. But you can't do that on a permanent basis. One, again, because not everybody's qualified. And two, because you're taking that person from something else that we have to do to do this. So that works temporarily. We do that, but it's not a sustainable solution. Subcontracting, we do subcontract. There's very specific things that we have to hire people to come and take care of for us. But to hire a contractor, I mean, we're talking, this is an 8-hour-a-day job, 40 hours a week, 52 weeks a year. So it would be unsustainable from a budgetary standpoint for us to have a contract to help us do this, to fill this need, which is why we're not proposing that as an option. So what's the risk of not filling the position? So the first bullet there is deferred maintenance. These are things that we should be doing, and we're not doing them. We just don't do them because we don't have the people. So we do them on a reactionary basis. So when there's a grease trap issue at a restaurant or wherever, then we go out and help assess it and help figure it out and hopefully point the entity in the right direction. But we should be out there proactively maintaining these easements, checking these grease traps, mitigating infiltration. So inside of all these manholes and these pipes, there's groundwater that's infiltrating, and there's ways to fix that, to stop that groundwater, which affects our treatment plant, which affects our ability to develop more properties because of our sewer allotment. So all those things are connected. Those are things we're not doing. I mentioned the safety requirements in terms of, the example of the 2 people at the station. An important point to me, at least, that's listed there is retaining a workforce. So, we have a great workforce, and we want to keep them. And people stay where they know they're appreciated, where they enjoy their job, and where they know that they work for an organization that's going to look out for their interests. And so if there's been a repeated request for assistance and it's ignored, then at some point, people decide to just go somewhere else. And that's something I think we, as the leadership, should consider as part of our decisions when we're discussing things like adding people and spending more money. So how is this paid for? It's paid for from water and sewer funds. So it's not a tax burden. It's paid for out of our water and sewer fees. So we'll talk about the tree position, and then I'll stop for any questions. So this is it's a nice picture, but the picture really, the reason for showing it is because you see this little person here, and I say little in the scheme of things, you can see all these trees around. That's one little section of our town. And these 2 people are out there maintaining all these trees. And I say maintaining, and you have to maintain trees. They overgrow your streets, they block signs, they become dangerous, they fall down, they block roads. There's all kinds of reasons that I think are obvious as to why we need to do that. And a lot of times we just think about ourselves, right? We think about our backyard. We got a couple trees, go out there Saturday morning, hack them up, and I'm done. But when you have 10,000 trees, it's not quite so easy. And that's about the number we have that we haven't literally counted, but off of GIS and everything else, we've estimated our number to be about 10,000. So this picture is just to give you a perspective on the fact that there's a lot of trees out there, and we need them, and they need to be taken care of. And these 2 guys right now are doing it. This is another picture. So this is the side of a road. This is a truck. Maybe it's kind of hard to see the perspective here, but this is one of our backhoes. He's lifting logs, putting them in the truck. So you cut down a tree, or even remove big branches, you have to do something with them. And a lot of them can't be chipped, and I'm going to talk about chipper later. But so you have to put them in a truck, drive them somewhere, store them, pay a contractor to come in, dispose of those trees. So it's this big cycle of things. And all of that work is done right now by these 2 guys. For the past year, we've been rotating someone from, so if you visualize back to the org chart, the orange boxes, we've been taking people from other divisions on a weekly basis. So you get assigned to the tree division for a week at a time, and we've just been rotating. And is that so we've been doing it, so someone could say, oh, I just keep doing that. But there's a cost to that, because there's other things we're not doing because we're taking that person away from some other job and moving them somewhere else to fulfill this duty. So let's see here, next one. All right, so same chart. There are regulations on, towns are required to have a tree warden, and there's a bunch of regulations associated with that and things we're supposed to do. So that's in mass regulations. We have a climate action plan that was published a year or two ago that dictates some things we're trying to achieve as a community related to the environment. Their primary activities are to maintain these trees, so it's trimming and trees in the right of way, and then removing those that are hazardous, and then ideally planting. Staffing study also references a need for additional people. Subcontracting, we do subcontract. There's times when the tree's too big for the capability we have, and we have to subcontract. There's times when grinding stumps, we don't grind, we don't have a stump grinder. Like, that's just, there's plenty of reasons to subcontract, but again, we could not afford to contract a 3-man crew with a chipper that's going to cost us $4,000 a day for 52 weeks a year, right? We wouldn't do that. And we could say we could do less. We could do less. But then we're going to have trees that are, when the snow's on them, hanging in the road, and people don't like that, and it's not safe, and they're covering signs. And so these two people are out 4 to 5 days a week trimming or cutting, and the 5th day, if they're not cutting, they're picking up all the stuff they cut down during the week. So it's an everyday activity. It's not episodic or once in a while. It's all the time that this is happening. Risks. So in this case, in terms of deferred, so right now you drive down the road and our arborist is looking at trees and he's kind of just doing assessment from the windshield, because that's the fastest way to do it. A better way is to get out and actually look at the tree, because you might see the front of the tree looks great, go to the back and you see a big hole in it and the thing's dead, right? But you might not pick that up from your windshield. So there's some specific things that we should be doing that we're not doing related to health assessment of trees and making sure we're maintaining the health of our trees. Surveying, planting, understanding the forestry environment we have here in the town. We cut down a lot of trees, not because we like to, but because they need to come down. They're diseased, they're dangerous, and they're a hazard to the town. And we'd like to be putting more trees back in the ground, but that costs money and it takes time and it takes people to do that. So we do plant. We did, over the past year, we did the 2 planting seasons, the fall and the spring. And we talked about that a little bit and made a point of it with the community that we've done it, but it's relatively small scale because it takes people to do that. And we have, as I mentioned, an arborist, but he's also cutting trees. Like he doesn't just walk around and look at things and tell other people to do stuff. He's actually the guy that does it. So one of the reasons we're asking for this additional person is because he needs the time, like all leaders, to take a step back from the daily job and go do other things that require more thinking, management, decision planning for future work. He's got to do that. And if he does that now, which he does, his partner is not going to cut a tree because he can't do it by himself. So he has work to do, but we're losing that opportunity to work. Whereas if we had this person, those 2 guys can keep chugging away, and the supervisor, the arborist, our tree warden can do these other tasks that he's not doing now because he's out doing the job. Same thing for safety and retaining quality workforce. In this case, Christy mentioned it earlier, so primarily paid for out of the general budget, so through taxes, but there is a portion that we'll fund through the water and sewer budgets, and that's because we have water and sewer stations all over the town, and those things have trees around them, and we maintain and protect those stations by maintaining the trees that surround them. So that's it for the people, and I'll stop, and we can discuss questions on that. Yep.
So just before you answer questions, I just wanted to clarify. So in the budget book, we talk about this position, specifically the tree position, as being the full cost of the $64,000 and more. when we were putting the budget together, we discussed and we actually put in the budget numbers this position starting January 1st of 2024. So it's a half year is budgeted in your current budget books.
How many people does your department have listed as recommended in the staffing study? I mean, I know you're chipping away at it, but like, what is your actual target, or how many people are you actually short?
I'm not going to specifically say a number, because I mean, the staffing study was done in 2019, and we're just now asking for these two people. And it's not because we sat on our hands and didn't do anything. It's because we were looking for other ways to adjust our operations to account for that requirement. And there's sometimes ways to do that. And so I don't expect us to come in here every year and be asking for more people because of the staffing study. And that's probably your point, is like how many more years of asking for people is out there.
No, it was because I was thinking that your buildings maintenance, it seems like they need an extra person too. And so I was kind of.
I mean, I'll take it if you're offering it, but I mean, I get your point. We will continually look at our staffing, but I don't have I can't tell you right now what the next requirement is. Not because I don't necessarily know, it's because I don't know that we are ready to ask for that.
Okay.
That was part of the, when we put the memos together and as how we were going to implement the plan. I mean, Chris had just started, and so we were giving time to the new DPW administration to really work through, what they thought they needed, so.
And the pandemic happened.
And the pandemic.
Question. Well, I have a couple questions. So with regard to your observation of retaining staff, what do you think the cost is of onboarding somebody?
Like a financial cost to it? I mean, outside of the wage.
To train and get them up to speed on our community?
I think it's, I won't say it's zero, but I don't know how to qualify, but I would say it's minimal, unless there's something.
Melanie, you asking like, this is existing, so when we talk about retaining quality workforce. So
Yeah, there's
like your
always a
existing
cost.
tree person, if you would've
Always a
lost-
cost to onboarding.
Exactly.
And so I think your presentation was fantastic, because retaining staff is a huge deal. Y'all are kind of a 24/7 operation, If a tree goes down in the middle of the night and it blocks a road, they have to go out and get it out of the way for safety reasons. So I'm just thinking, and the fact that you're 24/7, when you talk about people wanting to take their vacation and they have a finite period to do it because their job requires them to remove snow, where everybody else is taking their vacation, school vacations, our guys can't do it because they're out there taking care of our roads. And I don't think people stop and think about that. So anyway, and then my last question is, could a drone do anything with regard to looking and assessing the health of trees?
Yes.
Y'all have one?
We do not have one, no, but the town does, and we've taken advantage, like that picture was taken with a drone.
Okay.
It's not something we've done a whole lot of, but yes, a drone could be helpful. And it's not necessarily super easy to go get one because there's requirements, training, and all that sort of thing. But yes, absolutely could help.
Well, thank you for highlighting what I think is important.
Chris, a couple questions, but the first one is to Christy. Christy, Patrick and I are both a little confused over here. You said that the tree person would be January, but in our budget book, it looks like it's fully loaded. at
What
67.
page? 67.
Page 178.
I'm just looking at it.
And I know part of that cost.
It's not added.
So if I could just give a little information. I think that next year, when we do this, we're going to put like a little asterisk at the bottom, because if you look at many of the PIRs, what the department requested for the PIR is in that PIR, but if you look at what they originally requested for a level service plus the PIR, in many cases, it doesn't total what the town manager's recommendation is. So if you do the math, you'll see that the difference isn't really 64,000, it's 32,029 or something like that. So it's half the year. So again, I think just kind of, obviously PIR forms were new and a great addition, and we're just learning now that we probably should have put a little note there that says these things don't add up.
But also, when you're looking at page 27, it does show the addition of 2 staff in FY24, which is accurate. We would be adding 2 staff in FY24.
Just when it hits.
Right.
Right. Okay, so we're going from FY23 budget, and this is under the general budget, under salaries from 1.668 to 1.703. That's what's being.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's,
But then just remembering that DPW also pulls from water and sewer.
Yeah, no, I understand that,
Yeah.
okay. So, thank you.
Like I said, it's
Yeah, that's okay, you know, we
Next year
we
we'll
make
have
changes
to-
and then we learn from them, right? Chris, you mentioned that an arborist, and in looking at your diagram, I didn't see that certification called out. Is that part of the leadsman role?
Yes.
Oh, it is, okay. I didn't realize that.
Well, it's not a requirement, but we're fortunate to have one.
That person is an arborist?
Yes.
Okay, all right, thanks.
Andrew.
Thank you. 2 questions. First, is there any precipitating events that you think are driving these positions? Because I know that they were called out as part of the staffing study, but as you're looking at how the town is functioning, and to the layman, I think it's generally functioning very, very well, trees and all that stuff, are there precipitating events or impending events that you see coming that call for these positions specifically?
Yes. We have 3 people maintaining our sewer collection system, and that's concerning to me because there's lots of things that could happen, thankfully haven't, but we need some additional capacity to take care of that important system for the town. We'll talk about it when we talk about funding a specific warrant article, but we have lots of work to do, and there's 2 parts to it. You need the money, and then you need people to do the work, and so that's the sewer. For the trees, you say trees, and some people are like, why are we worried about trees? But there's 2 things, at least I can think of, that we can't make, right? We can pump as much water as we want, but we can't make more water. So what we have is what we have. We're going to talk about water later. To get a tree, it's 20, 30, 50 years to get a tree like those trees out the window there. And if we don't plant them, then we don't have them. And 20 years from now, when everybody's saying, where are our trees and why don't we have them? Well, we had to have started 20 years ago to get the tree, we need 20 years from now. So I don't know if I said that right, but my point is that it's a resource that is probably underappreciated, and it's reflected in our climate action plan that we have a goal to achieve. And to achieve that goal, we need to have people to do it. So I don't know if I specifically answered your question, but there was lots of debate, and there's plenty of discussion, at least inside the DPW, about what we need and where we need it and how much we need. And ultimately, the decision is mine for what we recommend, and my recommendation was those 2 positions based on what I think is the most pressing need.
Okay, a follow-up then very quickly. Thank you, I do appreciate that. Your budget breaks out overtimes for individual groups. Is there an opportunity to say that adding this position to the tree group would reduce the $8,000 to $10,000 in overtime that tends to fall into the tree area?
It's certainly a potential that is the case. Our overtime budget is I think it's pretty conservative, so so maybe there is, but it's not going to be something substantial that you're going to come back next year and see us cut it in half kind of thing.
Okay. Thank you.
Beth?
Fairly recently, there was like I don't know exactly what it was, but a water sewer main break or something in front of Fales School. When things like that happen, obviously your people have to respond. Are we not doing enough maintenance to, I mean, I don't know how many of those situations you have. I just know about that one because it was near me. Are we doing enough maintenance to minimize those emergencies?
That's our focus, yes. That one specifically was a water break, and so in almost all cases, water breaks we're not going to necessarily predict, or, I mean, you prevent them by replacing, which is what we're doing, but you can't replace it all at the same time. So, but yes, you know, when we prioritize our work, it's focused on what's the most risk to the town and what's the most catastrophic potential, and so that's where we prioritize, which is why, you know, on the tree slide, you know, the grease trap inspections and the things we're not doing necessarily the way we want to be doing, it's because in the end of the day, you know, that it's important, but it's not more important than making sure, you know, we don't have backups in houses and offices kind of thing.
Thank you.
Just a quick comment. I would say on the program improvement requests, I do appreciate that the full year is there, so, you know, we can all recognize ongoing what this cost is. And, you know, now that we know, we can figure out the math. But I do appreciate that, you know, that is the cost for a person, right? Because if you see half that amount, then you're like, wow, that's less than minimum wage.
That's a bargain.
Like, how are they going to hire somebody? But no, I appreciate it. Thank you. Volunteer.
Any other questions? Oh, Beth?
Aside from the budget, is there a reason for not bringing this person on sooner? Our half-year person?
No.
It's really, there's other things we were doing internally to the organization to kind of set the conditions. So you bring somebody on, but you want to make sure you bring them on and the conditions are set that they can do what you want them to do, and that's really what we've been doing.
Great. Okay.
All right, if there's no questions on budget, then we'll go into capital.
Sorry.
Oh, yep.
We have one quick one. The unaccounted for water, you've made some nice progress in the last couple of years. Can you bring us up to date? What's the impediment of capturing more of that? Generating the revenue, let's put it that way.
So the recent progress has been, and this was funded a year and a half ago or so, I believe, through town meeting, an effort to look at all of our meters, our large meters across the town. We are wrapping up the work that was done to do that assessment of those meters and then potentially, you know, make some adjustments to correct those meters. And I'm talking not household meters, but big meters that are counting lots of money and lots of dollars. So we haven't seen the realization of that yet. We're hoping to this year. And that's where we see the potential to really significantly address that unaccounted for water. But we haven't gotten to that point yet, so.
And I noticed that you have a projected increase in service, which is substantial over the current fiscal year. What's driving that projection?
Service for what?
It says service. Calls for service. You're going from fiscal year 23 estimate of 725 to fiscal 24 1368.
What page?
Page 183, top chart.
I don't know. That seems odd. It might be a typo. I'm not sure what that doesn't. So the the actual goal of that calls for service is, so some people list calls of service and they say 800, and, oh, we're really busy because we have so many calls, right? And that's a measurement. But our purpose for tracking it is from our perspective, that number should be going down because we've implemented some programs like our sector maintenance program and other things that have forced us to do things more deliberately across the town. And so we should be capturing and correcting issues before you have to pick up the phone and call. And so, that specific line, the reason we're measuring it is actually to measure that the number of calls is going down.
Right to workforce utilization.
Yes.
Goes right back to your.
But we're not justifying our workforce additions by saying we have 1,000 calls. Like that's not part of our metric for proposing additional staff, because we want the calls to go down, because we should be doing that work before someone sees it. But that number there, that must be a typo. I don't know.
Maybe you're really good, it's 368.
What's that?
Maybe it's really good and you're going to be 368.
Yeah.
36.
Yeah, 136. Even better. There we go. Okay.
All right, so the next couple of slides these are the items that were presented to the Capital Expenditures Planning Committee that were recommended for approval. I'll go through them. This is our first one. I apologize, I don't know what article number it is, but it's under the capital articles. It's a sub-bullet to those. So this is that picture that's really blurry and hard. That's actually a floor. That's the floor in our office building. All of that black stuff on the floor is not dirt. It's actually, the building was built on a concrete slab a long time ago, and there's moisture that's under there, and it's been this way for a while. We need to replace the floor, get that water from under the flooring itself, and so we need to replace the floor. So that's the bulk of the request. It's $115,000 that we're asking for. It's not $115,000 to pay for the floors. It's the floors. Then we have a vehicle access gate that's essentially broken. I mean, if you do kind of the Fonzie tap to it, it'll close and open, but it shouldn't be that way, and so we need to fix it. We have at the fire department, we have a building management system that operates all the utilities inside the buildings, and the one at the fire department's working off of Windows XP. I'm not an IT person, but I know that's really, really old and it's not efficient, and we need to update it. So this money that we're asking for in this article pays for these things. So that's what we're going after.
So it's Article 9H, if you're looking at the warrant. In version 3, it was 2 separate articles. So if you're looking at your capital improvement requests, it's actually 2 separate requests that we've actually put together as one, because really both of them were funding municipal buildings and ground maintenance.
So I'll just keep going, and if somebody has a question, you can stop me. So I won't spend a lot. This is one I'll kind of blow through. You've seen this. I think everybody's seen it. This is our fleet. There's a lot to it. We have I think a pretty good program to maintain it. This is the model we've been using for the past several years. We've made substantial progress. There's some red up there. Red is not good, but those things are being addressed. So this catch basin cleaner, we had the big discussion about it, so it's already on order. We're just waiting for it. That'll address this issue. The bucket truck we're talking about it today. This water truck we addressed last town meeting. So 4 vehicles from last town meeting are on order. Like everybody else has talked about, we won't see them still for a little while, but they're on order. And we've asked for 4 pieces of equipment this year, and that's been pretty much our cycle for the past 3 years, and it's done very well for us. So that's that. The next several slides are each individual piece of equipment. I do want to just make a point here, because somebody had mentioned it to me at some point, and sometimes people get confused. So the money we spend to buy these vehicles is either coming from taxes, like the general fund, the water fund or the sewer fund. We get money from the state to maintain our roads. And while that money could be used to buy some of this equipment, we don't use any of that money to buy equipment because we need to maintain our roads. And it's not enough to maintain them as we have. But just to be clear to you all, anybody that might be listening, we don't spend any of our money that's designated for roads on equipment. We spend it on roads. I mean, because that's what it's for. We'd love to buy more trucks, but that's not what we're spending that money on. So this is a 6-wheel truck. We've talked about these before. This is, it'll be 25 years old, maybe 26 by the time we actually replace it. I'm going to go through them pretty quickly, but if someone wants to go back to them, we can. This is a bucket truck used by our town electrician. Needs to be replaced. I can talk details. This is an admin vehicle. We're actually two vehicles we're replacing, similar to what Fred talked about. Oh, sorry.
Can you just go back?
Yep.
Just so or will you guys let us know if there are any changes to these?
Yeah, so the 6-wheel dump truck is L. The bucket truck is K. And then the admin vehicles is I. There were changes to the admin vehicle article. Previously, it was coming from sewer retained earnings, water retained earnings, and free cash. We actually removed the use of free cash because we actually have insurance proceeds to make up that difference. And it didn't previously say 2 administrative vehicles, but that's what the request was to the Capital Planning Committee.
So is it now just one vehicle?
Just one?
It's 2 vehicles.
It is two.
Yeah, it's 2 vehicles. It just didn't previously explicitly say that.
But it's $40,000 from the water and sewer retained earnings, the remainder of the
Yes.
cost, probably
Yes.
another 40 or
Yeah.
so is.
So we're not buying 2 vehicles for $40,000, would be great. It's more than that, but the 40 is just the additional we need to supplement the money we already have. Yeah.
Okay.
Perfect, thank you.
And this is a chipper. This thing's 34 years old. It's served a good life for the town, but it needs to go. The value of the new chipper is that we're proposing is this chipper will chip 10-inch logs. So those logs we showed in the picture, most of those can't be run through this chipper. The new one we would get is a 19-inch. And so the average diameter of a tree in town is about 16 inches. So most of what we have would go into the chipper, which is good because it saves us on the backside in terms of disposal of logs. And if we were to place this one or a similar type at the same diameter, it's about 65,000. So the trade-off is much better just to get a bigger chipper and replace this one.
Chris,
Go ahead.
do we repurpose what's chipped? Like around town, like for mulching or other purposes?
Where we can, we would, and we do, but there's a lot of it, so not all of it, no. So we basically stash it or store it.
Are those wood chips
Could we-
saleable? I'm sorry.
No, what was your question?
Could we sell those wood
I
chips?
was just going to say, could it be accessible in the future if people wanted it?
We have talked about that.
Okay.
There's a whole lot of logistics with that, and so the cost, the benefit really has to be worth the cost of managing something like that. And so I'm not saying it's not doable, but if it were something we could do right away and make some money off of it, we would do that. But it's not quite that way. So
I was just wondering even if it would be available for residents. So food for future
Yeah.
thought. I'm just putting it out there. We're spending money to chip it. And if, I know that there are communities that have community, sand piles where people can.
Which we
go.
have.
yeah, if we're out and about and a resident is nearby and he says, hey, can you send them my way? Like we do that sort of thing. There's no like central spot for people to come to. Maybe that's in the future. I'm not sure.
Think for the
Yep.
future, not today.
Yep.
No. Yeah. Chrissy, just back to really to you, but the on 9I, if we can add into your, the article information about that insurance proceeds, because it is going to come up in town meeting about how you're buying 2 cars for 40,000. So if we could just add that in there.
And why is Fred's vehicle
Because
so
then we should
expensive?
Yeah, why is Fred so expensive? Why-
buy 4.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
But just to try.
that makes sense.
We
Yeah.
may still get the question, but if we
That
put
makes
it in
sense.
there, we can just direct people to that.
And I will address something that came up with Fred. So similar type vehicle as Fred talking about. We're pursuing hybrids. There is a significant backlog on the time delivery for that type of vehicle. Gas vehicles are available, but we've all, decided to go for hybrids. In terms of, there was a discussion about brand. We have looked at other options. We would certainly pursue other options if they were faster. We try to keep brand consistency for the maintenance aspect, but we certainly would pursue another brand if that were available and similar pricing. It's all off the state contract, so it's really whatever's the best available.
Chris? Question on the chipper. Is the new chipper towable, or is it a, I know we have that multi-purpose truck. It's not.
It's towed.
It's towed. Okay.
Yeah.
Be clear, I wasn't suggesting the town people be able to use the chipper. It was the chippings.
Right.
Can I borrow your 19-inch chipper?
So that was all the capital. The rest is all separate articles. Unless there's other questions, I'll
The other
keep going.
questions on vehicles, chipper? Chippings? Okay.
Okay, I'm going to hit stormwater, water, and then sewer. And the way I'm going to present, I'm going to give kind of a big picture, and then I'll zoom down to the actual request. So we're starting with stormwater, and this is a map, a snapshot from our asset management system we use. So all those yellow lines up there represent structures. So first off, when we're talking about stormwater management, it's actually management and treatment, and that's an important part because that relates to our compliance with our permits through the Mass DEP. So there's management, which means we're basically controlling it, where it goes, keeping it off the road, that sort of thing. But once it goes somewhere, it should be treated, meaning there's something done to it before it gets dumped into the environment. So this is just a little cul-de-sac, small one in town, but it represents a bunch of stuff. So these are catch basins, which I'll show a picture of in a minute. But the water is collected, goes in here and funnels through these pipes, goes out, more pipes. Here's an outfall. We've talked about outfalls before. Dumps into the ground and then basically makes its way through channels to this detention basin. This detention basin collects water. It collects water for a couple reasons. One, to treat it, so all the sediments settle to the bottom, and then any overflow, disperses into the environment through structures. It also encourages groundwater recharge, so that water, instead of just flowing past it and going straight out into a stream, it has a chance to potentially settle into the ground, some of it at least. And then it also just controls how fast water is flowing, so we can control downstream effects. But this picture is just a representation of those numbers we showed on that earlier, at the beginning of the presentation. All those numbers of outfalls and culverts and all those things. These are the actual things on the ground that we have, and that'll come up later. So this detention basin is this. So you can see what it looks like. You might remember several years ago, Derek actually stood up here and talked about. I think it was this actual specific detention basin, and he was standing in the back. In the picture back here, but you couldn't see him because it was so overgrown. So over the past 3 years, he's led the effort to get these basins to a condition like you see right now, so it functions the way it's supposed to function. So that was a whole process just by itself, and now we're just at the maintenance portion of it, which is good because it's a sustainable, affordable way to keep this thing working. This is just a graphic of a catch basin. We talk about it, we see it kind of in announcements and PSAs to clean off your grate, in front of your house before a storm or whatever, so the water can get in there. And that's really good, and we appreciate that, but that's not, when we talk about cleaning a catch basin, that's not what we're talking about. So this basin collects this water, the water falls in, and then at the bottom, this is the treatment. So the water comes in, and before it moves out to its next spot, it sits there. and the sediments settle, and then eventually the water rises to a point where it can leave the basin, but the sediment stays there, and all that stuff, that sand, grit, trash, whatever, that all stays there. And so what we do when we say we're cleaning catch basins, we're cleaning all of this stuff out of the basin, and that's, you know, for all those basins across the town. So that was just kind of the big picture. We'll get into the actual article. This is actual Article 18. So this is a picture we've shown before, just to orient you to the map here. So this is Sandra Pond, the reservoir. This is Upton Road heading towards town. So downtown where we're sitting is up here. So we've got these 3 culverts. This is Jack Straw Brook that runs here. It's a cold water fishery. It's important to the town ecologically, but it's also really important to the state, and they have a lot of interest in it. So these 3 circles represent culverts. Several years ago, 2015-16 timeframe, the town put a lot of money into Warren Street culvert, so that thing is good to go. We're talking today about this one here, Bowman Lane. We're showing this and these kind of charts here just to show that we have a strategy and we're not just kind of willy-nilly going out and fixing things. We've tied it to a network and we need to fix the whole network. So it starts with some sort of assessment to figure out what the problem is, and you go to a design, and then you go to the actual construction. And we'll talk about this. This is going to be, we're talking today about funding the actual replacement of that culvert. And the second part of it is talking about more assessment of this section here, the Morse Upton. So while we're on the slide, I'll just mention it. So right now we're doing an assessment of, or we just completed an assessment that was funded through a grant. It was $50,000 funded by the state. And actually their interest in this location, they doubled the grant. Like they just called us up and said, hey, can you guys you need some more money? Because they were proposing something they wanted us to look at as a potential solution to the replacement there, which is a great opportunity for us. And what they're proposing is really good. It presents some environmental permitting challenges, but the fact that the Department of Ecological Restoration from the state is the one that's suggesting these things, it's certainly in our favor to do that. So my point is that we've already had lots of external assistance funding-wise to look at these culverts, and the fact that Jack Straw Brook is a cold water fishery makes us competitive for additional funding because there's an interest outside of the town in this brook and keeping it functioning. So this is a little bit difficult to see, but the road is up here. This is Bowman Lane, and this is the pipes that go under the road. We're going to replace this, or at least that's the plan. That's what we're asking for the funding for. So the funding is for, I think, 1.085 in the article. About 950 of that is allocated towards or budgeted towards replacement of this culvert. That's a lot of money to replace a culvert, but there's 3 water pipes, a sewer pipe, a drainage pipe, all associated with this structure, like underneath it or somewhere in here. And so that's a significant issue in terms of the construction piece, because we have to do things to work around those pipes because we can't shut off the water, we can't stop the sewer, so we got to make it work. So ultimately what it'll look like is, this is purely just a Google thing. It's just a representation of what it would look like. And this is what that's going to look like is for a number of reasons, but largely driven by the state and their requirements for to be competitive for grants. So we're asking for $950, but we're also applying for a grant for $400,000, up to $400,000. And I don't know that we'll get $400,000, but we certainly think we're very competitive to get some amount of funding to offset that $950. So that $950 that we're asking for, we have to ask for all of it so we have the money to move forward. But we think that $950 is actually going to be a number, I think, significantly less if we can get this grant. We won't know about the grant until later in the spring, but.
Now, the article says 1085.
Mm-hmm.
You said 950, just what?
Yep. So the second piece of the article is related to that other culvert, the Upton Morse. So this is the representation of the Upton Morse intersection, and you can see these are all culverts. There's a whole bunch of them, and they all need to be addressed in some form or fashion. We've done some preliminary analysis. We need to do some more data collection. There's some borings that need to be done. There's a whole list of things that need to happen. But the funding, so the remaining balance on that 1085, 130,000 or so, that's to fund the next step on the Upton Morse effort.
I apologize for jumping ahead.
No, good cue.
Yeah.
So that's the Article 18.
So that the example of the culvert replacement you showed us, what's, I guess, the recommended or, projected lifespan of something like that?
Long after us.
Yeah, what would you say? Anybody? Joe? Yeah.
How long? 100?
50 to 100.
50 to 100. I mean, unless something catastrophic happens to that, it's not really going anywhere.
So Chris, are these things that will be competitively bid, or do you have the ability to do some of that with your in-house staff, or how does that work?
These will be competitively bid, yep. So that's an important point. So we're throwing out numbers. It's a issue for me because like we're saying basically how much money we have, and then people go out and bid. If they did their homework, they could see how much money we have, and then that could drive. But that's all part of the process. But so we're the 950 is a budgetary estimate. So it could come in at 800. I don't know, but it certainly could come in higher. But we don't anticipate that. So we're always asking for the higher number. It's likely it's going to come in at that number, or maybe even a little bit lower. But I don't know. Any other questions on this? All right. Now we're going to talk about water.
Just a comment, and I had mentioned to Shelby, these maps that you've shown are great, and they really make it very clear. So thank you for doing that.
And that was another investment even just to get
Yep.
here, so.
That's right.
Yeah.
So the tablets you were talking about earlier, some of them are ours, some of them what the guys use out in the field to capture all that data. Yep. So now we'll talk about water. We're going to do supply, treatment, and distribution. Before we jump into it, we've shown this before, but this is our water system. So these blue shades here and then the reservoir here represent our supply. Those are wells and surface water. We've got 2 treatment plants. We'll talk about one of them in just a minute. And then all the blue lines in between that are basically feeding houses and businesses with water. So if you look at that a different way, this is how we bracket it, because it's kind of a 3-legged stool for many of these things, and you can't just take care of one piece of it. You got to take care of the whole thing, or else it's going to fall down. So we've got supply, we've got distribution, and we have treatment, and we're going to talk about each one of those. So first one is related to distribution. This is Article 19. This is funding that. So it's funding to pay for things that we can't afford to pay for out of our budget. They're not projects necessarily. So, and I'll explain what I mean. So this is that same street that we showed for stormwater. So all the yellow lines were stormwater. Now we're showing blue stuff. This is water. These are valves at this intersection here. Those valves are what turns the water on and off. So if you have a water main break or any other maintenance you got to do, you got to stop the water. The first thing you do is turn the valve off. So what you see in the street is this picture right here. So any street you drive down, you're going to see one of those things somewhere. That cap comes off. You stick a wrench down there. That's what this is. And that wrench connects to this nut right here on top, and that turns the valve. So we have these valves. We have several of them that need to be replaced. It's a significant job. Some of them we might be able to do, but many of them will be contracted. But if we went into here and did some valve work, we're going to do like the whole package at one time, which is going to cost us $10, $15, maybe $20,000. And we can't just take that out of our operating budget, because that's too much of a load to just drop on one item. So this is, to me, a capital item because it's going to go in there. It's going to last us, 30, 40 years. So we need to fix it. So this money, specifically in this article, is to allow us to tackle some of these valves that we have around town that we know we need to do. We just need the money to go do it, and we'll go hire somebody, get it done, and be done. So that's what this is.
And again, this is a transfer from basically water free cash or water
Yes.
retained earnings.
That's right.
And Chris, how many valves will you be able to replace for the 50? And are they all in the kind of the same, is it specific here or there are others?
Nope, this is not that. This is not the location. This is just a representation of valves. There are locations in various places, and we prioritize where we're going to do the work. In terms of what we could get out of that 50,000, really varies based on size of pipe, size of valve, but 4 or 5 probably is what we're banking on.
Is there a scheduled replacement cycle of these valves that you're maintaining, like a log of, or is it? How do you obviously know that these 4 or 5 need to be replaced?
Yep. So we have a program to exercise these valves. We have a piece of equipment that was purchased many, many years ago, and you go out and you spin the valve, just like a fire hydrant. You actually operate it just to make sure, keep it working. As part of that program, you identify ones that over time have stopped working or don't close all the way or leak. And so those are the ones that get listed. Then we got a list of the things that need to be replaced, and this is our effort to go tackle those. So the identification of it happens, but we need to actually fix the stuff on our list.
Do you have a sense of, are we?
This will be a recurring thing, yes.
You know how you provided the fleet maintenance in green, yellow, red?
Yeah.
If you had to provide the same sort of like a pie chart or some sort of chart for all of our water valves, how are we, kind of what is the status of those? And if you don't have that now, but I guess just kind of big picture, it would be helpful to understand, do we have more in the red? Are we sort of yellow, green, just in terms of that maintenance?
So if you look at it from a red, yellow, green, we're green, but having one not working is a big deal, because if you can't shut the water off, you can't fix things. So
Okay. So we're in good shape, but it's constant.
generally in good shape, but yes, we want to stay in good shape, and we don't get to a point where we have many that don't work.
And Chris, you may have said this, and I apologize if you did, but should this be expected, this is a recurring
Yes.
type request every year
Yes.
for the 50,000?
Yes.
Okay.
That's our intent. That's the intent, yes.
Yeah, but Kenny, does that 50,000 include all the other part? It's not just the valve itself. It's all the opening of the road. It's the repaving of the road, et cetera. If it's out in the street, is that correct? It covers all.
So this pays for buying that piece, that material, and if necessary, paying someone to take it out and put a new one in, and then we would just patch it. So yes, I guess the answer is yes.
$50,000, I think you said, was about 5 valves, más o menos, obviously. But the article mentions there's 1,500 valves. If this is a recurring thing, we're doing 5 valves a year. That strikes me as in 100 years, we'll only have done a third of our inventory.
So all of these things are connected. It relates to capacity and priority of work. And so this is the first time we've introduced something like this in terms of what I think should be a future sustainable program. So there's a number of things. One is, how much can we take on and actually accomplish in a given year? How much can we afford? Because we can't we could certainly come up with, more money, like more requirements for more money, but we have to be able to pay for it. So this is the number we thought was reasonable in terms of our budget. So there are 1,500 valves, and I'm going to show you at the end, we're adding more. But not all of them are needing to be replaced. And so This is what we can handle right now, I guess is the point.
So, so when you did Flanders this year, did you replace all the
Yes.
valves along?
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
as you're doing bigger projects,
Right.
you're also replacing?
Yeah, that's a great point. So there's other work being done, part of other bigger projects. So we did a water main replacement this past summer, a mile of pipe, all that. It's all new now. So those valves were all, those 30 valves or whatever number there, those were all replaced. So good point.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Chris.
So the number's not 5, it's 35 or whatever.
Chris, does the 50,000 also provide any contingency? I mean, I got to imagine as you open up the ground and you pull out one of these, there's potential that the pipe attached to it might be deficient, and you might need to open up the road 10, 15 feet in either way or something like that because there's a problem. Does this also account for that?
So the intent would be that this is paying for that, which means we might get 3 valves instead of 5. Yeah. Okay.
Else? Okay.
So this is talking about treatment. We've presented this topic before. This is related to one of our wells that's offline because of PFAS.
Right.
This is a request for a lot of money, $6.5 million, to fund the construction of the treatment system that's required to help us get this well back online. So at the last town meeting, we asked for design funding, which was in the $500,000 range. This is the next step, which is to pay for the construction. So this is a example of what we're talking about. It's a treatment system. So the water flows through there and takes care of the PFAS. This on the chart, or this chart here, I'm not going to go through that, but that's just to represent that this has been ongoing for a long time. Lots of steps. We've been aggressively going after this. Just takes a little bit of time, but this next step is to pay for the construction. So we're pursuing this through the State Revolving Fund, which is a program through the drinking water program of the state. There's a lot of emphasis on PFAS at the state level. So the first step was to get on kind of their funding list, which we just found out we were on this month. The next step is to apply for the actual loan. So we get a loan through this program. The loan is 0% for PFAS specifically, it's 0% financing. And there's the potential, there's some principal forgiveness associated with it. They have amount of money. They haven't said how much they're gonna spread out because they don't know how many applicants they have yet. So once they kind of figure out how much people are asking for, then they can divvy out some of that money. So potentially that dollar figure goes down or is offset by some of that principal forgiveness. But at the end of the day, I think we need, as we'll talk about later in recharge, we need to get this well back online, and this is the way to do it. So this is our treatment plant at the DPW yard. This is the building that exists. This is the building that exists. So these are those vessels we were just showed a picture of. So basically this building gets extended. It's taller, which is why we need the addition, because those are the way they're configured. It doesn't fit inside the existing building. But this is what it would look like. So it's this building with an addition with these things inside of it. That's what we're talking about.
Oh, good.
So, in regard, so is this system a system that will accommodate? I know that the standards on regards to parts per trillion seem to be ever changing in the PFAS world. Will this accommodate future?
Yes.
It will, okay. What do we anticipate? Do we anticipate anything in regards to litigation against these companies and the funding for this? This is a big investment. Imagine every community is going to apply and have to put in these types of systems. And I'm just curious what type of relief we might expect from that.
I don't think that we can anticipate what kind of relief, similar to the opioid lawsuit. You know, we didn't really have any understanding of what money we would get. So I can't answer the question.
So can we just talk briefly about the process here for acquiring the funds? Will we take a short-term borrow for the 6.4 and wait for the grant? How is that going to be handled?
No, when grants are put through the Clean Water Trust, they actually pay as you go. So the DPW will get an invoice, they'll send them all into the Clean Water Trust, and the Clean Water Trust normally just gives us a check, wires us money for the exact amount, and then we pay the vendor. So it's actually a pretty well-run program. We've done a number of these over the years.
Essentially no cost to us then, right?
Well, you have to pay for the 6.4 million.
Yeah.
But there's no cost in the borrowing,
Yeah.
except for an administrative cost.
Okay.
And we're assuming the 0%.
Okay, thank you.
But just to follow on that, so we're on the list. Are we guaranteed? We're not guaranteed funding right now, the 6.4 million, or are we?
We're not guaranteed. We have to apply for the loan and do the process, but we are, am I saying something wrong, Joe? But we're on the first list.
We're on the short list.
Right. So part of the process for the loan is we have to have completed town meeting and demonstrated the town is authorized to borrow for said amount. Then that goes into a package, it gets submitted, they have all this stack of packages, and then they.
So we don't have a risk that it doesn't get approved and then the town is borrowing at regular rates, we don't get the 0% in this. It sounds like this is.
Correct.
It goes through this process.
Correct.
To get into that.
Correct.
Okay.
But if we don't get the grant.
Right, but what if we don't get-
Then you would go on with the process and we would borrow normally.
Well, when we say grant,
Borrow.
there's an opportunity for principal forgiveness, which I don't know if that'll happen or not. So the cost, if it's $6 million, we pay $6 million. We just don't, but they've stated in the program, for PFAS specifically, it will be 0%. So we'll get the loan, it'll be 0%. Potentially there's some offsetting of that loan, the cost of, like the number itself lowered because they've given us $1 million or whatever they allocate at some point.
The last time this happened was back when we did the treatment plant and we received principal forgiveness. And what basically happens is, so you go through the project, and at that time, I think the project was, $56 million. And so we borrow the $56 million, we expend it, and then at the end, when they actually go out because they go out and permanently borrow as well, and when they go out and permanently borrow, our debt schedule comes back, and it was $7 million lower. So in the end, the principal that we were paying back was $7 million less than what we actually expended, and that's how the principal forgiveness works through them. So if we were to get $1 million of principal forgiveness, our debt schedule in the end would come back at 5.4 instead of 6.4, if we were to get principal forgiveness.
Just to follow on to the question, so the way the article is written, it's authorizing the town to enter into a loan agreement with the trust. So if that process was not approved, we're on the list, but for some reason they say you're no longer on the list, then we would have to undertake a different article to actually do a town borrow for this project. Is that correct?
So the language that's in there is the language that is specified for that specific program. I don't know if that requires another separate article.
I feel like that was the question you're asking. So if we don't get the 0% and we're not part of that program, a yes vote on this doesn't obligate us to another track of short-term or long-term borrowing at an interest rate. Is that correct? I'm just thinking that would be difficult for voters to decide on, right? Like, I want to vote yes and support this based on this program you've outlined, but there's an if we don't get that, and then what? What am I obligating the town to? And my taxes? I know, 6.4 million, I get it.
Plus interest.
Plus interest, but
We're not getting
it changes the conversation.
Yeah,
I'm going to assume that we're going to run this by bond counsel, as we do with every borrow. I know that the trust requires a specific language, and she's well-versed in all of this, so if
I mean, it sort of reminds me of sometimes when we did like the school borrow, right? Like, so we're asking for permission, and then, they're going to give us money, and if because that's tough, I don't know.
Well, but just, I mean, if you think about the land grant that we got for the Ruggles property, that you had to include language in the motion about use of the grant, but you appropriated the full amount and could have moved forward without the grant. So so some of these grant programs and what we're talking about here have to include a provision to allow you to move forward with that, but doesn't necessarily stop you from moving forward. So this says, including the borrowing of all or any portion of this amount.
Right, so basically it goes back, if for some reason we didn't get through the program of zero, we're still committing to spend borrow 6.4 million. If it didn't go through this program, the town's still committed to it, and it would be 6.4 million plus interest if we don't go through that program. But what we're asking, we're pretty confident, it sounds very confident that we'll get into this program, but there is that risk that we don't. And so it's really the town's vote is, do we do this, which I think we absolutely should, to put a well back online and treat for PFAS. But that is, I think, that was my question. Now, it makes sense.
No, it's a good question. I mean, I can certainly clarify that when we talk at a town meeting to make sure everybody knows what they're voting for. But because the question at the end of the day is, do we want to treat it or not? And if
don't treat it, we don't have that well.
That's right.
Go back.
And so we're anticipating we're going to follow the avenue of through the SRF and get a 0% loan. But if for whatever reason that went away, I would still be recommending that we fix the problem. It's just going to cost us more money.
So Chris, if you can in the presentation, I think it's also important since those wells have been offline and memories are short, to understand, like, I can see people saying, well, just leave them offline. Why introduce this cost to the town and the work and the maintenance, et cetera, et cetera. So I think it really needs to be clear, what other strains or stress are put on other wells or whatever
Right.
other logic needs to be shared.
Yep.
I think we also have to be clear about what the tax impact is if we have to absorb this, because that's going to change the tax rate substantially.
Well, it would come out of the water enterprise fund.
Okay, it comes out of you take it out of the water retained earnings?
Yes.
Is that going to?
Not the retained earnings. It would be a borrow.
And the enterprise fund?
Yeah.
Is that going to necessitate any kind of fee increase?
Probably.
I would say no.
Sorry, what was the question?
Well, the question is if, and it's a big if, but if we have to absorb the 6.4 million ourselves plus the cost, what's the impact on the tax rate? And if it's coming out of enterprise, then is there going to be a fee increase to cover this cost, and what's that going to be? It's still coming out of the same wallet, as we always talk about.
Right, so I guess I just want to be clear that the 6.4, unless it's completely principal forgiveness, which I don't think that's what Chris is saying, it's going to have to be paid back.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
Right.
I feel like you're saying that there's a possibility that we won't have to pay it back.
No, not at
Okay,
all. What
all
I'm
right.
suggesting
Okay.
is,
But there may have to be, yes. I mean,
Yeah.
depending when they permanently borrow, depending what the schedule comes back looking like. I'm assuming they're going to borrow 20 years. So there could
so
be.
for taxpayer clarity, we should be clear about that some portion or all of it, depending on how this works out, is going to have to be paid, and the cost is going to be X coming out of the enterprise funds
Yes.
And the user fees.
and the user fees. Yeah.
But
Yeah,
enterprise fund user fees interchangeable. I mean, that's where the funds come for
Right.
the enterprise.
And over a period of time.
But I think
period
just,
of time.
just like,
And
just
I
like Christie-
can't tell you what the impact is on the user fees because it's probably 2 or 3 or 4 years down the road before they actually permanently borrow the funds.
right, but just like we, Christie has said, puts up the slide where it's like, this is $2. This, we should have an estimate of what the impact of this borrow principal forgiveness or not, worst case scenario estimate is as part of that presentation.
So I could extrapolate something that would give you maybe a % rate increase. It's difficult to give you a dollar figure on water and sewer. rates.
Okay.
I mean, if that's the best we can get, yes,
Yeah.
but
Yeah.
I mean, at 0%, it would be about $320,000 a year for 20 years.
yeah,
Right, which-
that means nothing to me as a
My
individual
oversimplified math.
household.
But
Yeah, no, I mean, but I'm just saying as an individual household, that means nothing to me. So what is that?
yeah.
Is it $10? Is it $100? You know what I mean? That number is not meaningful.
But in the end, it's kind of a necessity.
No, I'm
Right,
saying,
yeah.
I appreciate what Alan just did is the quick math. I'm
Right.
just saying, if I'm sitting there going, okay, I understand we need to do the work, I understand, and I support it, and Chris has made all the justifications, but what is it going to cost me? Because we've already seen the cost of electricity going up. I mean, the numbers, the
Totally
percent
agree.
increases are astronomical and are unsustainable. And and I'm not saying we shouldn't do the work, but we've got to understand what we're undertaking. So we've got to be able to hone in at least on a percentage.
So I would say that doing my quick math,
Can you speak into the microphone? I'm sorry, I can't.
excuse me, sorry. I would say doing my quick math, it would be about a 3% increase to the water rates to cover that amount of money.
All right, so if we could just include that, town meeting to speak to that, I think that would be.
And that increase would be across all users, not just users of those particular wells that have the PFAS issue.
Right, that would be on the rates. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, yes, yeah.
Trying to really isolate it.
Oh, you have to pay for it. I'm fine with it.
Right down the street.
Yeah, I just have a general question in terms of how the water and sewer rates get set and when they get set.
You want to answer it?
So the rates are set by the DPW director.
You've been outed.
But
Like living here, Chris?
But basically, we do it in concert. So after the annual town meeting, we go through a process of looking at what the expenditures are for the year and whether or not the rates need to be increased to cover the costs of the debt and the operation and maintenance.
I just wonder if that should be a more public process, because to Mike's point, all these things cost the homeowner something, and to be aware of what's coming and how projects affect that, I think would be important.
The DPW director has all of the authority of the commission, the water commissioning board and all that other towns might have under the charter. So that's the process.
Yeah, I don't want to speak for Rod, but I don't necessarily, I wouldn't want to see the process and the machinations behind the scenes, but even perhaps at a select board meeting, there could be kind of, here's where we're at, here's the process that we go through to set the rates, and even speaking to some of the elements that you're looking at in terms of the borrow and maintenance and whatever else. I mean, I think that explanation is helpful for the taxpayer, because it's not just, forgive me, but two people behind the scenes going, what should it be, right? I know it's much more complicated, but the taxpayer should have the benefit of that understanding.
Right. I guess what I'm saying is that there's a difference between a presentation and a public hearing that another form of government might have. So, yep.
I wouldn't be in favor of a public hearing, just more of a presentation. I do have another question just on, does this system, so this sits above ground, right? Okay, and does it require additional training of your staff to maintain it? It's new, it's a whole new system?
It may, but this is run through our contract operator for the plant. So it'd be on the contractor to satisfy that requirement.
Okay, thanks.
On that vein, do you anticipate that, I'm imagining filters, water filter, there's something in there that collects this material. Is there going to be an ongoing annual cost
Yes.
associated?
I don't know what it is, and we probably won't know immediately, because there's a whole bunch of factors that drive how much comes. But it's a filter, it has to be replaced. There's going to be some frequency to it, but I can't tell you what that's going to be. But all of that that timeline that we showed, which was, there was initial analysis and design, and we looked at all kinds of options. All of those things were considered in terms of the best solution, and not just the cheapest or whatever, but also what's the recurring maintenance requirement and how do we dispose of it when we have it and all that sort of thing. So that was all part of the decision-making.
Thank you, Chris.
Without saying this has to happen this year or anything, but I think we as a group, and certainly the work you guys do, have made a lot of effort and a lot of success in being able to present things and saying things like, oh, this is the average cost, the average taxpayer on your bills, on your what you're currently paying for. I think we can come up at some point, and again, it doesn't have to be now, with the average cost of a water bill for the average residence, so that we aren't just using percentages, because percentages are going to be much harder for people to sink their teeth into. So just as a suggestion going forward as we look at this, I think it's an excellent suggestion that we surface this cost a little more visibly for the benefit of the folks who are going to be voting on it. So thank you.
Anything further?
Okay, still have a few things to go, but try and get going. So this next article, Article 21, is talking about supply. So we're going to talk about well connection, spillway repairs at the reservoir, and recharge. So this is one of our wells. This is a building. There's a well inside of it with a pump. And back in there's a little thing there. You can't really see it very well, but that's a well that was recently dug in the last year. That was part of a multi-year process to identify water. I mean, this town for decades has been very active in searching for sources of water. Pretty much since 1950, every decade we've added a well to our system. It's been, something that the town should be very appreciative of in terms of people who have in the past really emphasized the need for water. So this is really the culmination of some of that work that was done over many, many years. So we have this well, it was dug, it's in place now, we need to connect it to the system. So a portion of this funding is for making that connection to the actual system, so designing a connection and then doing all the piping and controls to get the well feeding the water into our system. This is at the reservoir. This is the upper spillway. Every year we have a dam inspection. Every 5 years there's a dam inspection done through the state. Part of the inspection that was last done in 2018 identified a number of issues to address. One of them was this spillway. You can see the concrete there is peeling off. It's hard to see, but there's a big section of it has come out here. So this is an important part of the dam, or of the entire reservoir. Right now, the water is obviously not there, but you've seen it probably in the past where it's been overflowing. So we need to fix this issue here, and so this funding is to help pay for that. And the third component to the article is related to our water supply and recharge. So we showed this system here, that's our water system. So on an average day, we pull out, or we produce about 2 million gallons of water. That water's all coming from our sources, our wells in our reservoir. It goes through all the pipes, and then either through a restroom or a shower or a dishwasher or a washing machine, it goes into the sewer, and then it goes to the treatment plant. And this is where it comes out at the treatment plant. So it goes through the whole process of being treated, and then it gets dumped out right through those pipes. And if you were to follow this pipe about 100 feet this way, it's the Assabet River. So it flows right in the Assabet River, and then it flows in where the headwaters of the Assabet River, so it goes right out of town. So we're pulling all this water out of the ground or from the reservoir, using it, cleaning it, putting it in the river, and then sending it off somewhere else. And so what we're trying to do is take a very long-term look at that process, and are there ways to capture some of this water and send it back into the town? So we're keeping it here and create some sort of sustainable loop. That's very long-term, that's very probably expensive, but if the town wants water in 30, 40, 50 years, that might be the thing we have to do. And so we need to start thinking about how to do that. So we, through our comprehensive wastewater management plan process, which I'll talk about later, a component of that was dedicated to starting the process. So just, is it possible, where could we probably, infiltrate this water back into the ground in the town? So we started it. We've applied for a municipal vulnerability plan, action plan grant. So we're an MVP community. We have the opportunity to apply for grants. So we've applied for a grant. That grant is to take this to another step, which is to further investigate the possibilities of recharge. I talked here specifically about this is effluent from the treatment plant, but also stormwater could be recharged as well. So this grant is an effort to look at that in more detail through a consultant. So part of the funding that is in this article is the match that's associated with that grant. So the grant request is about $300,000-ish, and there's a match requirement, and that match is about $75,000. So that's incorporated in this article. So summary, I guess the article covers these three tasks that we want to get accomplished related to our water supply.
Questions?
The question about the well that was already created, is that feeding anything right now, or did we just pay to build a well that goes nowhere, or that doesn't share?
The way you say it makes it sound like we just wasted time, but
No.
I mean, I know what you meant. I know what you meant, but it's a phased process. So we dug the well, which is what you saw. Now the next step is to connect it, and so we're in motion to do that. We just need the funding to do that next step.
When was that well dug?
When was it dug?
Yeah.
I think it was completed last. I'm trying to think back to the year 23, 20. So it was 21.
Thank you.
Yep.
Question. So without the matching funds, there's about $560K on the other two projects. Could you break out what's the dam cost versus the connection?
Yep. So the well is about 265, and the spillway is 295. There's actually more work to be done at the dam or at the spillway. There's a lower spillway that also has issues. There's the water. There's a spillway, but the water is going around it, so it's not going down the spillway, and so it's eroding the structure there. So we did not ask for that money in this request, but as kind of mentioned before, when we were talking about bidding, we're going to propose that. We're probably going to propose that as an option on the project when we bid the upper spillway. This one, so this is a budgetary estimate, and so if there's some possibility we could weave that one in and get that paid for out of the same pot of money, then we'll do that. That's why we didn't ask for the money to do the other spillway.
Chris, is it just a repair, or are you replacing this? I mean,
It's a repair.
so
Yep.
like just refacing it and.
Yeah, I mean, there'll be some like drilling into it work, but it's not just kind of painting it or spackling kind of work. It's a little bit more detailed, but it's not ripping the whole thing out and putting a new one in.
Thank you.
Else? Okay, next one.
Okay, we'll talk about sewer. So I think many are familiar with the CWMP, the wastewater management plan. We've already initiated this update that we're doing to the plan. The plan is 20 years old. We need to update it. We've explained in the past. I'm happy to talk in more detail, but it's already in progress. This funding is just to keep us moving forward. It's a multi-year project to update this plan, and this is just the next tranche of money to keep us going on the project.
Will it be done?
Well, the first one took 12 years because it ultimately requires DEP approval. The first one was really focused on expansion of sewer across the town, and then we did that over many years. there's not a whole lot of sewer expansion required. So our interest is really on the upfront. So in the next year or so, I know people want to know this stuff sooner, but ultimately what we're looking for is the capacity of our plant and that we have access to as Westborough, because it's a regional plant, and how much flexibility we have in the availability of flow and how we allocate that flow between residential and commercial, and then under residential versus multifamily versus single family. So we're looking for a number to be able to answer questions that the community has about development. And in the next, so in terms of the important part of it, in the next 18 months is when we're looking at kind of wrapping up the important part.
Yeah, I think just to add on, I mean, this relates to kind of the moratorium that we have put on in terms of multifamily and some of the stuff when we were bidding out the Regal Cinema property, and, you know, we had Pulte advertised, but we have a moratorium on multifamily sewer connections. Part of it is, well, it's really because we don't know those answers yet, and that's what this is getting us towards, like Chris talked about.
I mean, it's a whole side discussion, but the reality is, you know, the state needs housing, and right now we have a moratorium on multifamily housing, which could be for another 18 months, it sounds like. But I mean, it's a bigger issue.
Right. But we've also had the same discussions on commercial property. So the BJ's property, if you remember, coming in with whatever they were coming in with, what they originally asked for, we couldn't give them and negotiate it. But I think this gets us to more solid footing of what we can do.
The outcome is also recommendations on what do we do? So do we add on to the plant? Do we create a new one? Do we do whatever the recommendations are for addressing what might be a problem?
Chris, just a quick follow-on. So the 200,000 that's requested for this article, is this just a portion of what will be required to ultimately update the plan? Did I misunderstand you?
It's a portion.
The portion.
Yep.
So we would expect future articles?
Yes. I think we budgeted for, it's 3 or 4 years, and we've already done 1 year. So this is year 2.
Thank you.
Okay, this is, I think we're close to the end here. Article 23, this is very similar to the water article we talked about, the valve replacement. So this is funding to address pieces of capital equipment that aren't hundreds of thousands of dollars, but they're, say, a pump that costs $20,000 to repair or replace. We have these issues we need to address, and so this funding helps us do that. So these are representations of various stations, sewer stations around the town, and then these are examples of what's inside. So this funding is intended to help us do things such as pumps like this that need to be replaced, not every year, we're talking every 20, 30 years, potentially, or there's parts inside those pumps that need to be replaced. And so this funding helps us tackle those issues that are, again, not routine maintenance that's funded out of our budget. These are higher dollar requirements that need a separate amount of money that we can't afford out of our existing budget, our operating budget. Any questions on that? Okay.
So this just, in the past, you used to come back and ask for a pump or this or that. This is sort of combining that article into a simpler form. For
attempting to, yes.
Yeah, it makes it easier,
Yeah.
cleaner.
Yes.
So this is, because this is coming out of the retained earnings, this is like literally what retained earnings is for. It's where you start building a little stockpile to deal with these projects. So this is normal business, or is this a cost that is falling on retained earnings that was not expected?
No, we should be doing this,
Yeah.
and that's the way this is our recommendation on how to fund it and do it.
So will this become a recurring bill?
Yes.
Okay. Sorry. Will this become a recurring bill then?
Recurring, yes, but not necessarily every year. So we'll draw. We have what we anticipate to spend this specific money on, but if it took us 2 years to get that work done, then we're not coming back next year to ask for more money. It's sort of a replenishment cycle, I guess is the way to describe it. Okay. Two articles here, Article 24 and 25. We've spoken both to the Select Board and the Finance Committee about the stormwater utility proposal and the implementation plan. I'm not going to re-present what was already presented. I'll just highlight that the intent here is to bring a bylaw to the town, and the bylaw is essentially a commitment by the town, and the town authorizing, or the community authorizing the town, us, to pursue implementation of a stormwater utility fund, which is a user fee for stormwater. And when people vote at the meeting on the bylaw, they're not voting for how much they're going to pay. They're just saying that at some point in the future, through the select board can decide to charge a fee for stormwater use. And what that fee is, well, we've given projections on what it could be, but what that is ultimately is with the select board to decide. And when that's implemented also is with the select board. So all we're trying to do here is just say, do we want to commit to this or not? If the answer is yes, then we go to Article 25, which is funding to help us go through that process of implementing. So part of the process is setting the rates, deciding how much we want people to pay and what process that's going to take. We've discussed that on kind of a very broad level so far, but lots of detail to be figured out. But we don't need to do that if the town's not necessarily interested in doing that from the beginning, because otherwise we'll spend a lot of money and for really no purpose. So that's the thought process behind bringing this to the March town meeting. It's just to get the commitment from the town, and then how much that fee is and when we start paying it, that is all figured out at a later date. And plenty of people have, I'm sure, lots of opportunity to provide input.
Chris, the money in 25 is primarily for consultant legal type fee work, right? The 150?
Yeah, yes. Yeah. That's what it's for. The Article 26, so we have a water restrictions bylaw update. That's really, in my mind, it's housekeeping. We have a bylaw related to water restrictions. We have a select board policy related to water restrictions. We also have a Water Management Act permit that addresses water restrictions, and they aren't all saying the same thing exactly. So all we want to do is streamline that language and make sure it says the right stuff. So basically, it will define the reasons why we would impose some water restrictions, and then this is the menu of things we could do as part of restrictions. And that menu is found in the select board policy and found in the existing bylaw, but they say different things. I mean, they both contain options, but they don't say the same thing. And so if I went to one and you went to another, they would say two different things, and then we get the question, well, why does it say this and why does it say that? And so we just want it all to be in one spot, easily understood, and then we're not adding restrictions, we're not making anything worse than what it is. It's just we want to standardize and make it clear to everybody what the potential could be for restrictions. So that's what that bylaw is. It's being reviewed right now, and we hope to have that back soon, and then we'll get it out to everybody through the warrant for review. The last one I have, finally, is a road acceptance. This actually is not in the warrant yet, but it will be. So this is Quick Farm Road. This section of road is currently owned by the developer who's developing that neighborhood, but he's ready to hand that over to the town. This is a process that we typically take where we accept the road. So we've gone through a whole series of things to figure out if we're ready to accept it. We are. So at town meeting, we accept it, it becomes a public road. Now we own the road. This is my last chart, but it brings us back to the beginning. So this is Quick Farm Road. And all these little dots here are all the infrastructure that we're now going to take over once we accept this road. And that's all part of the process. And I'm not bringing this up to complain about it. But that's the reality. And so that's how we get all this stuff, is we accept these roads because we develop, and so more is added. So all of those things shown up there are now added to the list of valves and sewer pipe and everything else that we have. So with that, unless there's any questions, I'm subject to questions, I guess.
Yeah, just a quick question. There's an article that we're rescinding borrow, so that project's completely done, the water purification, so we don't need the money? Is that
Correct.
And this road acceptance, is there an article for that?
There
yet?
will be,
Or
yes.
There will, it's going to be added. Okay.
Chris, highly technical question. What's the blue line?
This blue line?
One that kind of zigzags through, yeah.
Yep, so this is a snapshot of a bigger map, and our map identifies all of our sectors, and that is one of the sector boundaries for
Thank you.
us.
Just a comment back on 24 and 25. The Stormwater Enterprise Fund, just, I think probably everyone knows, but just to be clear, as Chris said, this came in front of the select board a couple of times. While it says DPW as the sponsor of this article, it was really looking for the select board to endorse moving it forward. We did endorse it. So while it says Department of Public Works, because they're sponsoring the article, it is on here. If we had said no on the select board side not to move it forward, it would not be on here. So just clarification on that one. That was the process we've gone through. And you said it too, yep. Anything else?
Wanted to add one thing, Mike, to your question about unaccounted for water.
Actually, can you talk in?
Wanted to add an example because it is so important, and I know you bring it up often because it is, we're treating it and we're not seeing any benefit of that, right? So typically when we think about a leak, whether it's a water main break or a service leak, in myself, we think of it being visual to the surface. So here's an example this summer where leaks were associated with stormwater. Typically, you wouldn't connect those two together. But during our MS4 investigation, we have to look at all our drainage outfalls. So 482 of them, we had to go out and visually look during a non-weather event. So when we go out and look at those outfalls, we typically shouldn't be seeing flow because it only should be stormwater. So when we see flow, we have to do further investigatory, called a catchment investigation. So when the Hundreds Road area at Long Meadow and Hundreds, that's a major intersection, and the outfall's behind the house and it goes on the Flanders Road out to Cedar Swamp. We pop that manhole and we see flow coming into that system, to that outfall from Hundreds Road. Nothing on Long Meadow. Okay, so now we start up. We pop every single manhole, every single catch basin. We get to the intersection of Nottingham. Nothing coming in from Nottingham. We keep going around the hairpin corner, popping everything. We get to the intersection of Sherborne. Nothing coming further from Hundreds Road, top of the watersheds on Hundreds Road, then it goes back down to Route 9. It's coming from Sherborne. Now, I'm a pretty far ways away from that where I started. Start going up Sherborne, we find it. So we test it, test for fluoride. We then go to our operations manager. He then takes it from there. It was a service leak underground getting into our stormwater. And another major one was on Jefferson that's probably been going on for well over a decade. So just to answer, we are out doing different things that I never would have thought about and our team never thought about. What's the correlation between stormwater and water for unaccounted for water? So just an awesome example through the MS4 program.
Yeah, no, I appreciate the work that you guys do. When we started talking about lost revenue from water, we were really focusing on the meters, and particularly in some of the commercial and industrial facilities. So I guess you've expanded it.
We have. So coupled with all of that, hopefully we'll be back downward deep. So, thank you.
Great. Anything else?
No,
Chris?
thank you.
Thank you, Chris. You did a nice job.
Thank you, Chris.
We're about 35 minutes behind, and I know the police have been waiting, so if we can just go right into,
Yeah, let's go through them, and then we'll get to lunch,
okay.
if that's okay with folks.
Grab and go.
So the deputy and I will be so thorough and proficient, you won't have any questions.
There you go.
We know we're between you and lunch, obviously, so.
So we'll do our best.
How's that way?
Just know where to plug this in.
Yeah. I mean, I think it's more distracting.
Just to get things kicked off, I'll start with our mission statement. The Westborough Police Department strives to recruit and retain caring, compassionate, and competent police officers who are committed to serve, educate, and protect our community, to provide professional services that address specific needs, present educational programs, to prevent and reduce crime, to ensure a safe environment for all, and guarantee everyone is treated with dignity and respect. This is our organizational chart. Just quickly to point out, we're at 40 sworn in FY24. We were supposed to be at 43. However, we're working with 36. We have 4 in the academy. That's unique to us. We haven't put someone in the academy in 16 years, so it's going to take some time to get them on board, but we're very excited for that. Our successes and accomplishments, obviously we're dealing with peace officer standards and training. All police officers currently are certified, and we're still working, rolling that out, with reserves. Accreditation and policy development, the Massachusetts Police Accreditation released its 6th edition standards. The department is on track to be the first department in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts to be totally certified, and we're getting certified February 15th, I'm proud to report. We had our mock assessment last week. It went very well. We'll be fully accredited this spring. And as I said, we've had departments from throughout the state come and witness this because we are the first in the Commonwealth. I'm very proud of that. Body-worn camera program, it was implemented in March. After extensive testing and timing with the system, the program fully launched in April. In strategic plan, focus on community outreach to diverse groups and organizations. The community engagement team sponsored or supported over 40 events this past year. I'm very proud of the community engagement team. We're in full swing. Grants, we received a total of approximately $175,000 in grant funding. Jail diversion program, we rewrote the original grant. I'm proud to say we're a single agency now. So we're not partnered with Southborough, Northborough. Our numbers far exceeded theirs and warranted to the Department of Mental Health us having our own clinician. The body-worn camera program, we were able to assist in funding the substantial startup of that program and all of the equipment utilizing 2 separate grants. The Municipal Road Safety Grant for 2023 was recently approved to cover the costs of quarterly traffic and safety campaigns and traffic safety equipment. Federal Cops Hiring Grant, sadly, we apply every year. We don't qualify for that grant, but we just wanted you aware that we're trying. Budget considerations, we realize we're teaming public safety, officer safety, taxes, and level of service. We're doing a good job, I think, overall. Obviously, there's always room for improvement. Considerations. Impact of the current bargaining agreements, 10 step raises, sorry about that. On the wrong way. One more? Yeah. 2 increases the general and training, we reduced that overtime line by 15%, 15% reduction to court OT, increased fleet maintenance due to inflation, increased need for tires. We can get into that later. Level funded law enforcement equipment, funding out-of-state travel. That basically, so I can attend some training out of state that I've cut from the budget due to some of the issues we faced. Increased contractual services for the body-worn camera, data storage requirements for post, impact new opera positions, and programs, improvement-based, and increase of contractual services for Guardian tracking, and I'll get into that a little bit more. And obviously, accreditation assistance grant. This is our budget breakdown. You know, in our opinion, we're a small sliver of the budget, but obviously, basically, we're salary and wages driven, and with 6% expense.
Good afternoon, Todd Minardi. I'm just going to cover a couple slides on the actual line items of our budget. I highlighted a few things where it was on the previous slide about some of the considerations as far as there was a 2%, we are asking for a 2% increase to our overtime, the 5105, and that's pretty much our general overtime, our training overtime, line 5109. We did cut court overtime again. We cut it about 15% last year. We did another cut again this year, simply because historically it just doesn't get used. A lot of officers take comp time when they do their court overtime. So there's still a cost to that comp time, but it's just not coming out of the court overtime budget. We are looking for a small increase in expenses on the fleet maintenance due to increased cost of the maintenance. You'll see the program improvement request that was submitted under law enforcement equipment. That's going to be a warrant article the chief will discuss briefly later. It's a one-time expense for some security cameras related to accreditation. It doesn't rise to the level of a capital expense, so the town manager's recommendation, that's going to be presented as a warrant article. The out-of-state travel increase, the chief just spoke about, that's what it was funded at back in FY22. We cut that in FY23. We're just looking to reestablish that line item. Contractual services is always a big one. We do have the program improvement request for Guardian tracking that we'll talk about a little bit more. And there is an increase for the body-worn cameras, the storage for the data. That's really related to a post requirement. They increased the amount of time the data needs to be maintained. And that's really the crux of that. There are, as we stated earlier, collective bargaining agreements, at least, well, there's one that still needs to be settled. It's going to impact the current numbers for this budget as well. So as it related to the impact of ARPA, if you remember this chart that was presented as part of the ARPA proposal, in FY23, we were going to see an impact of $40,000 to the budget, and then again, another $40,000 in FY24. The FY23 amount was never added because it took so long to actually get the new staff on board. We've only hired these positions in the last few last few months. Two of them are in the academy currently. So we're kind of realizing that full 80% now in FY24, so that's part of the overall increase. And you see the increases for FY25, and we'll see the full impact of that on our budget in FY26, so that part really hasn't changed. And if the chief wants to speak about Guardian, we'll keep moving.
So the benefit of Guardian tracking, the recommendation made by the Massachusetts Police Accreditation Commission to invest in early intervention system. So it's one of our standards to understand the full picture of employees' performance, the positive as well as the negative, through continuous feedback. Protect personal decisions through consistent documentation of all aspects of performance. Notify managers of behavior that need to be addressed to save careers, flag critical incidents, use of force incidents, and accidents. Create a simple process for documentation of an observations, event, conversation, incidents of good or bad performance. Create one database for easy use of force reporting and tracking. So as you know, right now, you kind of lose sight when things happen. You know, let's say an officer, I'm just going to bring up, he has 4 cruiser accidents over a 48-month period. You may lose sight of that. This system will flag that. So it's almost like where a performance evaluation is going to assist us with that moving forward. And like I said, this was recommended by state accreditation. So our short-term goals, continue with department staffing implementation plan, continue to work towards attaining state accreditation, which, as I told you, our mock assessment will be in March. Our final assessment will be in March to be fully accredited in the spring. Implementation of the Guardian tracking system for performance management, continue post-certification requirements, ensure every officer is certified in mental health, first aid, and public safety, and continue to implement and improve officer wellness initiatives. Our future considerations, continue impact of the current collective bargaining agreements, continue shift away from the ARPA funding, effects of inflation on equipment and supplies, understanding of the cost of the post requirements, increasing training, continued costs associated with accreditation, long-term staffing goals, and costs of Recruit Academy. Are there any questions?
Yeah, Jeff, can we stop there? I know there was a couple questions. Shelby, did you have?
Yeah, thank you. So I guess just going back to the Guardian slide, if you would, please. Just, I guess I'm not, if you can elaborate a little bit more. I know you shared the slide, but so this is sort of an internal management system and it's software?
Yes, it's software-based. So it will flag, it will notify us, just like Power DMS. All our policy and procedures, everything through post, everything's on there. They're able to sign off. We're able to see that. This system will actually flag certain behaviors to let management know, hey, we have a problem. Also letting us know of the positives. So all the positive things, when someone gets a good guy or a good girl letter, it gets lost in the shuffle. It's placed in the personnel file. Now we have something we can pull up live time.
Okay, and is this, this is an extension of a recommendation coming out of accreditation, is that correct?
Correct, and it's something we felt was important for the department moving forward, so that's why we're bringing it before you today.
Okay, and what's the, I know what's the annual anticipated cost of this?
So there's a breakdown, there's a one-time fee, and
This is just part of the budget, right?
yes.
This is not an article.
Yeah, and I think Deputy or the Chief is actually going to speak to a grant opportunity that we have in this current year to get it started, which we were unaware of when the budget was put together.
Okay, thanks.
But yes, it's not a separate warrant article. I have it, I think.
And if it's somewhere in our book and I missed it, just point me to it.
And Lieutenant Daniels did, as the town manager stated, applied for a grant, was rewarded a grant, and that grant helped us with overtime in some of this.
So the cost that's been added in the request was $43,786. That includes a one-time $500 startup. So the yearly expense to keep the subscription would be $38,776 moving forward. We do currently have, we were awarded an accreditation assistance grant that we currently have. It was almost $17,000. It's to help pay for some of the software and some of the overtime related to the accreditation process. That's going to help pay for our Power DMS for FY24. That's almost $5,000. That's our policy management software. There's some money that we're going to reallocate this current year to start the Guardian tracking system, hopefully right away. And we're going to use some of that accreditation assistance grant money to roll that out, hopefully in the last 4 or 5 months of FY23. So if we're able to do that, that would also cover that initial $500 startup fee. So the amount we're requesting in FY24 would be reduced by that $500.
Thank you.
Yes.
Chief, what's the response of the folks in your department to using this tracking system?
I've heard nothing negative. I think it's a win-win for all of us.
How so?
It's basically going to let us know, basically, all the officers, what they're doing correctly and what they're not. So I think it's very positive for the department.
There's also a lot of additional requirements, which the chief can speak to better than me with that post.
I'm sorry, Chrissy, I can't hear.
There's additional requirements now that the chief can speak to about the requirements of post. And so this system is going to enable us to meet those requirements.
It's going to able to track this data correctly to be able to do proper reporting to the Post Commission.
Can I ask, I'm sorry.
Thank you. Chief, could you help me connect the dots between the staffing level and the overtime? Because with the 3 new folks, I'm still sort of surprised to see the overtime amounts still very consistent. So what's the connection between the two, and what is the value of?
You have to understand too that right now, as of January 30th, we're going to have 4 individuals in the police academy. So
Okay.
they're no good to us. I mean, they're in the police academy. When they get out of the police academy, they are no good to us. They're watching, you know. As far as their training when they get out of the academy, that's another 3 months. So they're not able to work overtime. The other officers are going to have to do that. And as I said, and I don't want to go off the rails here, but we're just very busy. There's a lot going on. There's a lot of overtime. There's a lot of call-ins for our investigative section. You know, there's a lot to that. And if we don't use it, we give it back. But the issue is we're seeing definitely a rise in our activity levels, and sometimes that constitutes overtime.
Can I add something? Because again, in the hospital setting, we work closely sometimes with the police, and it's a 24/7 operation. So let's say, I'm just going to give a quick example. Let's say there was a domestic, and the person who is the perpetrator gets hurt. An officer has to sit at the hospital with that person until they're treated. Pulling up an officer out of commission, somebody's got to, you know, pick up the slack kind of thing. We've had people that have been in the hospital for days on end with an officer sitting outside their door, and it has to be done because they're a flight risk and they're under arrest. So those are the kind of things I think people don't think about officers doing, but you know, they have to.
I understand that, but that situation is the same every year and has been for years.
But we've cut the budget by 15%. We cut the overtime budget by 15%.
Oh, you did? Okay.
We did.
Okay, so I guess
That follows through. That was last year. We cut the budget by 15%.
If you go back to 22, you'll see those differences, Andrew.
Oh, okay. But I guess also the idea that the folks coming out of the academy, then there's an opportunity for it to go down potentially even further.
And then we're talking about through post, through the accreditation process, you know, I think the town wants a station officer in the station 24 hours a day. We can't do that right now. We don't have enough people to do that. So it's been very, very challenging for us. So there's so many things that I'm going to be coming to the Board of Selectmen, the second meeting in February, to talk about the accreditation process. We're going to get into the weeds on it. And Lieutenant Daniels is going to tell you about what we're facing moving forward, not having a station officer. So we're going to do the best we can with the resources we have, but we did make cuts. And as the deputy stated, you know, we just went 2% because we're dealing with COLAs. The people's pay is going up. So overtime goes up.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Chief, how long does it take to go through the academy? I'm just curious.
6 months. We have one that actually we hired one on the payroll Monday. He's in the Quinsigamond Community College Academy. That's over 7 months because of the schedule, how they work that. So we're going to have 3 that'll graduate the end of April, and then one probably a couple of months, 3 months after that. And then our field training program is going to be very busy.
Yeah.
And it's going to take them a while to get their sea legs, but we've hired really good people, and we expect this time next year they're going to be extremely effective. They'll be very useful at that time.
Great, thank you.
Yeah. Maybe this question is for the deputy chief since he presented the numbers, but just under contractual services, just so I'm understanding, there was a requested PIR for the 4376. The total, ultimately the recommendation is 120, up from 107 over prior year. So that's a difference of 13,000. Is in that 13,000, is that inclusive, I think you said, of both Guardian and the body-worn camera post recommendation for storage? Am my numbers right?
Yeah, so there's the increase for the body-worn camera storage was close to $13,000 for Axon. And then adding the Guardian tracking system. And that's also removing the $5,000 for the power DMS that'll be covered by the grant.
Okay, thank you, thanks.
But the 4376 in the program
That was a
improvement,
request.
that's right.
Right, so,
That
I know, it wasn't added in the
well,
number.
right, so the level service, we already have body-worn cameras, we already have power DMS, so that 116 under the department request represents a level service budget, even though it's an increase. And then the Guardian is new.
So,
So that's why the total goes to 120, but that's going to go down by 500, it sounds like.
Right.
To 120, 289
Yes.
because of what's happened, if
Okay.
everything happens this year. But that's the additional,
so 116 is level in.
Level
including-
service,
not include Guardian.
Right, but I also understood that there was an additional request as part of the accreditation process for storage.
right, so if you look at the one, so FY23 budget was 107, and we increased it to cover a level service budget, which is inclusive of the body-worn cameras, because we already offer that, we already have that. So other things may have been moved around within that
I just
line.
want to understand, I know we have the body-worn cameras, I know we implemented it.
Yeah.
We've been, storing the data and all of that, but what I heard was, and now we need more data storage that came out of accreditation, which would have been well after the establishment of the FY23 budget. So 116 includes this additional storage requirement, and then we get to 120 because of Guardian.
Yes, and it's a combination of post requirements and accreditation.
Yeah, that is correct. The
Okay.
116 includes that additional
All right,
money
thanks.
for the storage.
Thanks, yeah, okay. Yeah, sorry, I was,
Chief, did you ask for the station officer in this current round?
Well, we've been asking,
I-
but right now, just because of what we're facing with all the people that are in the academy, the training issues we're going to have, we're not asking for any bodies for Springtown meeting at all. I mean, that's something for a future discussion. We've talked about putting it off longer, but I'm going to come before you if I think there's a need. But right now, this is what we're asking for. We're not asking for any additional positions. And we haven't put someone in the police academy in 16 years. So this is going to be a huge hurdle for us training-wise. We're about to send a bunch of officers to FTO school, field training officer school, to train these folks. So right now, that's our focus.
But to clarify, so we've added 11 positions to the department since FY19, and the chief deploys them as needed. So no, I'm just being clear. So he wouldn't be asked, when he moves forward with the request for a station officer, it's just a patrol officer, which he'll deploy as needed. So he didn't ask for, but we have always talked about with him, the need for a station officer.
Okay, that's just my misunderstanding.
So when we do have the staffing for it, we might put someone down, in the dispatch area. Last night, we did have one. We were fortunate. We had enough personnel on to do that. Some days we
I
don't.
know you lost a couple, too.
And we're filling those positions as we go.
Just one quick question, the traffic constables. Is their compensation included in the budget, or?
So they're like detail officers, so the
detail,
private vendor pays. And they can't work security type details, like before they could work, the basketball games or, eClinical they can't do that anymore. So they're just strictly traffic when there's a construction detail, and that's usually paid by National Grid or Verizon.
And that goes into the general fund?
It goes into an account, a revolving account.
It goes into an extra duty revolving fund, so the money comes in from the contractors and gets paid out to the officer.
yeah, sorry, Jeff, before we move into the warrant article, I had a question about the chart on page 147, the JDP clinical assessments. The increase in numbers is not surprising, given, I sort of say my layperson understanding of what's going on in the world. Melanie, you've commented on that a couple times about, as it relates to kind of the clinical setting, but seeing yet again an increase you're predicting in those assessments this year. It supports the full-time person, but I was wondering if you just give us a little bit of color as to, specific drivers that you see and how, I mean, it's great that we're doing more, but it would be nice to see, you know, a taper of some sort. So just a little color.
Yeah, I can't really give you a taper. It's one of those situations where dealing with mental health issues and different things. The good news that I can report, right now they're trying to fill our clinician position because I hired her as a police officer. So now we're going to have a police officer on the road that has these tools for her toolbox moving forward. We think is a great addition to the Westborough Police Department. It's very unique. And she wanted to work here. She's worked in departments all around this area, and she really wanted to work for Westborough. We're a very strong team. It's driven by follow-ups. It's driven by lifetime calls. As you know, our clinician rides with our officers in the car. I'm hoping in time it goes down. You know, partnering with advocates is great, and, you know, youth and family services. And that's what's great about having this clinician, this grant through the Department of Mental Health, where it's not us looking for all these resources. We have a lot of other resources at our disposal through advocates that we can call on to come in. But we're a busy community. I mean, we have a lot going on, as you know, with the different things that may be potentially coming into town, whether it be at our hotels or at a building site in town. So yes, that individual is going to be very busy, but we're going to partner with advocates and partner with whoever will work with us, Department of Mental Health, Youth and Family, to hopefully drive those numbers down. But, you know, the more we try to help people and the more we see and the more, you know, follow-ups that they do, the numbers go up because we're trying to help as many people as we can.
Keep in mind, we've got Spectrum in the area. We've got Westborough Behavioral Health. Those are also drivers.
Sure. I do have one different question. On page 149, you talk about the Municipal Police Training Committee has, so it's about department-centered training, and can you just elaborate? I guess I wasn't understanding if this is setting us up for additional training or
So,
the cost associated with this?
so basically, yeah, the MPT is going to offer new programs, duty to intervene. I think that's what you're talking about, different things. I can tell you that we're also part of the ABLE program, Actors, Bystanders, and Law Enforcement out of Georgetown University, and that is no cost. Basically, they trained two of our officers to, you know, train the trainer type of thing, and we're going to roll it out to us and to surrounding communities. But yeah, MPTC is gearing their curriculum towards things that are in the now for law enforcement, so we don't have the issues that have happened even recently, you know, across the country. So, you know, we're trying to best practices, which is why I'm very proud to say we're going to be the first department in the state for version 6. When they said, oh, I know it's tough, Chief, you being #1. No, we're not upset about it. We love it. And we are going to be a training ground for other departments. So best practice, best standards, and that's what MPTC is trying to do, is what the Training Commission is trying to do now as well.
So I understand that. I guess it presents as though, you know, so in-services are required, but then there's a specific phrase here, implementing a department-based training module. So I'm just wondering if there's anticipated future cost to this, or is this just, I just didn't understand where we were going in that paragraph.
So what I've been working with the patrol lieutenant is to come up with kind of professional development points program, much like I know the schools model do, because we have our mandatory training and we have some officers that always seek out additional training on their own, and we have other officers that might, you know, kind of fall through the cracks and they don't seek out training on their own. And I want to make sure that training money is being spread out equally and that everybody's receiving additional training in areas that are important to their specific jobs. Yep. So we're starting to implement it. We're working through a couple, you know, issues on how to do it properly and how many PDPs we're going to be looking for. But basically, we're going to have our mandatory training, and we're also going to be asking officers to attend X number of additional hours of other types of training. That's really what.
Thank you. That's very helpful.
It's like a credit system. You have to supply us with so many credits.
Yeah,
you know.
no, that's helpful. Yep.
Okay, other questions before we go into capital?
I have one quick one. On officer safety and wellness, is there anything mandated that they do with regard to their mental and emotional health?
Well, I think, I did state earlier in the presentation that everyone will have that mental health training, and we're continuing through, MPTC, and what the deputy was talking about, making sure that our officers have training outside of just their in-service. So yes, all those things are put into our toolbox.
Questions before we go to capital? Okay, let's go to capital.
So the deputy will present the cruisers, but I wanted to talk to you about the additional security cameras. During our accreditation site assessment, a recommendation was made by MPAC to add security cameras to coverage in the evidence processing room and the evidence storage room. The town vendor, BMC Controls, surveyed the area and recommended adding 3 cameras. We are also seeking 1 camera under the carport to address a gap in coverage in the exterior parking area to assist in the security of our fleet and personnel. BMC Controls is an approved vendor for the state procurement contract, and the equipment installation total is $11,584.
Chief, is there any ongoing costs for this once it's implemented?
No.
Storage, it just goes into the system?
Yep.
Okay.
And every day we'll purge, every 30, whatever we mandate.
Okay.
And that's why when you look at the budget, it was a PIR, but again, working through what should be a PIR and what shouldn't. This is a one-time cost, so we put it as an article for use of free cash.
Chief, could you talk about, I'm a little confused between Article 12, which is what we're talking about here, and Article 9B, where it talks about, specifically in the notes, this request seeks funding to replace the security cameras and access controls to Westborough Fire Department, as well as upgrading the existing town hall and police department system. How do those two work together?
Do you want to handle that?
Yeah, I mean, I guess, so Chief Purcell is going to present on that, but that was looking at sort of overall security with external security systems. This is directed to specific internal needs in specific areas of the police department.
So are there 2 separate sets of cameras? Is 12 adding to the cameras of 9B?
I'm looking to the back for some help here, so.
So this is specifically just for the police department to deal with making sure our evidence is secure if there's ever an issue, which I don't believe there ever will be, and then adding a security measure in the back there's a gap.
Okay. I'll look for the connect.
Yeah.
All right, thank you.
So this is strictly just for the PD.
We are trying to do a comprehensive look at our security needs, of which Chief Purcell's article is the beginning, but this, again, is just a more directed internal need identified through accreditation.
So I'll move into the cruises, if everyone's okay with that.
Yep.
The department seeks to continue with the regular replacement cycle of cruises as to promote a systematic replacement acquisition schedule in accordance with the town's comprehensive fiscal management capital planning policy.
So as Kim knows, this was presented to the Capital Committee. Nothing too different from what we usually present for our cruisers for capital. We are committed to purchasing fuel-efficient vehicles in accordance with the Green Communities Program. We currently have 7 hybrids in service, along with, as you know, the all-electric Mustang. The status of our fleet. So our fleet, I know like the DPW has all sorts of different types of vehicles. Our fleet is pretty general. We have police utility. They're like the Explorers, but they're called police utilities. We have some Ford Explorers. We have the Mustang. We have a couple vehicles that are used mostly by the detectives. There's a Dodge Durango, a Jeep that are up towards the top. But they're all pretty much Ford utilities or Ford SUVs. But the one at the very top with the mileage that's probably well over 121 now, this data is from the beginning of the month, is the K-9 vehicle that was donated to us as part of the K-9 program. It came from Homeland Security. The chief initially asked them if they were going to be willing to replace that. They said no, that they weren't involved in vehicle replacements anymore. He lobbied hard, and thankfully, he was able to get them to commit to replacing the K9 vehicle this year. So we can kind of take that off the top of our list. We are still requesting to replace 4 cruisers, as you can see from the mileage. The police utility, the Jeep, another police utility, and the Dodge Durango are getting pretty high in mileage and years of service. So it's pretty straightforward. That's pretty much what we do every year. And we're always looking to keep our fleet in service by replacing the oldest ones. Again, the goal is to replace 4 cruisers. As you know, the operational demands on police cruisers can be extreme. The regular replacement schedule is important so that they don't become unreliable. And the reliability is tied to our department's operational readiness and obviously officer safety. All our vehicles are purchased through the statewide contract. It's either the Plymouth County Commissioner's bid or the Greater Boston Police Council's bid, depending on what vendor we're using to purchase them. We do hope that after this year, based on the status of the fleet, where we currently are, we're hoping to get back to just replacing 3 vehicles a year. So that's pretty much the status of the capital. Any questions on that?
I think we've heard from some other departments that, the request from last year they haven't received yet. Sort of how long is it taking for you?
We have a cruiser that was totaled at the end of last year, at the end of 2021. We don't have it yet. It's taken 10 months, 11 months, a year easily to get a car. We've reached out to our vendor in advance. McGovern is getting into the police fleet program now, so we have used them. We're also still using MHQ. Depends who can provide it the fastest. We've asked them to put a couple 2022s aside for us so we can get some leftovers if they still have them, because it has taken so long to get the cruisers. I've also been told, although I haven't seen it in writing, that the new state contracts that are coming out for 2023 is going to be about a $5,000 increase per cruiser. So hopefully we can get 2022s and move forward. But yeah, it's taken a long time.
Deputy Chief, question on the FY25 goal of getting back to 3, is that, I'm assuming that means at current staffing levels?
Correct.
Yeah, that's all taken into account. And just one step further, Chief Purcell and I sit on Homeland Security as voting members, and that's $72,000+ that Westborough local taxes don't have to fund for a police vehicle, and that should last, for many, many years.
Question for, I think more so for Christy here. We've heard pretty consistently that, between DPW, police, fire, that there's a desire and need, a cost savings measure in regards to when we look at combis, that we look at Ford. And I'm just curious, I know there are other vehicles out there. Is there any opportunity here to assess a long-term strategy of not necessarily always staying with Ford as the manufacturer, as there are other vehicles on there where we could convert the fleets off of Ford if the vehicles were in fact cheaper up front? Maybe there's even cost savings in the future in regards to maintenance not going with Ford.
There aren't many vendors out there that produce a police vehicle. Right now, the Dodge Durango has a police model, which means we'd have to potentially get different size tires and different things. And right now, I believe it's a Dodge has a cruiser that is currently, and I guess that's coming offline as a police vehicle next year.
I think you did hear from Chris Payant that they are open to looking at other types of vehicles. So, and he actually would be the one to direct that in terms of administrative vehicles, because he has his fleet and facilities management team. So, if he were to find some opportunity for savings or efficiency, he would certainly work with our administrative vehicles to direct that. As Chief Laurie mentioned, we're more limited when it comes to police vehicles.
Thank you.
But we don't just purchase off combis. We do it through different purchasing groups. And I think one of the slides up here show that there's a couple different purchasing groups that we look through. So
Thank you.
Other questions on cars? Now we'll go to animal control.
I'll try to breeze through this. So obviously, the mission of animal control is to provide for humane treatment and welfare of animals in our community. 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, emergency coverage combined with the role as animal inspector ensures compliance with the rabies vaccine and dog licensure laws, preliminary investigations into animal cruelty complaints, respond to wildlife emergencies, since FY19, intermunicipal agreements with the town of Grafton to provide animal control and animal inspection services, and Grafton does contribute 38% of the costs. There is an improvement request. The animal control budget includes the funding of a 12-hour per week assistant. This request is to provide coverage for weekends and holidays and vacations, and if requested, for backup assistance in larger compliance projects. Currently, Westborough and Grafton rely on emergency coverage from Shrewsbury Animal Control to cover any absences, and we cover Shrewsbury. Such absence make it difficult for either the ACO to take all of their vacation or personal time because it leaves one person alone for 3 towns for an extended period. Basically, this is the budget. You see, basically, the addition is, training and education, and this 12-hour-a-week position. There are no other additions.
I believe I know the answer about a 12-hour position. This would be a non-benefited position.
Yes,
correct?
correct.
Yeah.
Would Grafton, with the IMA, would Grafton also pick up their portion of that as well?
Yes.
Yep. So, right. So 38% of the entire budget is on Grafton.
Okay.
So 38% of what's presented of 13. Right, that's the entire, what we're seeing is the entire budget, and then.
That's correct.
Right.
It's revenue that comes into general fund on the other side.
Right.
Short-term goals: conduct clinic to provide rabies vaccines and microchips when it's feasible, continue presenting age-appropriate educational programs in classroom into local groups stressing animal safety, dog bite prevention, and animal-related topics. Thank you.
Hey, any questions on that request?
So I just have a question on page 168. It talks about continued efforts to increase dog licensure rates in both communities. Do we have a sense of how many unlicensed dogs there are? I don't expect you to know that offhand, but have we seen an increase in that over time?
So I can get you that data through the clerk's office. I don't have that with me today, but Melinda does a really good job of getting those letters out there. In many cases, some people will get in touch with us and say that dog's no longer with them, and in many cases, they go and they pay the fee to license the dog, but it's not very high. Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Thanks, gentlemen.
So we are running behind time. We have the fire department here. It's 1:05. I'm going to propose that we take 10 minutes here, grab lunch, and kind of do a working lunch if that works for folks, because they're scheduled to be on at 1:50. Well, they're scheduled to be on at 1 o'clock. We're pushing it back to 1:15, but does that work for folks? So lunch is in the back. Slave driver. 10 minutes to get lunch.
The fire department's going to be ready to make their.
You eat it while they talk. Love it.
My female, she's so loud.
Compare for free cash to other
What are you trying?
communities.
I'm gonna try. What do you try?
I tried the barbecue chicken.
Some communities use their free cash in their operating budget.
had a
They might
Chipotle
get a
chicken
high
the other
amount of
day.
free cash, and then they use it all in their operating budget. And then the next year they might not have as much. So it's just sort of their balance as opposed to but we're in a really enviable position where we can just raising up taxes. We can, some communities.
We
for
did
these large
Oahu, Big Island, Hawaii.
have to do that exclusion. I think we're trying to work through that by moving
Go
to
to what?
stabilizations or meeting that.
Would you prefer that over?
Using a lot of free cash this year.
I've been to Maui, I've been to Hawaii, but I haven't.
Yes, I would, depending on,
Just difficult
Big
because
Island right
you
now.
can't count on where it comes from. And I know at the finance team, we've had a lot of discussion about kind of educating better about where it comes from. It doesn't just come from
more hiking and volcanoes.
And so you can't count on it. This year we got a lot because of a supplemental tax.
Better beaches. It is hiking
Finally
too.
paid by
And
the
the Pollock Coast.
and so we can't count on that
We did a boat.
in the future.
You did boat thing with Pollock Coast.
Thank you.
Amazing.
So you can
I just really like Hawaii. It's still kind of laid back, but there's more to do. Big Island is not.
Big Island's not a credit? Oh, really?
Yeah. Yeah.
We don't need to go for 4 or 5 days.
Did I make it into the slideshow?
Well, so when we did the Big Island, we only did the Big Island. What we wanted to do was go to Volcano National Park, and we did a tour of the island. It was neat, but there wasn't a lot. So, to your point, very laid down, but very volcanic. Like beaches, and the beaches aren't Hawaii.
A while ago.
Still on there.
It was summarily, it was submarined, and they may still be talking about it, but I wouldn't count on it.
Very. You know the difference between cleaning up what we have.
That's part of what the switchover would be. It is the idea that we can put in a state-of-the-art practice that exceeds the ability to train what people can train on.
I'm definitely going to use it.
Where is it now?
Okay.
Behind one of the plants.
You had an accident?
Second extra large, right?
Nobody was there.
And then we wanted to venture. He's like, I will not make it to the office.
I thought the nurse was there for if the kids get in trouble, if they're exhibiting something, fever-like, stuff like that. Yeah, the teacher would then say, you need to go see the school nurse. Or if they step out of the room, they'll see the school nurse. She's not there to do it. Right.
PCP, it's a school, it's not a hospital.
Right. So,
That's not a hospital, so, no,
15%.
You know what, I would blast an email to the principal and say, listen, we are monitoring everything. We don't need somebody on us continually. We're on top of it. And the principal should get it in check.
is what happened. Even before,
Much alive.
the rid of skin thing right here, lower the part of the body. The dry skin. She's
So,
diagnosing.
did you stay for the end of the Board of Selectmen meeting? No, I didn't.
Neither did I.
We missed all the good stuff.
Kind of eczema.
Apparently something about the Civic too, huh?
Yeah.
That's the big one.
Yeah, no, it's all over social media, and apparently it's all bad information, so I gotta go back and watch the end of the select board meeting now. Yeah, that's what I figured I have to do. Was that the cost to do the renovations, or? Not a renovation, a repair. The repair. Holy cow. We put up a new building for that, almost. I was just gonna say, is that part of?
Suggesting putting together a building committee to decide what to do.
That makes sense. Does that mean the pro shop's out as well? No. Okay, so it's just the restaurant.
Right.
But it is pretty tough to operate a decent golf course without a restaurant. I mean, if you can't get a hot dog at the turn. I'm serious. I mean, We have a turn at 9 till we open. They do, because they play twice. Oh, okay.
She's still doing it.
You play there?
Oh.
Do you play there?
No, I would go to the principal. I would go to
Not
the
regularly.
teacher.
I don't really play regularly anymore.
I stopped.
I had a son who got very into baseball. My wife toasted the end of it for me.
When I first came to town, there was like a 3-year wait. Time I got on the waiting list, there was no wait, next year was like no waiting list. But it was hard to justify
Oh, that's
membership for the amount of time I was using.
I would.
For the son,
I think you're perfectly, yeah, she's at it.
out of
Yeah.
playing golf.
Yeah, she's
Now
way
plays more
beyond the
golf than
bounds
I
and
do.
the scope.
I do not like seeing motorcycle accidents.
The worst.
Although for kids, it's still almost free.
He could have put like blood up there while we're eating.
You can get a membership for.
I haven't ridden mine for like 2 years.
The rec department's done a great job of turning that golf course self-sustaining again, too.
COVID helped. I think COVID helped. Started getting out more.
Yeah, but it was covering expenses before that, too, though, right? But it was burning through its capital. It's actually been able to build up on it. I didn't know that. It's a capital budget. It's now funding its own programs.
This is Mediterranean.
Okay, we're 1:15 or 1:16, so apologies because we're running late, and apologies that we're going to be eating in front of you here, but Chief, take us away.
No problem at all. So before I go through, and I'm going to get into some things about staffing, it was suggested to me that I tell you that I invited my entire department here in an effort to kind of educate them about process for moving capital projects and budgetary items forward. So everybody sitting behind you is not working today. I asked them to come in uniform if they were going to attend. So when I'm get to the slides on why I need help, we're not all just hanging around in the back of the room. Nothing to do. So just wanted to be clear on that first. So thank you for having me, and I apologize actually talking during your lunch. My name is Patrick Purcell, and I serve as the Chief of Department for Westborough Fire. Second. Wanted to start off with reading our mission statement. I apologize with the lighting here a little bit, but it is the mission of the Westborough Fire Department to preserve life, property, and the environment within the community due to fire, medical emergency, and other hazardous conditions through public education, code management, and via emergency response. Within the organization, we have several responsibilities, and I have done a lot since becoming your chief to try to be as transparent as possible, to try to educate the community on all of the different or the varying functions of the organization. We have sponsored numerous events within the department. We have gone outside and reached out to all of you to try to provide an educational opportunity to see exactly what it is, and that was attended by numerous members of the committees that are here in the room. The assistant town manager was present. And we've really tried to go above and beyond and educate people on exactly what it is that we do. But just to recap some of those things, so we are the primary agency that provides support for fire suppression, technical rescue, emergency medical services, hazardous materials,
We manage the Public Safety Communication Center, which is the 911 control point for the community, and it is my responsibility to oversee that for police, fire, and EMS, as well as regional animal control, which you just heard about from the previous speaker. Emergency management and community risk reduction, which includes the fire prevention division and many other adjuncts, which I'll get to in a few minutes. I always like to start off the beginning of my presentations here at the Budget Summit with our revenues from the previous calendar year. And I think that's important because I think I realize that the majority of that money goes into the general fund, but I also like to impress upon you and the public that watches this that we don't sit idle. We try a lot of different alternative funding mechanisms, and we try to reclaim every dollar that the town of Westborough is entitled to. So, and before you on the slide, you'll see that through emergency medical services through our billing, and we have a vendor that does that, a third-party vendor named Comstar Ambulance Billing. We recovered in 2022 $1.847 million. Deputy Stephen Doucette has been primarily responsible for the application and submittal of the Certified Public Expenditure Program through Mass Health. We saw our highest year so far, where he recovered $276,004. The department cooperatively wrote grants, and we received just over $327,000 in grant money, and via permitting, we received $43,650, bringing us to almost $2.5 million that we brought back to the community, secondary to the services that we provide. I wanted to recap on I wanted to speak about a couple of divisions here at the department, or a few. The first was the Public Safety Communications Division. So in the year 2022, that room processed 31,596 incidents. Those are broken up over 3 shifts: days 8 to 4, evenings 4 to midnight, and night shift is midnight to 8. So the day shift took the heaviest part of the workload at over 42%, evenings 31, and as you would suspect in a normal community, the lowest amount, 25%, was on the overnight. We also broke that down on how we receive calls and the time of day that those calls were assessed. So you'll see that we received 6,800 calls for service on our business phone. 15,664 were initiated by police officers. Those would be for such things like a motor vehicle stop, a extra patrol, a building check, those types of activities. 7,306 were received by 911. 611 were by radio, meaning perhaps an abutting community called us from mutual aid on a radio, or a piece of fire apparatus on site at a motor vehicle crash, et cetera, et cetera. 914 walk-ins. We do get a fair amount of medicals that walk into the station, but the police department gets a significant amount of people that walk into their lobby, which I think would kind of qualify the Chief Laurie's need for a station officer. They get a tremendous amount of people that walk in. If you visited the CAD and you saw the most visited address for police services, you would see it's probably 45 West Main Street. And then 73 are by a physical alarm that rings in at the fire station, which is a system that's been in place for 50 plus years that we're trying to phase out now and get off of reduce our liability for handling that infrastructure. So in that dispatch center, we have 9 career dispatchers, 8 part-time dispatchers, 24/7, 365. For the most part, we operate with 2 dispatchers. Sometimes we put on a third if we have like a large-scale event in town, a significant weather event, or something that's planned, like the 300th anniversary. When we had that, we would put an extra dispatcher on. Like I said earlier, they're responsible for fire, EMS, police, and regional animal control. And one of the most important things that they do for a function is provide emergency medical dispatch. That requires continuous education and recertification of their license annually. And what that does is that helps them, through guided cards, assist a caller to provide medical aid to somebody in need before we get there. So if we have a 4-minute response time, for instance, they could educate someone on the phone with a standardized form how to perform CPR until we arrive. They also have built-in infrastructure into their CAD, where if there's an AED from the location they're calling, perhaps a hotel, and somebody's on the 3rd floor, we could say, hey, there's an AED in your lobby, please go to that location, send somebody to that location and get it, and you could use that machine to try to save a life before we get there.
We do have challenges in that center. We have a lot of turnover. Historically, before and continuing now, before I took it over and continuing now, unfortunately, that division was looked at as a stepping stone to get into police or fire careers, and that still happens today. We have lost 2 of our dispatchers in the last 45 days, one here to Westborough Police as a patrol officer and one to the town of Auburn as a patrol officer. So we do see some turnover in those positions. Another challenge is the 911 misdials. We get a lot of those. I'm not 100% sure, but I think it has a lot to do with a country code for people calling out of the country. We do have a high amount of people from other parts of the world that live here, and I think that generates here's the number: 2,106, 2016 misdials annual for last year in the town, and unfortunately, the majority of those require the response of a first responder agency. And the reason why is we don't want to miss a potential domestic where somebody hung up a phone and said we're all set, except any type of calls like that could be evolving that particularly the police department needs to be at. We do have some aging infrastructure. That's on our capital plan. You'll hear a little bit about that today, but the bigger part of that is, there's 2 other components. One is being addressed right now by ARPA, and the other one we're on the capital plan for an upcoming year. And also, we have a security concern for that room, which you're also going to hear later on today when I go over my capital projects. So, into the calendar year 2022, the fire EMS, the firefighter, paramedics, firefighter, EMTs here, we saw the largest single year call volume increase than we have ever seen. Okay, we've had a 9.7% increase just in calendar year 2022. I'm going to get to why in a second. That is 439 additional calls on top of our previous year's call volume. Now, when you listen to other departments, there is a huge data problem collecting fire data nationwide. The way some towns interpret it, if they send an ambulance and a fire truck, they're giving themselves 2 numbers. In Westborough, I do not do that. So what you're going to see is that we responded to 5,014, and I'll get to that in a minute, over 5,000 emergency calls alone. That is straight up emergency responses for fire and EMS services in town. Okay, that's an 88% increase in the last decade. The primary cause for our increase in demand today is due to the healthcare crisis, particularly in Westborough. Private EMS is collapsing. You see like the MedStar ambulances, Vital, Community, et cetera, that have been historically in and out of town. They had a full-time staffed MedStar ambulance at Whittier Rehab. That is no longer there. That contract is gone. 8 Colonial Drive, Westborough Healthcare cannot get a private ambulance contract. Therefore, all the overflow has been coming to us. It's not only in Westborough. There are other municipalities that abut us that have private ambulance service. Those ambulance services are also challenged for the staffing on a daily basis. And I could tell you that our responses to one abutting town exceeded 220 times last year for an ambulance, for one town. I guess one perspective to look at this is we had an increase in revenues because of that. We went from about 1.6 to 1.8 something $million, or a 10.68% increase in our billing. And that's also going to come back in our budget in a minute why we need more money for ambulance billing. So what's driving the increase? Healthcare facilities here in Westborough, rehabilitation facilities, behavioral health facilities, mutual aid, primarily the ones with private EMS. Our hotels, our limited access highways seem to be killing us lately. And the high density housing complex is here in town, particularly one that is now under construction. I can't hear you.
What is a limited access highway?
The Mass Turnpike. So when we go to the Mass Turnpike for a crash, oftentimes we go to Framingham or Millbury to turn around to come home. So once we enter the highway, we are no longer, unless we're by some stroke of luck, right by a snow gate, and it actually works, then we can jump off there.
but that's not always the case. So we go to Framingham a lot. So if we're eastbound on the Pike at 107, which if you follow us on social media, that's our Bermuda Triangle. I feel like 9 out of 10 crashes is in that area for some reason. We have to go to Framingham and come back, which is we're out of our service zone for 20 minutes, 30 minutes, depending on the traffic, to come back. So we have a lot of high-frequency locations, and they're identified. Some of them, not all of them, are identified in front of you. The first one is of particular interest to me, and I did a impact study for the previous town manager before they started the Pulte project. My numbers were conservative compared to what Pulte projected. We were projecting, my number was 220 calls a year from that development. Theirs were the formula that they used was 0.32 calls per unit annually, which was slightly higher than my number. In fire service for a development like that, it's about 0.28 calls per unit. What we're seeing is actually not the case. A lot more healthcare needs, a lot more difficulty getting access to healthcare. So in 2022, in the first 3 buildings that were built, we did 77 calls for service. So by the time that project is done, we can expect my 220-ish call prediction to actually be 360 calls just for that development annually. So you say to yourself, well, what's the big deal? That's only 1 call a day. Well, it's not just that 1 call a day there. It's the 1 more at the next place and the next place and the next place. And before you know it, compiled with some other things I'm about to tell you, our commitment time to calls is extended significantly. So Whittier Rehab lost their private ambulance call. Our calls are there up 25%, to almost 250 times there last year. Westborough Healthcare up 131%. Convenient MD, which is really just getting started. We were learning the patterns for which they use EMS, which is particularly on the weekends. I'm not sure if it's because they have per diem workers there on the weekend that are not comfortable, but the reality is we're taking some people out of there that are very sick. I think also people's primary care physicians are closed on Saturdays, so they're using that as their primary, and we're finding some people that are pretty sick and pretty injured that show up there. Calls for the highway are up. The hotels, we're in a little bit of a crossroad with them. I'll get to that in a future slide, but up 11%. And then Spectrum Healthcare, our biggest user, is actually down 1%, but we still respond there almost daily. So upcoming challenges, and this is what I was going to highlight about the hotels. So I just went over the Chauncey project, Chauncey Lake at Del Webb. That was what we can anticipate moving forward. They just opened their 4th building, and there are numerous buildings under construction there today. I would expect 3 more to be opened during this calendar year. The Sharp building at the Commonwealth and the Executive Office of Health and Human Services, that is actually one topic right there. So they are moving forward with a project at that location. We met with them as recently, again, as yesterday, to fully change the use group of that building from institutional to residential. And they will be housing immigrants at that facility once the building is brought up to today's code for sprinkler and fire alarm. So we could expect to see hundreds of people that move in there probably by summer, end of summer. Our hotels, we've also been told by the Executive Office of Health and Human Services that they've contracted with the Extended Stay Americas. They will also be moving refugees into 3 of those facilities, at least 2 of them, maybe 3 of those facilities. And why I'm putting that down as an upcoming challenge for us, they directly told us yesterday that there will be significant healthcare needs that are required at all of those locations. So we can anticipate an increased workload there as well. Organizationally, we already have 5 people between now and the end of the year that have put in for their retirement from our department. So we're starting to see the older crowd. No, I'm not one of them. The older crowd, the older crowd, some are sitting behind you that have applied for retirement, and they will be leaving us shortly. And also, we've always seemed to bring the simultaneous calls into effect and how that's impactful on our staff in delivery of service to you. And I feel like that's almost not even worth monitoring that anymore, because if you ask our neighbors at the fire station, to the neighbors around the fire station, they approach me, particularly on Phillip Street, and say, what is going on? We hear out of this building 24/7. It's a 24/7 operation. There's almost never a call not going on in town. There's almost never not 2 calls going on in town at the same time. So they hear
the diesel exhaust system that you're about to hear. They hear that going off, the doors going up and down, and sirens on a regular basis, as do we hear it from the people in the Rotary.
Sorry, can you, I missed the part you were saying, I got the Sharp building, but the executive office?
So that's the Executive Office of Health and Human Services are the ones working with us and DCAM to help assist the refugees to find housing. And there are options that are all over the state, but one area proper there of primary.
So that's related to the Sharp building, the one and the same?
And the hotels, both.
Okay, I didn't know.
I kind of put it in there to remind myself that that's the state group that we are working with to kind of expedite their projects so we can get people into housing.
Okay, thank you.
So those are up-and-coming challenges. These are continued challenges that I'm bringing before you. Our 8-person minimum on duty today, that is a challenge for us. Our out-of-service time at the hospitals have almost doubled. So there's been a program which I highlighted the board 6 months to a year ago about a policy of holding the wall. There is a new policy sometimes when we go to Framingham where we're required to stay in our ambulance with a patient until they're ready to accept us. So this is an example of half of your staff in this picture actually holding a wall because they won't accept the patient, and that could be an hour or 2 hours where we're continuously using our personnel, our supplies, our time to care for a patient in the hallway, and that's just a fact of life. So since COVID-19, this is just one of the many negative ramifications of that. There is a significant shortage of healthcare workers across the board, not just us, nurses, we see it every day. We see it 20 times a day going into the emergency rooms, the shortages that exist. I think I overheard part of it in the previous presentation about behavioral health, and that's just like a significant part of who we're holding the wall with. We see hospitals on diversion, and I just took one snapshot off my phone. This is becoming a regular day-to-day. So it's the labor and delivery yesterday was closed at Framingham. The day before, the operating rooms were closed. We're seeing this, so we're having to shop around for hospitals from time to time. Our primary hospitals up until recently were St. Vincent's Memorial, UMass, Marlborough, Framingham, Milford. Now we're finding ourselves going to Clinton, we're finding ourselves going to Newton Wellesley, and we're finding ourselves heading into Boston, particularly people with specialty cares that only have physicians there, or oftentimes we would get them to Framingham and they would be able to find a private ambulance to get them the rest of the way. But now we're removing ourselves from service for hours while we go into Children's. And that's not a lot, but it's a few times a month. But the holding the wall thing happens almost every day. So I put up an org chart because I have this organizational chart for the Westborough Fire Department on one side, okay? And that's from my position all the way down. And that looks great on paper, and it looks fat, and it looks like we're really healthy. But the reality is it's what's on the right. So even though there's 10 firefighters assigned to a group today, if you do up the math on their personal time, their vacation time, et cetera, they're very rarely at the maximum. They live and with injuries. I have had somebody out on a significant injury, probably for the last 2 years. A lot of them for the result from work. We've had people with broken legs that required surgery, 2 significant neck surgery, knee surgeries, cancer. We've had the gamut on that. So on top of those, people are entitled to their vacation time. They're entitled to their time off. So where we live is really where they, on the right. If there's two supervisors here, a captain and a lieutenant, you end up with 6 firefighters and 2 officers. And that's for, sorry, this one's, let me back up. Sorry, this one's kind of dull. So we staff our equipment, which if you were around long enough to hear about the SAFER grant when we applied for that, we got our first fire truck ever that stayed in service the majority of the time, and we concentrated on staffing that to the appropriate NFPA standard, which is NFPA 1710, which requires 4 firefighters on a fire truck. If we drop down to 9, the staffing on that truck drops to 3. If we drop to 8, it goes back to 4, but we close an ambulance. So the ladder truck has to staff the ladder truck with 2 firefighters, and they also have to man the second ambulance, which is out continuously. So we have to choose. So if the ladder truck's on a call, the second ambulance doesn't go out. If the second ambulance is out, the ladder truck is closed. So we kind of play that shell game every day. Oops. I think one thing that stood out to me when I was thinking about our staffing is when we got the grant in 2018, we were following a strategic plan, a study that was done by MRI for the town of Westborough, which kind of helped us build a roadmap for our future. And part of that plan was to reduce property damage in Westborough, and we started off great. We were doing fantastic right up until COVID hit. We had some very dramatic rescues that were people were awarded at the governor's office for. And then I looked when I was doing this today, and you look at our fire loss in the community, we were on the trend going down, and then this year, that's probably the highest I've seen since I worked there, $2.176 million in fire loss in 2022. So we go back to cross-staffing our apparatus like the ladder truck and the ambulances. This is where we lie every day. Now we have 4 ambulances. One is a reserve if something's broken down. We have 3. And I always have a hard time, I always wonder if people actually understand the fire service is weird, okay? We take on a lot of responsibility. And I'm not just talking about operationally on calls. I'm talking about, I have 2 firefighters that manage almost 100% of the IT for the police and the fire department. I have firefighters that manage ordering all my medical supplies. I have firefighters that manage community impact programs. I have firefighters that manage like important things within our organization. But as our calls are up and we're holding a wall somewhere and we're going into Boston, we're starting to not be able to accomplish those things, and it affects our customer service and it affects our operation. It affects our operational delivery. So if you look at the 8 people that are on duty most days on the left, and you look at the apparatus that I'm telling you we're going to run the majority of the day, every day, like we constantly play a shell game. So we take 50 pounds of fire gear and we jump around from truck to truck to truck to truck to truck to lift people that way anywhere from 10 pounds to 600 pounds, and that's exhausting. That is, and it's also dangerous. It's dangerous for the employees and it's dangerous for the people that live here. If you go back to ISO and you go back to NFPA, we talk about what is a normal complement of firefighters to respond to a single family house. And the answer is 17. Well, there's more than single family houses in Westborough. And there's actually outlined beyond that where you should be at. So when there's a fire on Chauncey Circle and somebody says, wow, there's a lot of towns here, Shrewsbury's here, Northborough's here, Southborough's here, Hopkinson's here, it's because we're trying to get to that number. We're trying to satisfy a requirement. The problem is, I have 8 people on duty, they only have 4, so we strip everybody's town and we leave this big gap of no coverage, so then they're pulling from their neighbors to kind of protect their town and so on and so forth. So when you dig into NFPA 1710 and ISO, and they're the ones that provide us our report every 5 years to set your insurance rates and insurance premiums. When you go down the list and you look at an open air strip mall, well, we have those. We have Bay State Commons. That would require 27. Garden style apartments, Park Village, Milk Street, all the new complexes we're building, 27. High rise, no, I'm not Boston. I don't have 30-story buildings, but I have 8-story buildings. I have buildings that are tall enough where people live outside the reach of the physical portable ladder on an engine company. So that would require 42. Well, we're not even trying to accomplish that. We're trying to get by and handle the minimum calls that we're doing now here in Westborough. So when you look at our budget, and I'll go through it in a second, you're going to see in the upcoming slides where we're looking to go back to the picture with the shell game with the apparatus that we're going to run every day. We're just looking to get our minimum staffing up to 9. And what that does is assures me that I'm not closing the ladder truck to close the second ambulance. So if we're at 9, the engine's going to go back to 3 people. The ladder will have 2, and both ambulances will have 2. So 3, 5, 7, 9. So there's less this going on and less out of service time of apparatus. Is it ideal? No, but at least I can get the second ambulance out the door. Because of the amount of calls that come in from time to time, we have already had negative ramifications in our community over the last year that weren't great. So within my budget, and I can take you from the top 2 lines are my salary and the deputy fire chief salary. The third is clerical. So you'll see that I filed a program improvement request under clerical, and I have a section coming up on that for a part-time administrative assistant for fire prevention and community risk reduction. The wages in dispatch have increased due to their union contract, their COLA. We've kept their part-time request the same. When you get to operations under wages for the firefighters, there is a component built in there for four firefighter paramedics and also an addition of a administrative captain. Our training remained the same for fire. Pretty much the rest of our budget remained flat. And why don't we see more increases in that right now? The union contract is still open. They're about to begin negotiations, so whatever contractually is negotiated, you will see adjusted in that budget as we go forward. So what we're requesting in our budget, 4 firefighter paramedics, 1 administrative captain. Want me to correct that now? No, well, that was the PIR, right? And a part-time administrative assistant. So for the administrative captain, person will be responsible for a lot of things, and I said we do duplicate efforts amongst much of our staff. EMS licensing, EMS training, which is required, fire rescue training, which is required, improving our ISO, we're almost at a 1, EMS billing and collections, fire prevention, maintaining the certified public expenditure program, and public records request. To add that position, so there, if you go back to our org chart, we have a firefighter that is assigned to the day, so there's 10 on every group, and there's a day spot. We wanted to take the day spot and elevate that to an administrative captain position. So really, we would be funding the rank differential between firefighter and captain. Operational increases for fire and EMS. So we had originally talked about 4. You heard about that from the manager last night. We're being budgeted for 1 in this budget, and that would improve 25% of the fire department's work groups. Our goals to do that would be, we would be reducing cross staffing. We would ensure that the 2nd medic unit is staffed, increase the minimum on duty to 9, reduce our out of service time, reduce employee injuries, reduce property damage, and also accommodate our demand for service. If you look back to that organizational assessment, it says that in 2024, we were to increase our minimum daily staffing to 9 personnel, and overtime funding may be needed. So we're asking, because of all the impacts from COVID-19 and the healthcare system, to bump that up. I think that increasing our overtime is not great when the staff is already doing 20 to 25 calls. A lot of the days they come to work, people don't want to work overtime. We have generational changes that have gone on where people don't want to work overtime, and that's okay. And I just don't think it's smart to keep beating the staff into the ground with overtime or forced overtime, which unfortunately happens now as well, just to increase the overtime line to accomplish this goal. So in fire prevention and community risk reduction, I wanted to give you some data. So our 2022 data showed that the code enforcement, we did 50 activities, plan review 586. Fire investigation unit did 14 investigations, 77 community impact programs, and 969 overall inspections. I'll tell you that the number is actually higher. We did that by occupancies. Sometimes when we go and people don't fail, and I think you saw that with like the mobile station, that required us going back several times. So that's like an instance of that. So the number is actually higher. So the request for that division, which we're not moving forward right now, was a part-time assistant. And that mission would have been to manage the scheduling, external communication, so that the 5 of us that operate out of the division aren't delivering our written correspondences out differently. It just becomes easier and more clear. Clerical responsibilities and customer service. And then to talk about our budget for expenses. So there are some things that went up in this line, and I have highlighted those in green, and the ones that went down are in yellow. So all of the things that are in green were, I'm sorry, I'm gonna back that up and go one at a time. The buildings and ground, the radio system, vehicle repair, Those things were all, that the cost to do business in there for especially service agreements has gone up, and we've already done our work ahead of time to see what those projections were. We have changed our air packs down. We got the grant 2 years ago to replace our packs, and we found that we don't need as much to repair those. The cost for our third-party testing for all of our hose and appliances went up, so that line went up. The medical billing went up because we're collecting more money, and we pay a percentage of what we collect. And our clothing went up for a contractual obligation we have to provide a Class A uniform to all of our new hires. Before I did the questions, I wanted to say I believe I might have made a mistake here. I was presenting things that I originally had filed for on the improvement, part of the new improvement program. So what we're looking for funding for is really the one firefighter position right now. And can you help me with correcting that? Was that it?
Well, and I had mentioned in my budget presentation that we would definitely have additional funding through ARPA. So we have $193,000 now, and we expect to have additional funding related to reduction in cost of other awarded projects, as well as projects that might not go forward. So there'll be another round of ARPA, and so we'd encourage the chief to apply for ARPA funding for additional firefighters. When we did the priority of PIR forms, the chief put the 4 additional firefighters as his top priority. And so we felt that we could, similarly to the police department, support a ARPA funding for some additional firefighters, in addition to this one that would be in budget.
So I was going to round out with that. We intend to, in the next couple of months, be applying for the ARPA money to satisfy the rest of the requirements in the budget, for the budget requests. So regarding the salaries, wages, and expenses, I'm open for questions.
So, with regard to Health and Human Services tapping our community and bringing all these people in, nobody was consulted ahead of time?
No.
And what are the numbers?
So they have been changing. So they were originally 100 people on the 3rd floor. Now it's reported yesterday up to 64 per floor, but I don't know the answer.
So they called us and told us it was coming. I mean, it's not a question.
Right. Are they going to provide additional supports to our community? First of all, you're going to get this influx, and you're going to get an influx of people who don't necessarily understand our system. And so therefore, there's going to be a high use of 911, and they're going to land in our emergency rooms that are already, we're so overtaxed, I can't even begin to describe it. And there we sit.
So I can comment on the healthcare part. So they did identify there was going to be healthcare needs. They are trying to establish a contract with a nearby healthcare clinic, which I'm assuming would be like a
Acute
Carewell,
care.
Convenient MD. So hopefully that reduces it. The impact, they are bringing an array of services with them to, it's not going to be an unsupervised, unstaffed location. There'll be resources on site to provide a lot of the things that they
Lyman
need.
Street?
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Holy moly.
She asked where it's located, so it's on
The
Lyman.
Lyman Street. I
Yeah.
was trying to figure out which building. I don't know which one it is. Okay.
We've been told to expect that the hotel population would be more transient, but I think the chief heard yesterday that the other building, which is obviously significantly more, would be more
Permanent housing.
And the more permanent housing is families, correct?
Yes.
Whereas the hotels may or may not be, right?
I don't know.
I don't think we know.
We don't know. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Originally, we're told yesterday, women and children for Lyman, but now that may not be entirely accurate.
Can you, Chief, I'm sorry.
So Chief, I think I understand the mechanism whereby somebody where an ambulance responds to a town, and then there's reimbursement maybe from the town for the ambulance service. At one point, you put up the fact there's like 30,000 calls that we handled in 2022. part one of the question is, like, how many of those were calls that were coming from out of towns versus how much was serviced specifically for Westborough? And then to build on that from the first part of what I said, could you explain how we are able to recuperate any monies from any of our neighboring towns as they may recuperate from us if we have to use their services? It's like, what's the money exchange for that?
So we bill their patients exactly the same way we bill our own.
To only ambulance, not fire?
Yeah, we don't bill for fire mutual aid. We don't provide a lot of fire mutual aid. It's primarily ambulance. And then we don't bill anybody for coming here. It's a mutual aid agreement.
Okay, and so any of the ambulance calls that happen out of the town, somebody else is paying for, we're not covering that as well, right?
Ask me that again?
So any ambulance call that happens for a response out of Westborough, outside of Westborough, is being paid for by the town that the ambulance goes to?
No, we're billing the person.
Oh, strictly for the, okay.
But
We don't charge other
we're paying
towns.
for it. We're paying for it initially because we're not charging the town or
Don't charge
whatever. We
other
do go
towns.
to try to get reimbursement from the patient,
Yes.
but
Got it.
it's that mutual aid. It's our staff, it's our payment. And if we get that payment for services, that comes back to the general fund of the town.
Thank you. And maybe the first question as well, the 30,000, or I guess the first part of the question, the 30,000 calls, how much of that is Westborough, and do we know how much of that is supporting outside the town?
So I can tell you in my department, it was about 300 calls out of town that we performed. I don't think the police do very many out of town. I would say less than 50.
So 30,000, you were doing 300 as well?
31,000 incidents, so that doesn't mean somebody's dialing 911. Remember my slide at the beginning, it doesn't mean they're dialing 911 31,000 times. It could be a traffic stop, could be, but I would say less than 400 of those incidents are out of town.
So about 1%, 400 out of 30,000-ish.
Yes.
Okay. So it just sounds to me like that's not an opportunity we could explore for other options. But thank you, I appreciate that.
Welcome.
Chief, can you go back to, well, I understood of the 31,000 dispatch calls, later you indicated that there was over 2,000 kind of misdials when you talked about 911.
Yep.
So, but then I thought I heard you say even on those you have to respond. Like and I interpreted that to mean like physically respond, like move people to a location.
So of those misdials, the majority of them, the police department has to respond to and confirm that they are truly accidental and there's not a domestic issue that goes on there. Some of them are pocket dials from people driving, so we will call them back. If they're by the time we call them back, they're already down the pike. We're not asking them to come back here. Dispatchers will get a supervisor's authorization to log that call as was reported.
So of the 7,300, 2,000 of those are misdials?
Yes.
Okay, thanks.
Yes.
I think it was 2016, right? 2000.
Yeah, 2016.
Yeah.
So Westborough's blessed by having both 495 and a Mass Pike right crossroads thing. But from your department perspective, of course, that's a lot of activity that you generate. Is that just, I guess, is that funded in the state just by luck of the draw? You happen to live next to a highway, so your fire department services that part of the highway?
Yes. When it was Mass DOT, when it was the Mass Turnpike Authority, we had the ability to build a turnpike, but it's now on the Mass DOT and that funding mechanism. There's some towns that are still in that, but because they have long contracts, but Mass DOT doesn't generally sign contracts for people to respond to their highways. And unfortunately in Westborough, if you drive the pike enough, you know you leave Grafton, go to Westborough, go to Upton, go to Westborough, to Hopkinton, to Westborough, to Southborough. And so I think it's easy for the state police just to guess instead of just call here, because some of those calls aren't actually in our town, but we have the ramps and the infrastructure to get there, and it's kind of a guessing game.
Shelby, then Andrew.
Can you clarify what the request around the administrative captain? So the number you put up there was 14,000. So I'm assuming that's not an additional person, that's additional work within, for promotion? Is that?
Taking that day firefighter, I think you said that's it.
I didn't see what box we're adding.
I think it's that day firefighter, changing that to administrative captain. Is that correct?
Yep. So,
Aqua. See. Underneath fire prevention, that day firefighter, I think, right?
yeah, see in blue on the right, day firefighter. So we have a float person that works the day shift. We're supposed to, but that person's been covering for long-term injuries. So when we get everybody back, that was the hope.
And what is the, as a professional career, you talked about retirement, and then, so you've requested 4, and right now we're seeing 1 firefighter EMT.
I don't have to re-budget for the people that are retiring because they're still
No,
approved.
right. But, so you've got some folks retiring. What is the profession like right now in terms of the ability to attract new firefighters, or those that want to get into?
Just like everywhere else, it's not great. So we used to get 110 applications for a position. Now we get 12, sometimes 5. It's not great.
So is it fair to say that the lead time to find qualified candidates is that much longer, or not, or we're still getting a healthy professional pool, it's just a smaller pool?
I'd say that Westborough has done extremely well in attracting great candidates. Even though the numbers are smaller, I think that we're still getting calls because people know there's people retiring here that are looking to laterally transfer here.
Andrew?
Thanks.
So I'm going to give you 2 different scenarios. So there's the one scenario where folks coming into work and they're going call after call after call. That's busy. That sucks. For long days, weeks at a time, that's difficult. I understand that. Put those aside for a second, because there's going to be instances where everybody, both units are out or all 3 units are out, calls come in and we can't respond because we don't have anybody on service. That's when we start laddering down, which to me is a different level of suck, because it means we're not meeting the needs of the community. So my question is, are we tracking those types of incidents? Because I think there's a difference between long days and critically endangering lives and well-being of people. And I'd love to know that there's a number we can look at.
No, I don't have that number.
Is it something that's trackable? Am I making up the scenario, or?
Oh, you're not making up a scenario. So I just don't track the times that we're not available, because a lot of times we will break the fire truck out of a call, which isn't necessarily great if they're in the middle of an incident, to run to an address where somebody's not breathing and meet a mutual aid ambulance that's there. That's on the way there. That's just like an example, but I don't track that type of stuff. I feel like I track, I think, everything else. I guess I just.
I mean, you do a great job of it, so thank you.
Andrew, the other piece I would add is that I think that there's a quality of work component to that, it's like, how do you track that, right? So that first part of the part that sucks, right? If people don't like it, they're getting tired, they're getting burnt out, and that, has personal safety. I mean, I know you know that, but I think it's important to, point out it's not just, the public receiving those services or where they're not happening.
Sure. And I will, later on in this conversation, I do want to address that whole churning through people and work safe. Totally get that. But obviously, it's a very different thing when lives are at stake. So I would love to know, because that second part is, for all due respect to the folks who are working really hard, that second part is a reason we would have to think seriously about what changes we make. It's a different conversation. So.
Can I speak freely?
Absolutely.
You brought it up. I can talk suck. Okay. When all 3 ambulances are out, which is every day, that leaves our primary fire truck with 2. There are OSHA standards that prohibit us from entering a building unless there is a known life hazard in that building to go rescue someone. Unless we see that they were in there and disappear, there is an OSHA standard that prohibits us from entering a structure to reduce damage and even do a search unless there's 2 in, 2 out. 2 people in, 2 out. So when that fire truck has 2 on, we have to resort down to the worst possible scenario that we are going to do a defensive operation, which is put a hose line in stream and sit and wait until someone else comes there. Or we're going to abandon our fire truck altogether if we see, say, you disappear in a window and there's nobody outside and they're going to come in to get you. That's suck.
Yeah.
Okay, and that happens all the time in a town this size. We're at a crossroads and a breaking point where, do I think I need to permanently assign people to apparatus? Probably not. We still need to cross staff to survive, but we're getting big enough in a call volume of over 5,000 emergency calls a year where we're due for a change. I would strongly encourage at the end of this report that is done, the strategic planning and organizational assessment, that is done again, because a lot has changed since that report has been written, a tremendous amount, and there's a tremendous amount of liability. So that's actually suck.
Well, yeah, it sucked, but from a finance group, the liability is one of those things that stands out as well, and the churn in staff. I think those are tremendously important numbers. And if that can be tracked, it's a tremendously powerful story, especially going back to a community where they're already feeling the fatigue of taxes going up all the time. What you're talking about is bread and butter lives here.
I am talking bread and butter lives. Pardon, I'm sorry for interrupting. I am talking about bread and butter lives, but I'm also telling you about an organization that tries to offset the taxpayer cost as much as possible. And I believe organizationally we have demonstrated that. I'm just telling you, we're at a crossroads. We're at a time that's changing. People are changing, staffing is changing, healthcare needs is changing, demand for fire service is changing. And going forward, just expect AME back probably before you again.
Oh, absolutely.
Can I correct one thing?
Of course.
So the, doesn't suck. That doesn't suck. We're going to need select board approval at some point. The fifth captain is not actually a budgetary issue. We found a way to manage that internally. I overlooked that. The manager brought that to my attention, 100% agreed, and I agree that is my mistake. We already have the money in the budget, so we'll be looking for a job change. That is it, but we already have the funding to make that actually happen.
Can you explain that?
Yeah, so Chief went through all the requests. As I said, his priority request was the 4 firefighters. So we're putting 1 in budget, then there's potential for ARPA funding for some of the others. Second priority, I believe, was the administrative captain, which was that delta that you talked about, Shelby, that 14,000. We talked about moving forward with that position, but doing it within budget. So that would require the select board approval of an amendment to the classification plan and likely the job description. But it isn't going to require any additional funding, so that there's no number in the budget for that change.
Repurposing
Correct.
within budget.
Correct.
Keep going.
One last thought and observation. You presented that one slide that had the dollar amounts of the damage for the town.
I did.
The 500, the 300, the 900, or the million, or 2 million, excuse me, we're up to 2 million. And while that's an interesting number, I think the context that really drives that home would be understanding in terms of dollar loss per home, dollar loss per something, as compared to other people. Because standing alone, that number tells me that it's changing in Westborough. But if the average home loss per residential home is $100,000 in Westborough per year, but it's $600,000 in another community, then obviously we're doing really, really well. And that's something that's not a bad thing for us, even if the number ticks up. So I don't know where that number's arrived from, but I would just suggest that the way to make it more powerful would be something to respond on would be the context with other towns, other communities, or in context of averages, so we can see if that number means we're having a bad year in a very, very successful department, or if it's a terrible year that stands out compared to other folks as well. Just an observation for the
So I can provide that to you in one of my next presentations. That is all tracked by the data unit at the Department of Fire Services, and they do like a pretty good presentation on where fire load is in the Commonwealth and the impacts to those communities. I think a better number that you may be interested in, which I'll also provide, is I'll get the value of all those properties and show you how much property they actually saved compared to that loss. So if I take the strip mall on Route 9 that had a $400,000 fire, but the value of the property was $4 million, then in essence, these guys saved that person $3.6 million. So that's actually a better number.
Excellent suggestion, excellent. I think that carries a lot more weight, so thank you.
Yep.
Seems like is there still confusion about what I said before?
No, I'm.
Okay. Separate from the chief's presentation, the PIR forms have been, they've worked really well for us internally, but I think they've caused some confusion here. So if anyone has feedback on that, going forward, we're happy to hear it. We think it's really helpful, but we want to make sure it's presented in a way. So we've jotted some notes down of how we can present it a little bit differently next
I
year.
know it hates with columns, but it sounded like an additional column that was kind of
What
what's
was included.
included, so
Okay.
that they
Yeah.
add together. I
Yep.
just read it across and assumed that was, what was in there was additive, and
Sure.
finding out it wasn't, but.
So just to build off of the comments made in this presentation about the anticipated influx of new members of our community, the Council on Aging is requesting some additional hours for outreach services of a variety of sorts. And I'm wondering if, as part of kind of programmatically what we're doing to integrate those individuals into our community and, educate them as to how the town works, et cetera, if there's an opportunity, should those increases to staffing, to have that resource help in that regard. So I'm sticking my nose into operations where it doesn't belong, but I'll just put that out there as a suggestion.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of unknowns of where the state services will stop and where ours will begin, but we know that ours will begin somewhere, so.
But the community nursing role that we have, is there, I know that that's a shared service, but there may be some resources internally that, we might have traditionally allocated toward, 55 plus, but I'm sure that
Yeah,
there's some flexibility there, so.
we're pushing the state as much as we can to provide the resources, but as we know, that's not, they're not, exactly, exactly. But
Can't
also
get anybody on the phone
bringing
at the
hundreds of people into
state.
our community with relatively short notice is going to be something we have to respond to, and hopefully they can help with that.
Okay, is that good for budget for now? We'll go to capital. Got a view of our new substation?
So that was the original fire station built in the town of Westborough. There's a lot of history that was within this, and if you go back and you read, there's a Boston Globe article about firehouses in the Commonwealth and how they picked where they built them and on what street corners, and this particular building was highlighted as being at the intersection of Milk and Grove, and the reason why it was put there was because it was easy for the horses to pull the hand-drawn apparatus within a 5-mile radius. So you can see that today, as I go into this capital presentation or capital request, that we're not in this building anymore. The infrastructure in this building was extremely limited. It did probably house part of the hardwired fire alarm system that was here. The floors were done to accommodate horses. That's what they cared about then. A tower to hang hoses and a hayloft, literally. But moving forward to today, yeah, you have my capital budget, which I'm sure you've reviewed before today, and I had 2 requests before you in fiscal year '24. And they were on line 2 right there, security system upgrades and a diesel exhaust system replacement. So in June of this year, we had an incident at the fire department, which is also, as you've heard me say 100 times, home to the dispatch center, the Public Safety Communication Center for the community. Nothing in public safety happens in this town without going through that center, ever. Every call that comes in goes through there. There is a lot of infrastructure that's built into the fire station, not only for us, but to support the activities of that room, like a long operating generator, uninterrupted power supplies, fiber, like a lot of servers. We manage a lot of things for outside of our department, out of this building as well. We did not anticipate a lot of things back in 2014 when we opened. When we spec'd in a security system, we got the bare bones, low bid security system that today is no longer supported. We had an incident, which you can see on the right, where at 3 o'clock in the morning, after breaking into cars for an hour in our parking lot, tried to get in and get into the dispatch center. None of it was caught on our videos. The only activity with the person that committed this crime was caught on police body camera after they responded, after the damage was done. So we're requesting going forward a security system upgrade
for critical infrastructure, for fire and fire rescue, for EMS, for public safety communications, and for the Emergency Operations Center. If you've been to our building and you've gone into the meeting room, you've seen that that room has a lot of closet space, and in those closet space, we have the ability to do a once-over, has all the infrastructure on the floor so that all the department heads and various committees can come in there and set it up should we have a significant weather event, a planned activity, or God forbid, something catastrophic happen in our community. Our project is calling to overhaul our security camera system. And when I stood up before about, sorry, sir, about hijacking my future presentation, so a little bit about that. So we have identified that not only at the fire station, we have security issues throughout the community. Sewer stations, water stations, pumping stations, senior center, particularly the town hall, fire station, police station, et cetera, et cetera. I work with the town manager. She asked me to reach out to vendors and start to put a plan together where we can enhance security as the world changes here, particularly in the cyber area, for all of our facilities. Those things not only include cameras, they also include access control. So we're not looking to build a system just for the fire station and sit on an island by ourselves. This is like step one of a multi-year project. We're looking to redo the fire station with cameras. We're looking to take those cameras, and the vendor has already identified other areas where they are suitable for perhaps a sewer pumping station that has a cellular capability. So it's not like we're going to take infrastructure and throw it in the trash. We're saving it from somewhere else. Also, access control. So our plan is much larger than the fire department. So for access control or door swipe, this building that you're in right now, police department and schools are all wired the same. So if a police officer goes to a call at the high school, they can swipe their card and they can go in, but they can't use it at the fire station. Vice versa, if we're at the fire station and we're trying to go to the school for a medical call, we can't swipe in, we gotta ring the bell. Can I help you? Let us in. It's not efficient. So we're just looking to upgrade our system so we have compatibility with those three so far, and then we'll grow it as we go forward. The town hall is probably coming sooner than later as a primary concern because really, there's no control over who's in there at what time. But our effort today and the cost attributed to that is really to build a system. We don't want to get halfway through and have them say, well, there's no more room on the server. You have to redo all that. So we're really concentrating on starting off on the right foot, spending the appropriate money so that we can take care of the entire town of Westborough and really kind of blanket it under emergency management. So our quote, and it's the same procurement contract on the state bid list as the police saw with the police department. We generated from the same vendor, $91,607.67, and that would include everything that we need to do to get foundation established for multiple occupancies in town, and get our equipment upgraded. There is no reason why the dispatchers should not have been able to look into a camera and seen somebody in our parking lot an hour before they broke the door down. And that can't happen again. The infrastructure that's there isn't capable of really seeing things at nighttime. If you look at the parking lot, you can see the outline of vehicles, and that's it. Very bad coverage areas. And frankly, we carry a lot of different things outside of infrastructure, such as narcotics, medical supplies, needles, syringes, all kinds of stuff in our station. We really need to be afforded the right level of security for that building. Any questions on that?
Yeah, so just so I understand, Chief, so the dollars here are strictly for setting up the program, but what we're basically purchasing here is strictly for the fire department at this time?
Not the server, correct? So the server is for everybody.
Right, so that we can
The
build
cameras and the access control upgrade is for the fire department. The foundation of it, the servers to record, because that technology isn't apparently in the cloud yet, is, maybe someone's going to tell me I'm wrong, but what we have now, we're going to have servers large enough to accommodate the entire town.
Right, okay. Understand. So building the foundation for the future that's built on, as you said, then it can be used for town hall, police, other things. So it kind of goes back to, I think, the question that was asked before. So why police has something with this, the infrastructure's there. It looks like it's the same vendor, but the actual access cameras is for the fire department.
So you're asking me why it's different now?
No.
Oh.
No, I'm just clarifying that's what.
Oh, yes, it is different now, yes.
So, okay, so thank you, Chief. I guess I'm just trying to, again, and I think you were trying to reconcile this Article 12 to 9B. I'm just curious, Article 12, the police chief's security cameras, that will integrate into the system that you're talking about here?
Yes.
And be managed through that system? Okay.
Yes.
And will that system, going back to Mark Stockman's presentation, is this all integrated and is all part of our network that's all managed through our IT, or is this a separate system that's going to be managed through the fire department only? How does this, because...
It's IT. It's the whole thing. The overall supervision is going to be by the IT department. I just happen to have two firefighters that do almost all the IT for public safety that work with Mark.
So if you can go back to your slide with the equipment on it for a moment. So I think that was said earlier that the equipment is servers or server, and Mark seems to be on the path of reducing his physical server count down to virtual systems. Can this system exist on the virtual platform that he's building out versus physical and avoid this cost of $48,000?
I'm out of my league. You want to come up?
I'm trying not to get too technical.
But the 48,000 is not just a server, that's also all the cameras and access.
Well, that's what I was kind of curious about. I don't know quite what that breakdown is.
Oh, go ahead.
So the server that Mark was talking about this morning is just a piece of added on to this. So how the overall design is downstairs right now, there's a server that runs access control and security cameras, and each unit of the building has space. So there's a space allocated for schools, for town, for police, and then we'll just be adding into fire. So part of what Mark did this morning was space to archive our video off to. That's not in the cloud.
So the shared storage that Mark is planning on and the virtual infrastructure that he's building out will accommodate this system?
Yes.
So
Yep.
you're not
So that's
purchasing
going
a
to
brand new physical server?
Right, we have physical servers now, but that'll give us space to expand for like video archiving where we don't need to buy more physical servers and more drives.
Okay.
And it's also gonna make our redundancy go across the network, as he said. So if we had an infrastructure failure in here today, we could fail over to the town hall.
Right.
And it could still stay operating and recording video.
Okay.
Same with the fire department. Each source, each building will have a small footprint of equipment that manages a little memory bank that says, hey, on this day and time, this happened, these people swipe, these people are allowed access. And then they constantly sync. If the link goes down, whatever state it was in when the link dropped is what it does. And as soon as the link comes back, they all do that. And then what Mark has is lets us archive across the platform across town.
Terrific. That's great to hear. So thank you.
And to that question on the equipment, there is some some piece in there, but a majority of that equipment, assuming is cameras, access, et cetera.
So the majority of that equipment cost there is just that. New cameras, the keypads, and unfortunately the infrastructure in the fire station, the way the power is and the controls are, they're no longer supported and compatible, so they need to get upgraded. So there's some back-end equipment you see, then you have the key cards and keypads, and then also the extra swipe cards, key fobs, and all that's included in that, along with cameras, the small server and things like that.
Perfect, thank you.
And then also the additional software licensing. So we're leveraging what we already purchased when we did the Forbes building and got a building license for. We're leveraging that and expanding it to everybody. So we don't have to buy multiple licenses because we pay support on multiple licenses. So as we expand, we now just say X more cameras, X more users, and we're kind of a big enterprise instead of a bunch of little islands.
Perfect. That's excellent. That's good. A question for the chief and then maybe a comment for, I don't know, Christy and the chief, but the cameras for the fire department, I'm assuming you just showed one picture of the entryway, but this is for, you said external and really the whole building, right?
Yep, I guess it's going to expand all the way out to the 9/11 memorial. The entire building, the apparatus floor.
Great.
Every side.
Okay.
Like, we're going to try to actually put the rotary up for you.
Say it again?
We're going to try to put the rotary up in some capacity for you as well, so you can actually get a view of what's going on down there.
That'll be a hot topic on, maybe you can license that for fees. 'Cause people will just
Actually, if I'm going to do that, I'm going for the bridge. I'm going for the bridge if I'm doing that.
Revenue stream,
Live stream the bridge.
yeah.
What about the bridge?
Can we put that as a, yeah.
Sell it to Hollywood.
Oh, my God. Okay.
The
So
bridge
just-
cam could be pay-per-view.
This is also for Christy. So 9B has created a lot of questions for us, in terms of how it interacts with 12. But it also raised concern for me because, we just renovated the town hall. We just renovated this building, and yet it talks about upgrading the existing system. This conversation clarified it for me, but I had the benefit of multiple conversations. So I strongly suggest the wording in the warrant clarify that, because I think residents will react negatively to that and wonder what we didn't do in a multi-million-dollar project we just completed.
Okay. Got it?
Rob.
I may be behind the times here, but is there a discussion about a central dispatch with other towns, and does that influence any of the discussions we're having here today?
So we're not having that today, but that's years away. And regardless, I was ready for this question, so thank you for asking. Regardless if it moves, we still need the security system at the fire station.
Yeah, no, I'm just more in general, how we're manpower, that sort of thing. And again, just.
But the answer is yes, we are in discussions on that, but I think that the right answer there is even moving forward, it's a number of years because of everything that has to go into it.
And that's specifically for dispatch, not firefighter, you know what I mean? So-
My staffing had nothing to do with dispatch. That's separate. So those 8 is for fire and
Yeah,
EMS.
no, I understand. I was thinking more, would there be less dispatch if we were combined with another town? Is that an area that we would potentially save money later on?
Yeah, all of it,
Yes.
all of it.
Big reason why we're looking at it.
Yeah, makes sense.
I'll go.
So diesel exhaust system. So, hold on a second.
Yeah.
Timing.
That's so annoying.
That's the explanation.
So,
The fire.
Well timed, Chief, well timed.
cue the ladder truck, cue the ladder. So National Fire Protection Agency Standard 1500. We live in an FPA 1500 that has everything to do about health and safety for the people that work for the town of Westborough that provide the services that we do. Okay, the fire department shall prevent exposure to firefighters and contamination of living and sleeping areas from exhaust emissions through the use of a direct source capture system. So we have a Plimo vent system in our fire station right now. Yes, I know the fire station was built in 2014, but it was moved from the old station. We did not install a new one at that station. They thought it would be more financially responsible to uninstall it and move it over. So the system we have now is 25 years old. We have paid in the last 4 years about over $10,000 on preventative maintenance and general maintenance. It is not uncommon for us to pull out of the garage and not have it released from the truck and rip in half. We have tried to change the technology and upgrade it from an air-driven system to a magnet system. But when we install the magnet system on, which we're still doing, when we back in at the hospital now, the trucks have a liquid spring suspension system in it. So when you open the back doors, the back of the truck dumps and crushes the exhaust additions to the exhaust system we have. So we have compatibility issues. So the system is aging. It was moved from the old station. It's less compatible and it sustains damage on a regular basis. So this is a picture from Norwalk Fire, one of the vendors that I was looking at, and I was just too lazy to drive to South Road. They installed one when they built their new station. Has a hoseless AirVac 911 system that is suspended. You get greater area on the floor without us walking into the thing, having a firefighter put his face up to the exhaust pipe to put the thing on every time they back in the station, and it's not discharging, hitting the side of the building and or breaking every single time we leave. It's a very highly used piece of equipment within our building. That system activates when we leave and when we come back. So 50 plus times every single day.
We're looking for this system, no hoses. It's OSHA compliant, NFPA compliant. It does a better job than the direct capture that we have now. And the maintenance is you change the filters in it every 6 months. That's really what we're looking at. So overall, they broke it up when I got the quotes into, if you know, and if you've been in our station, you know there's 4 bays out the front, and there are 4 bays out on Phillip Street. So they broke the quote up that way. One is for each, $44,960 for one set of bays, $37,830 for the other. And I know that does not total the amount that's on the request. So that came to just over $82,000. But the balance of what we're requesting for money is to remove the old system, dispose of it, and hire an electrician. So does the system that we have now work? Yes, it's limping. I don't like the firefighters putting their face up to the exhaust pipe every time we back in. It's very fragile, and it's at the end of its life. So we're requesting funding for that. And I'll take questions.
So if we go to this, we don't need that exhaust.
That's Westborough.
You can get those quickly.
That is Westborough. Seriously, that's a Westborough picture from the 1800s.
That this here, just so you know.
There's no backlog. It's clean energy.
Renewable, manure too.
We can do the mustache part. but-
Any questions on the exhaust?
Yeah, Chief, I do have a question for you. If you can go back to the purchase items there, that slide with the two costs. Just one more slide, I think. Yeah, this one. So the filter packs, so I see that you're purchasing 6 of those. That get you through 6 months, a year. How often are you going to have to, how often are you going to have to, $500 a pop or whatever? I don't know what it is, but is that like an annual supply or?
Sorry, can you tell me where you are?
I'm just looking at row 3 on each one of those.
the bottom.
No, row 2 on each one of those, 6 quantity, 445. Those are your filters, it looks like. How often do you anticipate that those will have to be replaced? This system.
So, I'll tell you right now.
It's the second line on both of them. It's the $445. Filter packs.
Yeah, I'm doing the math in my head here. So that's a year's worth.
Cool technology. It's really nice to get on.
It changes the apparatus floor. When you walk through Southborough and there's no hoses hanging and nothing for us to manipulate or bounce back and hit us and knock over whatever's on the floor. It's about way better technology. And I would never be asking if it was a brand new installed in 2014, but the reality is we moved it over from the 90s.
Get any, I'm imagining there's CO2 detectors inside the fire station. Do you ever get any false alarms with the current system not working properly with the exhaust?
So we don't have carbon monoxide detection on the apparatus floor. CO, no, we don't have carbon monoxide detection on the apparatus floor.
So as a suggestion, for the town's benefit, at town meeting, can we indicate that that system was moved from the old fire station?
Sure.
Because when I read it, I was like, that's clearly a typo, and I can't wait to hear this article. So,
Surprise.
yeah.
Anything else? Going once?
Nothing.
Chief, thank you
Okay.
very much.
Thank you. Thanks, guys, for coming in. I know half of y'all had to leave, but thank you.
Don't you want our jobs?
I feel like I have to apologize.
I'd rather be fighting fires than doing what we have to do. Sorry, ironically, the alarm on my house is going.
Oh, hey, what up?
Hopefully that's not what the truck was on.
It's gonna go about 5 minutes, let the school set up, and then we'll.
That's fine, that's fine.
Perfect. Sorry to make you wait a little bit.
Right, okay.
Did people eat during the talk, or did they all? Good.
I did, yes, that's right. I have a ton of notes.
About a half hour.
Okay.
What's the password in here?
Westborough, lowercase, no UGH, WESTBO.
Well, I just had popcorn.
All lowercase, so WESTBORO, so Westborough without the old school way.
Okay, all right, thank you. The correct way?
Well, you could not be bundled more over there. I'm looking at you, I'm so envious of you. Like, I should have bought a sweater and a jacket and like multiple layers. You said a turtleneck as well? My God, you're.
Well, you know what it is? I'm not used to sitting still.
I'm envious of you. I don't know what you're talking about. This is awesome.
I'm ready to like get up and move. As a result of not being up and moving around.
Department request we always put in, and then we always put the manager recommendation. And then this year we just have it here. So that's what's confusing.
Yeah, she was there for quite a while.
It
is the Westborough Police Department calling me.
Oh, no.
Recommended budget.
Hello, this is Gene.
It's up to, I mean, it's up to you. I mean, I'm happy to.
It's just been there. Planning is just.
Well, I just, you know, the only thing is, I guess,
Right?
That's just power, isn't it?
No, I think
I'm going to go back and be able to fill in police and fire, which I consider are two very important groups that I've completely missed.
Where'd the HDMI cable go?
Right here.
Oh, all right.
Because I have this.
that's basically what we're getting.
Yeah, just.
Yeah.
How is it?
It's
Hey,
okay.
Patrick.
It's definitely well cooked.
Well done.
Yes.
Yeah, no,
It's like two big dogs on either side of me, so I'm like constantly.
Nice to have the dog show, isn't it?
So I'm like, I don't get why am I so
Classic timing.
That isn't coming up. Not here, 70 pounds. Oh, here. I have a Belly and Larry.
Belly and Larry?
Larry.
Belly.
Belly, like you're talking.
oh, with our,
Belly is the black lab golden. Larry is the yellow lab.
They are comfortable too and warm.
How are you?
So warm. A little pug, very warm. Not nearly as good a source of energy.
Hi, David.
How are you?
They're busy. Keep you really busy.
Oh, I didn't realize
They're
we were
good.
breaking.
They're wonderful.
I don't know.
Where did they belly?
Working tonight?
Is that short for anything?
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah, I don't know whether.
So not a false alarm. My house is being broken into.
No!
No, I didn't hear whether.
What's it?
Which part of the
Over on the Southborough line.
Indeed.
Yeah. Okay, I live on Flanders.
Honest to God, I don't care how old the dog
like
is,
my
if you
fruit
feed it and love it, it'll answer at any time. Like, new name, do it.
I'm like, no, there's no chance of that. They're like, okay.
Is there anybody there?
No, nobody's not. There's a dog there.
Oh, yeah.
So there now, I'm like, do you want me to leave and come there? And they're like,
Pathetic in terms of the way they're responding. Like, they're,
like,
they
okay.
can pick up micro cues better than most people can.
Yeah, that happened to me, oh shit, a month ago. We were in my Newport. My daughter was in Maine, and we got a call from the alarm company and the police. And I had spark plug was the front door, and it's inside a vestibule, so evidently wind or something.
Yeah.
And so meanwhile, we come rushing back for a big long turn.
As long as you remember to throw the dead ball.
You're in pain and apologizing to the other person. And it happens with kids. Sorry, kids,
They're very nice.
Oh my God, I understand you had your problems. Oh my I know.
You know, we have a dog and an alarm. Hopefully, all of them's done. It's the alarm, the dog went crazy, and they ran.
Okay.
You know, that's my hope. Nobody's home. We've got it. There's nothing worth stealing in the house. How much in advance? Broken into about, What their budget is going to be. oh, it's wild, 15 or Because more they haven't years even, ago. you know, like.
What's crazy is how accurate it is.
The thing, there's nothing really to it. There was like some old laptops that were
goes to
actually
check
stealing. There was a stack of winning scratch tickets. Because my father used to like to buy scratch tickets to support some And then local they can't business, swap out but he children, thought the that way if he that, turned you in
Oh,
the business over, so we would give them to me. I was like, okay, so I had a stack, you know, but it was like,
Yeah.
$200 worth of tickets. It was, you know.
Very,
So, some old like film camera equipment that they took, but, you know. Again, it's
my least favorite part of the
Daniel has a pretty decent one.
and then some costume jewelry.
Yep.
Just, again, wasn't worth it.
Well, I have it down to,
Yeah.
yeah.
You know.
Then it takes a while to develop a style.
Yeah.
And then also,
Final one, or?
every board, they're great. They've been really, really good with moving with my style.
Okay, good. Because when I was at the private school, and I had to
I just went on there and was, I don't have
because I couldn't do both. So.
Right.
And then he was recording.
So,
For discussions, but
I'm thankful for video replays.
Yeah, yeah.
To be
It's like
able
you
to
should
maybe,
do something.
the question about, I
like,
think that we need to
you know, some topics are more interesting than others, so.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
mitigation type.
Yeah.
And I get to choose them, which is the good part. Chrissy just gives me a credit card. She's like, can you order stuff? I'm like, just for this? I need to take care of black shoes. Like, you know. There's these fairies I've had my eyes on for a while.
Lots of zeros. Yeah.
Well, I think that, I mean, what I just said is, I think that
Yes.
the hotels, I think, have to be transferred. Because the state is not.
I'm just gonna do that for 1 second. Like, so.
That's the state owned. Yeah. But that's
That's what it looks like. That's exactly what it looks like. Did he bounce back?
like things that are.
I am absolutely floored about that influx. I am shocked. What did I miss? They're converting,
That's what I was saying. It's impressive. It's awesome.
immigrants. Yes. And then they're contracting,
You're gonna have a treasure on the floor over your chair. I don't mean to crush it with your chair. Oh, bad to worse. They're in the
and then the other one.
I mean, like, this is, they've come to me. And how many people?
Hold that follow-up. So a couple of things.
And now they will. Department of Health and Human Services.
Both of the projects that they're going to be working on.
I just worry. Can you think
So
of
the
the
decision made within this one is whether.
Checking on the snacks and the break and the walkabout, just to see how you guys are holding up. Are you ready to get started? Do you feel good? You want to?
We are ready, let's go.
Okay, so first of all, thank you and apologies for your stamina that, you know, you're still here and I know it's a lot to keep your focus. I just want to start by saying following Pat is not fair, okay? And I want to just start by offering a compliment to my town colleagues. I think that one of the really amazing things about working in the community is that the collaboration and overlap between the social service network, which is kind of how I perceive all of us, fire, police, schools, youth and family, as the social service network of our community. And I think there's such a good invisible collaboration around how we provide services to families that make up complex adults and extended families and children. And when we think about schools, we think about the children, and that's important. But they come with parents and extended family, and I think the network of overlap with the fire and police is so seamless at this part of our careers. And I think it's the advantage of having some sustained leadership over time and good coordination by Christy to just keep things fit together. So I just want to give a shout out to the fact that I often see Pat's got his Portuguese and Spanish skills have grown immensely. He now translates and helped me with a family. He's pretty amazing. And we were working together on a family. One of the fires he was talking about was one of our families. Actually, 3 of the fires that they've dealt with overlapped to families of ours. And so, you know, that's the part where you're trying to get social services. We had families placed in hotels and different things. And I just can't say enough about the quality of the department for how well trained the fire department is around social service supports of all families. It's really impressive. So shout out to Pat, and I just wanted to thank him. So I'm going to start by just saying I know also I was able to visit with FinCom and give an overview. I think our budget does well with multiple passes, and so this presentation grabs most of what I walked through with you guys as a dry run for here, but also I've added some pieces. I'll step through as we go and try to provide for you a picture of where we are in our budgeting. I'll do some quick goals. I'll give some snapshots of relevant pieces of 23, mostly looking at 24 and where we are. Look at some emerging analytics for you in terms of the knowns and the budgeting, and look at any final changes we made that we did at the end coming up to our final budget, and then some capital request information. Really do focus, you know, and again, just having just complimented Pat and Jeff and Youth and Family Services, we're all working to maintain a sense of excellence of support that for people that live in this community, we are their servants, we are the people that are here for them. Our voice and our services always need to be leaning in on providing for them, and it's something we take great pride in. At the same time, we recognize that we need to do that with respect, we need to collaborate, we need to invest, and we're always trying to be innovative and to bring forward budgets that show cost savings and other creative ways of thinking. So one of the things that's nice to get a picture of is just kind of the district and what the mechanics are. And I did this slide last year and was one that I think people want to return to and ask some of the analytics on. So you get at any given time when you're looking at, you know, our staffing and the flow of the year, you see on the left there a current snapshot. The final data on staffing snapshots for us is always the end of year report, which captures, you know, a standard rollover in the year, but then also we do an FTE report to school committee. So it gives us a tracking record of staffing, and at any given time, we're refining our capacity to pull a quick snapshot and provide staffing updates. Currently in a district, we're serving 3,910 students as of yesterday. I think what's important is that I always try to give you a picture of the fact that the district is in constant motion. The idea that you come in the summer, you're here all year, you sell your house, or you move at the rollover of the school year is, you know, ended about 20 years ago. The design of how school are functioning is kind of continual evolution. So since August 31st, we have enrolled 536 students. So that means there's also students leaving, families leaving, houses rolling over, people moving in Westborough to different locations. But since August, I grabbed that snapshot poll this morning, 538 students have come into district. When you're onboarding those students, you're waiting to see what are their needs, what are their family needs, what are their trajectory of, you know, class placement needs. And so you also have then this kind of continuity of the rollover. And I think it's a pretty dynamic number that you just want to have to kind of think about.
my other districts around us are having the same dynamic. There's just this evolution of how flexible people are in their lives. Some of it coming from remote living where they can say, we can be gone for 6 months, or we can move and still, make changes mid-year. So you see all this mobility in people. You also see the piece around the homelessness and the discussion about refugees. A lot of people have been displaced, which means mid-year housing changes for people. So it's just a kind of an interesting number. We have 621 students in district that are on special education plans across a whole complexity of needs. We currently have 29 students in out-of-district placement. Again, all of those numbers are constantly evolving and changing. We have 423 students in district who receive English language learning support from us currently, and then we have another 286 students whose language has progressed to the point of independence, and they are thriving in the district independently, but we still track them to make sure that they continue to thrive. So you're looking at, 600 and almost 700 students that need complex language support needs. So across district, you've got 25 buses rolling, you have 3 late buses, you have before and after school programming for K through 6, you have breakfast and lunch programs now at all 6 schools because we meet the criteria to provide free and reduced lunch across all our schools, and you have the management and supply of all of that for all those moving pieces. It is actually an incredibly fun industry if you can step back and, get outside of the complexities of it. It's just it's a fun job, but it's never dull. So this year's budget brings you a total, and again, you see that the $63 million budget that we brought forward to you, and I'm going to step you through, the vast majority of this continues to sit in salaries. We're a human industry, and that's what drives the vast majority of all of the work that we do. Of the remaining portion of the budget, we drive the technology on a really thoughtful budget, given that there's, probably on average over 6,000 devices in hands. And then you have all of the screens, all of the moving pieces. There's an incredible volume of technology flowing in the district. So I'm going to step you through these. So I'm going to give you a quick overview of our process. Over the last 2 years, I think at this point you guys are such good listeners and have been along for the ride on all of this. In 21 and 22, we did a series of cuts of about 1.1 million. We've slowly been returning pieces of that, certainly not all of it, but the ones in yellow are the ones where you're going to see we work to be responsive in this budget, because we've just seen an incredible escalation in costs, and also the technology hit, given the volume of technology run in district, really needed to come back to a better level of funding. We did restore the year before 63,000, and you're going to see a crest in this budget to bring it back to where it had been. Year over year, our budget history moves with the needs of the district, and we really do try to start from a base of what do we need to do to maintain services, what services do we need, what services can we let go, what staff can we move around. We always start by kind of zeroing out where we are and thinking with a goal of level funding, and then the budget percentage responds to what that cost will be. So you see a good variability over the years in what our different percentages increase-wise have been. So our goal is always to provide a high quality of service at a competitive cost. We try to provide enough analytic background for you to give you some of those answers. And I've tried to start to grab some of that information for you because it's things you've asked for over the years, and I'll move through them quickly. But I think we really try to emphasize the fact that we are not just here serving the children in this community. The schools are available and used by our community, and we have a vision of continuing to expand that use to make sure that organizations know that the schools are here for them. We have an active set of programs and outreach into the community. We're a group that gives back as much as we can to everybody. This is just a quick snapshot. We'll share this with you later. We continue to be incredibly high performing, and I don't think we take a lot of time to emphasize that. I think we take pride in it, but it's a quiet pride. I think people still oftentimes, if you're inside the 128 belt, think of this as farmland out here, and that, little quiet Westborough is competing with the highest performing districts across the state. And I think it's something that you as a community can be proud of. And also we want to make sure that we're providing that in as manageable a cost as possible. The most recent one just that has come out is they marked us as the 12th best district in Massachusetts by niche, and that tends to be a user-driven, assessment. The Boston Magazine has us running up in really in the top 20 pretty regularly, and News and World Report, we continue to do well. So at the same time, we also pride ourselves that our kids are well-rounded. They're doing a lot of great stuff across the district. We're winning national awards for Best Buddy programs and other types of important scholarship that show our students care about doing a wide range of things in their lives. We then move them on to what they want to do next. It's the best match for them, and are very competitive to make sure that our students are going where they need to be. A snapshot of colleges, you'll recognize these names. Our kids are doing well. The goal is that they can go where they want to do and be who they want to be. Our MCAS scores coming off of COVID, 2 years of COVID and pandemic impact, came in incredibly well. I'm immensely proud of the fact that our 10th graders who are under immense pressure scored in mathematics and really around the top in the state around growth of, this is students who exceeded expectations. Again, with our competitive districts, you see we're up in that top range there for ELA. And I think we always talk about the fact that one of the things I love about Westborough is that it's diverse both in its socioeconomic bell curve, in its ethnicity, in its religions, in all of the ways that make it a really interesting place to live. And we do have, as I think you're very sensitive to, a wide array of families and senior citizens who live on a more fragile realm than some of the other members of our community. And I think it's captured in this percentage. We continue to perform incredibly well at a very high level. We also have a higher percentage of complex needs students than many of our competitive districts. So you see, we're benchmarking very well when 38% of our students fall into this high needs category, which means there's some combination of low income or special education needs, and it just marks them as students who require more of our attention and resources. So against the fact that we do have those complexities, I think we're trying to keep those costs tight and performance high. Our per pupil expenditure, this is the all-in cost for per pupil expenditure for Westborough. We fall right in the middle of our bell curve. That is inclusive of healthcare costs to the town and the total expenditure. This is all grants, revolving accounts. It's all money, all in our average per pupil expenditure. This is probably the best apples to apples comparison you can get on schools and communities. It does not include debt service. You can see similarly that we've maintained a pretty tight increase over the last 5 or 6 years. We're at an 18% increase of our budget cost, and again, at the lower end of that with our community comparisons. Similarly, we are about 51% of the overall town budget. We're certainly within, kicking distance of what a lot of these communities are doing, but certainly in the lower third. So when you look at that data, the data and the story for that is really that we have amazing kids, we have high performers, we have some complex kids, we have a lot of needs, and we also are continuing to lift all those students to high levels of performance so they can move on in life and do what they want to do and give back to their communities. From there, we try to build a budget that maintains that and grows as slowly as possible. One of the things we're facing that we pulled out into the light and talked about was the fact that the Operational Services Division, which is the executive branch in the Commonwealth that sets cost increase for tuitions and a range of state contracts, set a 14% minimal increase or maximum increase for their services. And if you look at their annual percentage increases over the last 10 years, it's pretty shocking that they popped out with a 14%, and people are pretty upset. There's a lot of meetings and lobbying going on across the states right now to push back on this, because they're also applying that to some of our most uncontrolled expenses, right? So they're taking our most uncontrolled expenses and some of our most costly and throwing a 14% potential increase against those services. That's paraprofessionals, that's special education, it's out of district transportation and out of district cost services. It's also important that so that was a big hit for us to have to think about in the budget, and I'll highlight to you how we responded to that in our plans. The other part you have to know, and I think we've talked about this, is we're in open contract negotiations with every unit. So I don't know how much you're paying attention to what's going on across the state with contract negotiations, but they are not going well for many, many, many communities. I just want to commend the quality of leadership that we have in Westborough around our Unit A colleagues. They are very collaborative. They push, they represent themselves well, but they are incredibly committed to their jobs and have worked very hard to be open and fair negotiators at the table. That said, 3 years ago, we gave them a very advantageous contract because we had to come back from some deficits. We're trying to use this contract to restabilize where we are and to remain competitive. I think we've offered that, and we're hopeful that all of those contracts will pass. At this time, while it's a challenge, we believe that our contract obligations are met in the percentage that we've brought forward in our budget. It holds us accountable at the table not to budge. It also gives us a sense of where we think we might go, and we're working really hard to stay within that plan. So when we looked at the special education budget, thinking about that out of district hit, we had two choices. We were either going to take the overall special education budget and put a 14% increase on it to be prepared, not just for out-of-district tuitions, but other services across the student service budget, or we were going to apply it just to the out-of-district costs. And you can see the differences in those numbers, and we were trying to work within our budget decisions to see which one made more sense. The other number that always attracts a lot of attention, people want to understand circuit breaker, which is always somewhat confusing to wrap your head around. Annually, it's always a lag. There's always going to be a lag between the claims we put in and what they give us back around the students we're currently servicing by a year. So it's never going to be a direct match. And many years you have a gap. And, I always come to you and talk about the gap between what we had budgeted the year before, what we got from the state, and what amount is missing based upon the current budgeting. The good news of this year is that we saw a $400,000 increase because we had that escalation in out-of-district placements. Out-of-district circuit breaker responded by going up, and we saw a $400,000 increase in that amount, which again helps with our overall request for our budget. We also know that we had complexity this year where we needed to come back to the town and request support for our out-of-district costs. So in budgeting this year, looking at the trajectory of plans, we budgeted $400,000 in anticipated tuition costs that could come forward, and we think that's both a conservative but appropriate amount. So the way that you can track this, if, again, I've highlighted the big pieces, which is here are total tuitions to be paid. Here's the money we have to work with that we got from the state. It's $400,000 more than last year. We bring those costs down. We also carry what we're budgeting. We take out what the state gave us, and then we know we need this amount in the general fund. And when you come down here, you see that in the general fund for 23, we were carrying the $2,728,000. So this number here leaves us with funding allocation to redistribute, which was very positive news. I don't think I've ever seen that in 9 years. So that money, again, gets redistributed across our budget allocation, and it was the first time we haven't had a gap to start in our budgeting, which was helpful. I'll go all the way through this.
Just so I, sorry
Yeah,
to
go
jump
ahead.
in, just understand that so that really is a negative 928.
No, it's a positive.
Positive to the town, but negative, and I mean, the decrease, which is positive to the town.
Yes. Yeah, I mean, again, like, you know, we were already carrying the $2,728,000 in tuition funds, and we got the circuit breaker, and when you put those two together, we are, you know, we're not in deficit around the anticipated costs for tuitions. So that's a positive. Again, the benefit of that is that the additional funding that we received helped us get through this year, and where it's stable for out-of-district placements. Actually, we anticipate students aging out, which also made the out-of-district for 24 lower. So between both of those, it gives us a recovery opportunity. And we did budget the $400,000 unassigned, anticipating that we would have tuitions that will come in. So other targeted needs that are in this budget that had to kind of all come into what we requested: the price increases of goods and services, the iPads, the Chromebooks, the laptops, expensive, IT support increasing. We were losing people. We've tried to renegotiate some of those salaries because we were losing people to obviously better options, and we couldn't afford that. And we also were having trouble finding people. So some of those contracts had to be adjusted. Those are people out of unit. They're not in unit A. Replacement of projectors needs a cycle to keep them current. That's starting now. They're now in a 9-year-old cycle from when we started. So we're starting a cycle of replacement. And there's a $100,000 Wi-Fi update of service in district to change out all the hubs and bring in new Wi-Fi and new service at end of life planning. So that's the estimated cost. So when you start to look at where we are with the service overall budgeting, we've level funded all of our building-based budgets for the last 3 years. So knowing what we know about the increase in costs of goods and services, we applied a 2% increase to the building-based budgets to give them a little bit more to work with, given that everything they're paying for is just costing more. So that's the budget that pays for all of their building supplies, all of their, I mean, everything every teacher is using in the building, plus paper, plus, you know, other extraneous costs. That's their school-based budget. Student services, we applied the higher amount of the 14% increase to her overall budget to make sure that we had covered ourselves, and you'll see a progression in how we further adjusted that, but this is where we started. And then you see that facilities did a very in-depth cost assessment against the costs of deliveries, contracted services, and how everything was coming in, and requested quite a large increase. So we were working on breaking that down with them. So these were the budget requests that came forward. From there, we moved to a final recommendation where we made some decisions. The buildings and grounds cost increase, while that number looks higher, a couple of those numbers are locked in. So the electrical cost and the fuel costs are locked in by contracts, and those are the numbers that we have to have. And so those can't be modified. We left the other school-based supplies, we went back and reduced those in the buildings and grounds request by 5%. And then we came back in and we lowered the high school maintenance request by 20% over what they'd asked for, and basically pulled that funding back out and lowered their overall request. Thoughtfully, but carefully, against the fact that over the 2 years before, we cut about $61,000 from their budget. So some recovery funding for them over time. They went back in and they looked like we had underfunded the trash, and we were having to then come back in and
try to do other line item allocations. They went in and made a good look at this, looked at what it had actually cost them in the analysis over several years, and then gave us a new budget proposal starting from a zero-based assessment. And then we pushed it back on it to lower it from there. The costs of all of their contract services are just, we are seeing obviously an increase in all of that stuff. We had a lot of plumbing, we had a lot of electrical work, we had a lot of things that we do within this budget that the cost escalations of that hit us pretty hard last year. So we went back into the technology and did some more work on it, and we pulled the Wi-Fi out, and we're going to use some grant and some revolving account allocations to cover that. So we went back in and pulled that out because it's a one-time cost. So we are going to manage it differently. So we pulled that out of John's overall budget request because it doesn't need an annual renewal. It's a one-time plan. We also kept our request on transportation. The CPI would have been 7.3. We went with a 3% increase, knowing that we track their expenditures really closely, and we don't pay them unless the run actually completes itself. Every time they double up on a bus run, we cut the payment, and we use that to save the overall bus transportation costs. So we're going to go with a tight 3%, and then that would be if we had to add a bus, and then we'll manage the rest by cutting their bills as aggressively as possible. So when we look at alternative funding sources that help us to maintain the impact of our budget requests, we applied a $200,000 electric and space and custodial application fee to community ed. We applied the $18,000 remaining in ESSER. We used a school revolving account to pay for the furniture and a piano requests for FY23 that came in from school-based requests, pushing those onto a revolving. And the Wi-Fi that I just mentioned we pulled out will pay out of a revolving. The preschool tuition program, remember that's a portion of students pay to attend preschool and a portion of students attend for free based upon the fact that they require IEP needs. So a portion of the tuition program, a portion of the preschool is paid by tuition. That tuition account, we held originally 2 positions, thinking that we could push 2 positions if needed. If we had to hire anybody new, a para or somebody in district, we could push 2 positions onto that tuition account. In order to bring down our overall request, we went back in and we put 1 additional FTE. We put $124,000 of FTE against the preschool tuitions and the IDEA grant. Basically, we just wanted to come in tighter. We took our original request and we tightened it down by pushing 124,000 of positions onto a grant and onto the tuition account. So just trying to shave down our requests. Those are some of the strategies we utilized. So when we came to our original recommendation, you can see that when we had a reduction in the overall out of district, you can see that the final student services budget request went down. So we worked based, that's solely driven by the improvement in the out of district anticipated. And you can see that it's down 400, so we're holding 400 in budget. Like there's just a revolving door around how those costs swing for us. And then the facilities, we lowered that amount as well. From there, we came in originally at a 4.62% budget. And then we did a little more work. And we made those other proposed changes of pushing more onto a grant, taking the 100,000 out, and lowering the curriculum and staff request by 40,000 to come in at 4.1% in the budget that we approved through school committee. As you look at our budget, I think it's important to recognize that we continue to, and I always feel like a little odd when I use these analytics because I also recognize I know it's a giant budget. Like, so I'm just giving you a comparative complexity of how other towns are managing and where they are so you can put us in a context. And in the context, our overall request is one of the lowest coming in thus far of the communities that Dave could grab when he did a request out of business to his colleagues. So
Dave just created this chart yesterday based upon preliminary anticipated increase that other districts are coming in at. And I think our 4.1% remains very tight, given that we're hoping to achieve all of our contract settlements within that request. And I think that can't be underestimated in the sense that that's a stretch for us, given the other numbers that you see us carrying that are directly related to just services we need to provide. We highlighted Hopkinton because people always compare us to Hopkinton. People are always like, well, in Hopkinton. So this year I called Carol. I go, Carol, what happened to your budget? She's like, it's blowing up. So she's at 8.4% and feeling pretty stressed and under an immense amount of pressure. And I don't know where they'll end up, but that's what she has, I think, voted and submitted as of now to the town.
Amber, what is local district on that? Sorry, I just saw it, didn't know what that was.
Local district, I don't know which one that was.
There was one or two districts that actually, because they're so preliminary, wanted to be kept anonymous.
I shouldn't laugh. I'm like, ha, 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 of course. And I know. So just a couple big pieces and we can, I just want to say, look how cute our kids are. They are so cute. They're cute, but they take a lot of work too. So I just want to say their cuteness just makes it worth it, but they are complex. Circuit breaker funding and tuition savings, I think we really see that having helped our budget this time. The increase in circuit breaker, really good to see. Decrease in tuition placements for the moment, that hurt us in ways that we had to come back and work with you. However, we are carrying 400,000. We feel like we've built a model that, gives us some buffer to be back into a good place with regard to not having that be a number you see swinging in front of you in unanticipated ways. We maintained the 14% increase in her overall budget, so we even get a little bit more room there should we need it, right, if something unanticipated happens. We responded to the building and grounds increase in costs and made them do a very thoughtful assessment of where all of their costs and contracts were hitting them. And they really did a thoughtful budget reallocation to get the right alignment into the right places. I feel like that number is looking hard in terms of now we can track it, and it's kind of like each section of their budget, we've got good tracking benchmarks with Dave's leadership in working with them. We continue to leverage about $7 million in grants and revolving accounts within our budget that don't come to the taxpayer. And we're very, very hopeful that our employment contracts are covered in the budget that you have in front of you. Unit A is currently under discussion, and they're seeking a vote on the first, and that would be the first of those. So there's a potential settlement being discussed. So that's a harder number right now in the sense that literally the tables are run and they're looking at it. And the other units tend to pile into some alignment around that. So some data you've asked for in the past, like I said, we have about $7 million in grants and revolving accounts. We continue to try to be aggressive in getting more grants and leveraging them thoughtfully, not just standing grants, but competitive grants when we can. We've got a couple right now that we're using. Circuit breaker is that number that comes to us for tuition offset. Chapter 70 comes to the town as a support for funding of education, and it looks like, I don't know if your number has gotten updated, Christy, but the number that Christy's carrying is 11,767,000, which is the anticipated Chapter 70, which she uses in her budgeting. And then lastly, we continue to try. We'll never be as good as Pat, because Pat's pretty amazing. The offset work he does for the reimbursements for ambulance services is pretty amazing. But we try to carry proportionally what we can to get the Medicaid reimbursements, which again go directly to the town. And to date, as of 9/30, I just want to give a shout out to the team that really works on that in the special education office. We've been able to get reimbursements of $276,000, almost heading towards more for the town. To date, I'm hoping that I'd love to hit 500,000 back to the town as we continue to make those claims. We really, if this is a halfway mark, we could be in good shape to do that. So, that's good news as well, and dollars that are on the positive for all of us. That's the budget for now, and I could open it up to discussion. I have 3 slides on capital if you want to hear those, or if you want to talk about budget, I can do the capital after.
So why don't we do budget first, then capital? You're okay with that? Questions?
You guys have been here, go ahead.
Just remind me, sorry, the number you started, where as of whatever it was 12/31, the enrollment was it 3910?
Yep.
So that's up.
It's up from last
I just
year.
look at the enrollment trends in
Yeah.
the book.
Yep. I mean, I think, our numbers are, I would say, knock on wood, stable. I think we'll continue to see, I'd say there's about 30 housing units conservatively estimated hanging out there that will lead to us to make slow growth towards kind of 4,000 or more. The trajectory of those estimates served us well because they've remained fairly true. You've got the Mount Pleasant development, you've got a small apartment complex, and there's no such thing as small, but still over on my side of town that I think would come in, another housing unit of 3. So I keep a loose count, and it looks like our development, and every time someone either buys those, if they exit an apartment, someone moves in there. So there's a lot of shuffling. I think that, you'll see slow growth to about the anticipated, 4,100, over the next several years. So hopefully it stays around, 4,000.
Great, thank you.
Just on following that, but what is the anticipated growth? Do you have any sense following on Pat's presentation?
Yeah, no, Christy and I obviously were talking about that. We have been at the table for these conversations, and it's been as characterized by Pat, kind of a cyclical conversation where we thought in the summer we were going to get people right away, and then we thought we were going to get them again, and now they're back again. But I think it's, obviously I call it for them at the state level a crisis coordination issue, and no blame. It's a complex issue. Yes, we've been at the table for these discussions, and it is going to impact us. So, I think a couple things. We have 15 homeless families currently in Westborough. The vast majority of those have enrolled this year. So there has been a slow trickle outside of the, we're going to work with you and you're going to have impact in your community discussion. I think they've been placing families and moving them. And I've continued to make sure that they're sharing that across communities in some of my discussions, and I think they are. So we've taken in 15 families, and then this next phase, the numbers can be kind of concerning, but we also have no choices. The problem is they can't make space for me. They can't, they'll give you money, but you can't, money's helpful, I like money, but just want to say, give me money. But, money doesn't solve the fact that we can't get buses, it's hard to transport kids, you can't add, they all come in with, many complex needs around trauma, special education, high performance. A kid's a kid, they're going to come to us and their needs, translation. If it is refugee-based population, there's always translation services, social services. They will provide, my understanding is, social service support, but those people are still going to want to coordinate with our people, right? So, the workload is going to kind of drop on top, and we'll have to figure it out as we go. The way that they described it initially in the summer was they thought it would be a staged kind of onslaught of people, and that it would come in stages, but it just hasn't been consistent. So,
I think we'll just take them when they come. I mean, wasting emotional energy to overplan until we see who they are. I've just asked, I need to know their age. I need to know what grade they're in and what their needs are. Like, at least give me age and I'm good. At least I can start to plan, right? So, that's kind of where we are. It's going to hit the schools hard if they drop a lot of families.
When you say families, how many people does that constitute? Yeah, like, is it a family of 4? Is it a family
Yeah, it's
of-
hard to know. I mean, again, like, I think, it's hard to say. I mean, average families are at least 2 kids that come to us, but, I would say 2. For every family, you're going to assume 2, maybe 3. Yeah. So, again, in thinking about that, we'll be responsive. We have no choice. So we want to make sure we plan thoughtfully. You just don't want to derail where you are either. You're trying to maintain services while you also fold, services in for students. Yeah.
Are they coming in the full range of K to 12 or pre-K to 12?
Yeah.
So how much capacity to keep adding kids do you have without needing more teachers?
I mean, that's the work of public schools. I mean, we, like I said, I think we've been in a stable phase. I don't anticipate that it will overwhelm us. We're going to have to, but there's things we have to figure out. Like if I spread those families across, schools, across the K-3 schools, and I have to transport them. So there's a regular busing system that could pick up to take them to Hastings, which is where their school alignment would be. But you don't want to overload a school. So your services are differentiated. So you're going to make choices. We'll make those choices. And again, like, I love you sharing the anxiety, but you don't have any choices. So we're going to move forward. And when they come, we'll meet their needs and we can certainly provide updates. And, it'll be what it is. Really, it'll be what it is. At least when they're building an apartment complex, you get a little bit of a window. Like we've been tracking the 26 houses over at Mount Pleasant. They're a third done. You got 2 more thirds to come in there and, they're averaging 3 kids, so you've got you can do trajectory planning.
Amber, I think when there was a number you showed of 562 was like the rollover you anticipated or came through this year. Is that a normal amount of children?
So I looked, so last year it was 396 or something like that. I did the same, this is a replication of the same slide. I try to keep consistency. So if you look at them from year to year, you wanted to make comparisons. So last year, I can't remember what it was, but it was like 3 something. So a little more this year.
More this year.
Yeah. It just depends. You can have, again, you have 3-year-olds that age into the system that then if they come through early intervention, they come to the preschool and need assessment and potentially, schooling. So that's one trajectory. You can anticipate some of that, but a lot of it's just people moving in. The housing market was nutty, remember? So a lot of people staged selling their houses at different times. So there was a lot of movement, and then a lot of those purchase and sales are rolling over now. People are moving around. It just is what it is.
Just going back to that previous conversation, and I think if I heard Pat correctly, I think he was estimating or had heard something around 62 people per floor on that building at 4 floors. And if you take that, an average family with 2 people, I mean, you're potentially upwards of 30 people per floor.
Yeah.
50% of that population could be children.
Yeah. Yeah, they could be. I mean, I don't know what to say. It is just being upset about things you can't control is not how I live. So, I feel for these families that have had trauma and transition, and Massachusetts is trying to do a good job to thoughtfully place them into communities. They're spreading them out, and every community is going to have to step up and answer the same question and, access the service deliveries that they have. And, there are some communities that live like this all the time. Like if you have a large city school district, it's just functioning like that constantly. We have a luxury of stability that's, a part of what's nice about the community. But, we're just going to have to figure it out as we go. Other questions? Yeah.
Quick one.
So looking at the increase in the facilities budget, if you go actually to the facilities expenditure, looks more like it's just actually representing what the, up to what the expenditures actually were in the past. Were you trying to cover them with like revolving?
We cover them with, because if they have overages, which happened last year where they had cost us, like we had like $200,000 of plumbing issues at the high school last year because we've talked about this, everyone was like, a lot of plastics were getting flushed, a lot of masks, not just at the school, but into the pipelines that feed the systems that caused all sorts of kind of issues at a lot of schools and in a lot of public facilities. And so, and we don't have a plumber in contract. So, and anything, until the pipe hits the street, we own it in terms of our cost. And DPW is fabulous, just shout out to them as well. But like we own the anchor costs until it hits, basically the sidewalk. And so that was totally unanticipated. So we leveraged some of the transportation savings. We leveraged Dave cut off supplies at the building level. He kind of pulled back the building budgets earlier last year, to ask them to not finish expenditures if they didn't need to, so he could, reallocate. And again, we have line item reallocation that is not part of the other budgeting designs on the municipal side. So, again, we can do that to adjust those needs.
But at the end, it's better if they.
And appropriate. We all love that better. Leah does too. We all like it when the money's coming out of the column it's supposed to. It's less line item transfer, it's less warrant transfer changes, it's all of that. And I think it's better budgeting and it's a better trajectory of knowing your finances.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Another question, and not sure if this went through was discussed at the school committee, but the $400,000 that was kept in, I guess, as for out-of-district placements, unanticipated out-of-district, and we know the issue we had last year. But was it talked at all about not putting that in the budget? So in essence, overall, reducing by 400, and then looking that if that came up of using something else, and I'm looking at Kristen, she'll cringe, but free cash or something, instead of carrying the budget, because we don't know if we're going to raise, again, it goes back to, if it's in the budget, we're going to raise and appropriate, we're going to tax people for it. Is there an opportunity potentially to not, since it's...
Yeah, no.
What's
the smartest answer? No, I did not cross my mind. What crossed my mind was keeping it as small a number as possible, looking at the trajectory of, what out-of-district placements can be, and knowing we have that 14% thing hovering over our head, and an escalation in the types of costs of what those out-of-districts are asking of us. So, and that doesn't, we also need to carry transportation costs. So, I think that's sadly a modest amount of funding to set aside there. And it's no different than any other type of budgeting. You're anticipating what you're going to spend on paper at any ever given time. Like we look at the two out-of-district budget and we're estimating what we think we're going to spend. It's, it's like any other line item allocation. I think, given the trajectory of what it costs to run that line item of the budget, I think that's an appropriate allocation. And again, you remember structurally, we also had an opportunity to, at the end of the year, if you have any remaining funding across that budget, you can prepay and build a stabilization, and there's zero in there at that point now. So we had two pieces. You used to have a stabilization rollover of that prepay, and some years that was up at $800,000. So, again, that's rotating through your budget as you're managing all those placements. So in response to where we've been, we're now bringing that back to a place where we've budgeted 400, and I think that's got to remain there. So, again, you look at like 500 kids coming into district, you need, that's out of district placement. You also have unanticipated costs of if somebody moves in with a complex special education plan and they require staffing in-house, that's also not allocated. So in that sense, Sherry's budget, we always go back within her budget and do a redistribution either through grants or we cut something else in her budget. So if we were fortunate enough not to have to do out of district placement, but we had in-house IEP needs like a para or somebody for the year, we would use that same funding allocation. You know, it's a revolving door in terms of cost. We've been very fortunate for a small window of stability and increases in the in-house complexity requiring more staffing. So that I'm hoping remains. And Dave's always asking me like, no new staffing. I'm like, no new staffing. You know, we often, it just takes one of those 500 kids to move in, you know, with a wheelchair and an IEP, and suddenly I need transportation, I need all that stuff, and it can just happen in a blink. So right now we're on the downside of that impact, you know, with some positive changes, so.
Thank you.
Amber, can you go back to the slide where you had the chapter 70?
My least favorite slide. Oh, wait, sorry.
No,
Wait,
no,
which
it was the one
one?
with the spreadsheet sort of.
Yeah, I know where I'm going. Back here, I got you. You want this one with the, wait, give me a sec. Where are you going? Come on. There, sorry, painful.
So I was tracking you as you were presenting this up until the last section, and how the way I'm reading this is that there is an additional 928 factoring in the 400,000 as a budgeted amount that kind of was
So typically,
that was unanticipated. So my question is, if you back that out, so there's like 528,000 there in play.
right. I mean, you have basically, it's, I mean, yeah, you basically have a reduction in what we think the general out of district cost is going to be. So let me just walk you through it, sorry.
Okay.
And Dave, you're always better at this, so feel free to hop in and help me. You're used to seeing a gap. You're used to me saying there's not enough circuit breaker funding, and this last year we had 2 million budgeted in the FY23 budget. We have 3 million in cost or 4 million in cost, and we only got.
We got to make it up.
And we got to make it up, and there's a gap. And so we always start our budgeting with $500,000, you know, 1%, which is 1% when you start rolling your budget, or now 0.75. So you're starting with like a 1% hit on your budget before you do anything. So that's the story of usually what happens when we're budgeting against circuit breaker. This year, because we had a $400,000 increase and we had a decrease in our out-of-district requests for 24, we actually have about a $400,000 savings for the moment of out-of-district placements for 24, kids aged out, 2 families moved, right? And we got $400,000 more, so you're basically looking at, that's the differential. And so currently allowable for budget allocation across our budget, there was $928,000 available to kind of work with as we started budgeting.
Okay, so the full, just so I understand, the full 928 sort of ultimately then was allocated back across your entire budget?
Sure, it's kind of like, it's almost like Chapter 70 is just in the budget that goes against, you know, what Christie does to build the budget. Like, it's a funding allocation source, and it just goes into the total and lowers what you need to ask for in a simple language, you know?
Yeah, no, that's fine, but I just want to be clear. So it was about 928 they had to, for lack of a better way to say it, kind of play with. It wasn't 528.
Right.
Okay. All right.
I would put it, it would be 1,328,000. But we added my question, the 400, that was
Right,
added
right.
as
Yeah.
additional
Yep.
budget, which brought it down to
Right.
928.
Right. Yes, that's where Ian's question came from, which I respect. I respect your question. I hope you respect my answer. I think within that zone, I mean, to be honest, I'm a little, shy here on this because, of 9 budget cycles, I've never had to go back to town meeting, and we need to go back to town meeting, and I don't take that lightly, and it's not something I want to do. So, I'm feeling like anxious that we stabilize that, as is Dave. He feels very strongly that we kept this, tight and, but that we're stable at this point in what we think we would be budgeting.
Just a follow-on question, if I may? Sure. So Amber, you had provided a slide, and I apologize because I left my budget book at home, so it may be there, but did you provide us in the book kind of a breakout of revolving accounts and grants? Because on this, you kind of lump it together, but is that broken out like?
The budget book has a grants section. Trying to think where it is, and I did not bring my book
It starts
down.
on page 90.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
So it'll show you the community ed account, right. And I think one of the things I like about Christie's is just that she names them all on one page, which we could probably do so that they're available kind of in a snapshot. And Dave, we should do that next year, like at the front of that grant allocation page, maybe just put a set of the total titles of all of them so that you can see them in a list. Again, they vary, but. I feel bad I don't have my book. So you have go ahead.
My comment about the unanticipated tuition, having watched several of the school committee meetings, the amount of vetting for, to get to that amount and the discussion around that, I think it's a good idea to have it there if it's needed this year and to use it to rebuild that stabilization fund. Because one of the things we saw having that line been cut in prior years, with COVID and other pressures, is that stabilization fund went dry. And then all of a sudden we have a wild swing that's a surprise to the taxpayers. And so, knowing that out of district tuition goes up and down, and it can be small or dramatic, rebuilding a cushion so that in a year where there's a dramatic increase, the funds are there. We're not, hitting an increase or coming back at fall town meeting for additional operating funds. I think it's strategically smart. And with an overall increase of 4.1%, it seems feasible this year to start doing that.
I think, again, I think it was certainly you heard about the same kind of quality and volatility to the service delivery with Pat, and so I don't think we're different, and you heard some of that with Jeff. Like, it's just hard to have a continuity of picture for how your services are going to match up with your funding when you've just got so much volatility. Like, we're just talking about these families moving in. We're talking about, like the snapshot of what we have with special education and kind of just the fluidity of that. And then you've got all these open contract negotiations. Like, make the list of what's stable, and I feel like that's much smaller than what's not, And so I think we, with the allocations, use trends of what's happened over the last several years to guide our budgeting, and then try to come in as, conservatively as possible. But again, I think given the escalation in costs of everything, it's, contracts included and all the contracted services and all the supplies and like this, everything, keeping where we are was hard to come in at this number. So I always feel like one kid away from disaster potentially. I hate to think about it that way, but you have to be ready to meet his family's needs.
Yep. Seeing no other questions, let's go to capital. That work?
Good. I know I don't expect you to be good, but let me go to capital.
I didn't see any other questions, so I'm moving.
All right, I'm moving, sorry. All right, let me get down here to capital. So I just want to give a shout out to the process and the development of a really thoughtful well-developed capital process that's letting us wrap our head around these big numbers and how to space them out over time. And I don't know where Kim went, but she's done a great job with it, working with her committee. So I think that one of the things we grappled with, you have 3 items that are coming through the capital committee for the schools. And what I want to highlight is that that we finally, I think the committee wrapped its head around working with all of us around design dollars one year against a rough order of magnitude, and then actual bid cost the following year. And that you're using your general rough order of magnitude to give you a 12% design cost. You come in for design cost so that you can go out to bid, crack a bid, and have a hard number when you come in for your motion on the floor the following year for the actual work. So you don't get into these cycles where you have gaps in your funding. You're arriving at town, and it's hard to get to that place, like the bid process and how long a bid is good and what it takes to, you still have to have rough order of magnitude in order to get to design dollars. Like, you know, it's a complex set of decisions, but I feel like the committee has gotten to a place where that layout, and then we went back and adjusted all of our capital trajectory to match that methodology. So we had requested roof work. Therefore, we went back and we shifted, and this year we have design requests for 2 roofs. And then the following year in the capital, Kim is carrying with the committee estimate dollars on what the final cost will be. And we will arrive to the process with a hard number. So currently, this Hastings roof design is 12% design, basically, of what we think it will cost to replace 80,000 square feet of this roof, which is original to its when it was built. So the capital request is the 504,000. We would then arrive to next spring town meeting, March town meeting, with a number for the biddable cost of this project. I'll do all 3 and then we can answer questions. Similarly, trying to spread out the impact of these numbers are just getting so big. The cost of everything is escalating. It it's, you know, it's really staggering. So we did a really good assessment using laser-based technology on all the roof designs to check, and found that it's advantageous to do a seal coat on 2 of our roof options, and they would give us a 20-year extension on the warranty. So pushing, you know, potentially several millions of dollars of a roof down the road 20 years against a $1 million cost would be money well spent. So this request, the Mill Pond roof, is original. That building's already 26 years old. I think it's 25 or 26. And therefore, this roof is going to hit its life. So we do an estimate now. It came in at 1.1 million. So we're going to do design for the seal coat at 131,000, come in with a bid cost for the following year to seal coat this whole roof and be able to extend the warranty 20 years. That's very good money spent to give us that distance away from a multi-million-dollar replacement of that roof. And, you know, so I think that is an example of how we're trying to manage working with the committee to spread out the impact of these buildings and their upkeep, you know, further out across the capital plan that Kim is developing with the committee.
Amber?
Yep.
Ask a question about that. So I noticed this is just the flat roof section. What is the original roof on the I'm not sure I understand. Is there a non-flat roof section? Is that the same age? Is that going to be something that needs to be considered in the future?
No, the Mill Pond roof is, you're looking at it, it's pretty much, this is what it looks like up there. There aren't, it's very advantageous for this particular process because you can see it'd be a straight shot for them to come in and seal it. They do need to do the design for it though. There aren't any, it's one of the less, I guess, complex roofs.
Thank you.
don't know if that answered your question, sorry.
Well, it says flat roof. I think it sounds like the answer is it is all flat.
It's all flat, yeah, I just
58,000 is
I took it as being, there might be other sections that aren't flat, so, but.
Oh, it's out towards Nurse Farm, so that's further
It's
out.
the one in the back of a neighborhood.
Yep, yep,
Okay.
yep.
Thank you.
Yep. That's the 4, 5, 6 building. Yeah, because they built that, so my daughter's 25 and Kevin's 27, and we voted that project in town. I think they were babies. Yeah. It seems like for years people said, we just built that building, and I was like, actually, time is passing. I mean, it's pretty shocking. Yeah. I mean, somebody just said earlier today, we just renovated these buildings, and it's already been how many years since we renovated the town hall? Almost 10 years.
Been here 8 years,
Yeah.
and we're in the process.
Yeah, so, it's kind of interesting. I mean, obviously, we all feel like time's moving quickly. So this project, I think, is advantageous to lower cost impact while we manage other debt issues and can anticipate it later down the road. So the other capital project, which is a sum to be, it's kind of being carried by Christie as a sum to be determined right now, in the sense that, and there was some estimate discussions in the capital committee, but what we currently, the project is in design for the ADA compliance to meet those needs, to kind of get out of this trapped loop we're in there, and to complete the HVAC work for all its installation and anything that has to happen to it in terms of completion of full design, and the HVAC roof section, because it needs a small section of the roof will have to be steel reinforced to put all the stuff up on the roof. So it doesn't look at the whole roof, because you saw an estimate for the whole roof in the design we requested. This will be the package of complete design to do everything for the HVAC and the ADA compliance. And it's bid so that we open that bid on March 10th, and the article will allow, we'll have to work on the language of it. What are you thinking?
Yeah, I think, I think as we talked about at the last town meeting article related to this work, we think it would be beneficial to pull all of the articles together. And I know that causes some confusion, so we'll do the best we can, but really it would just be the easiest in terms of tracking and understanding what's already been borrowed versus what needs to be borrowed. But at this time, the warrants in front of you say $5 million. That's that placeholder that Amber mentioned. We obviously won't know what that sum of money is when we close the warrant.
So, and as soon as we break the bid, that will be design ready to be awarded, and that number would be a hard number. So that project is currently on track and would be completed by the 10th.
Amber, will these designs accommodate, or are they planned to accommodate sustainable technologies on them? And we're talking about a rebuild on Hastings roof. Will that?
So in the design dollars for the Hastings roof, it asks about potential load for solar, and any of our roof design requests have it built into the bid. Not in this particular little package, because this is just a small portion of the roof that has to be reinforced to take the HVAC units up on the roof. And so it breaks out just this section where those would sit, and that will be part of the bid package for this. And then in the other roof design, it calls for the solar assessment as a part of the.
In the $500,000
Yes.
timed in for Hastings.
Yes, yes, it's in there. And as we look to the trajectory of other ones, we wouldn't need it for the Mill Pond, because that would just be seal coat. They might be able.
Like biodegradable, or are they using in between the codes? That's how I interpreted your question, no? I was asking, is the stuff that they're using biodegradable or green, and that's how I interpreted your question.
Well, it was really more the structure. Hastings, it sounds like the design is going to be a rebuild of the roof itself.
Right.
So making sure that roof can structurally handle solar panels.
Potential solar in our
all that good
future.
stuff.
Right.
Certainly, any consideration we have, and I think we heard earlier today that with the state mandated new requirements on building code, a lot of that sustainability is going to be enforced through that process anyway, so.
Right. So whenever we come to a place where we're looking at a renovation with potentials, we've committed to folding it into the design assessment. So for Hastings, it has that. Again, the advantageous, opportunity of solar is always going to be a shared process to figure out the pros and cons of if the cost initially, is worth the trade-offs. So, and we certainly think so, but so those are the 3 articles that have been brought to Capitol and will be part of the process and warrant a town meeting.
Amber, can you just, I don't recall so the Hastings roof design article, 9P, is to work on the design for, the new building, which I assume will accommodate the HVAC system in 9Q.
So,
And where I'm going is, since 9Q is about doing the work, I guess I'm missing we're designing the roof, and we're doing, what am I missing? on the
so they're
HVAC?
they're different, go ahead, sorry. You want to explain it? You're on the Capitol Committee, you can explain it.
I know I've heard this before, I
No,
just.
it goes back to 9, all that's included in 9Q for the roof is, as Amber said, that small portion that would house the rooftop HVAC unit.
Okay.
9P is the design for the removal and replacement of approximately 80,000 X, that small piece that's going to be redesigned for the HVAC.
Everything.
So nothing else is being done to the roof for 9Q except for the reinforcement to be able to, of the small section, to be able to
Right.
house the HVAC.
So
I would picture, if you look at.
There's no
those actually are
overlap.
Openings into the courtyard.
Right, so if you think about it this way, you have this giant Hastings roof, and the 9P is the design dollar request for what is it going to take to replace this whole thing. However, in 9Q, there's this portion of the roof, think of it like this, where they're going to go up and they're going to say, this portion here needs steel reinforcement at this cost because all the HVAC units are coming up on the roof. And so in order to complete the HVAC work and the ADA work, a chunk of that roof is being costed out within that bid process, because in order to then do the HVAC work, they have to assess what steel reinforcement would be needed in just one part of the roof.
But in Article 9P, that design work would also account, again, back to my sustainable technology question, that 80,000 square feet, the whole roof is being assessed, and as part of that assessment for design, would include potential for future solar.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, so they're different,
Minus the HVAC, yes.
Right, there are 2 processes to that, yes, I know, and again, I think they dovetail nicely to get the pieces done.
I just want to echo from being on, and Andrew was with me as well, on capital expenditures. We went through this, and we were really struggling with, and I know the school department was struggling with Hastings in particular, where I think we were on our 3rd iteration and every cost we came up with wasn't right. And the town was getting frustrated. We were all getting frustrated. The school was getting frustrated. So we went to this, which is really what, if you think about the DPW, and Chris talked to us, they've been doing it for years. And but it's basically, this rough order of magnitude is not good enough to go to town meeting. We need a design that can basically get you a solid bid to then go to town meeting and say, here's the number, and we are confident this is the number when we appropriate through an article that that's what it's going to be. So.
Yeah, and I think it has to do with kind of catching up with just the complexity of the volume of cost and the way that construction is happening. It used to be that you would come in with a rough order of magnitude and you'd build in 10% contingency and you were good to go, and you could bring a project forward. And we did a lot that way over the years. In my early years here, smaller projects, but the escalation of cost wasn't so insane and the rough order of magnitudes were pretty much in alignment. And for years, those articles worked. And then
it's not structurally the way we want to do it now, given the size of these costs and the number of projects across town. So it's kind of a double. And I also think it's just cleaner. So, yep.
Other questions on these 3 articles?
Yeah. So this is an area that I live in every day, and first of all, I commend you on your decision to get somebody to do a capital assessment for the whole buildings for the whole school. As I understand it, part of that assessment will be the roofs of all your buildings. The numbers and the strategy for the roofs for Hastings and Mill Pond was developed without having, I would say, that same level of expertise. It's a manufacturer's representative who used well to make some decisions, but I'm not totally certain those are the right decisions. Particularly on Mill Pond, the seal coating, well, it has its advantages. I'm not convinced that that technology is perhaps where a regular roofing technology is there. So in my opinion, it would be a great time to have your new capital projects assessor evaluate those true roofs and get their opinion as well.
Potentially possible, not in alignment with, certainly, it's certainly workable that those are design-based requests right now, and we can certainly have them, look at the roofs again. I'd have to look at how to overlap that. I have to think about that. I just have to kind of.
We can talk about it.
Yeah, but I do think that the consultants that have weighed in on the roof work that we have to do have performed fairly well and consistently for us in terms of assessments. I also think we continue to get, just to give credit where it's due with the work that we've done with some of those companies, incredible longevity out of our roofs. Incredible longevity. The fact that the roof at the high school is original. You get up there, it's literally rock holding down tar paper. It's pretty incredible the amount of care that we've given to the roofs to keep them sealed and cared for. And again, some of those different people have helped us do those assessments in good faith and have saved us a lot of money. But I certainly hear what you're saying, and I look forward to having anybody else get up on the roof and another company give us another lens on it. So I don't know, I just have to think about that. I'm sure I'll be back at ABC to talk about it more.
Other questions?
Okay. Thank you. I can't believe I went last and you had such good questions. I have to say thank you very much. And we look forward to more talk. We'll see how many families we get coming into town, right? You too.
On our agenda is the annual town meeting warrant discussion. So, Christy, I think I'm turning that.
It was really just an opportunity if there were additional questions, but I think
With timing and.
everyone's ready to wrap it up, it seems. So if there's additional questions on other warrant articles, you can ask them, but.
Yeah, any additional questions right now, or if not, we can move to adjourn.
Yeah, coming back to a conversation that sort of picked up in a couple of places going through, and this is the discussion about turnover and the work that people are doing and burnout as people are going through their jobs. And I think at the moment, we're really ill-equipped to have an informed discussion in that regard, because the conversation, there's a couple of facts that are constant. People are always leaving jobs as a given. But by similar token, the question is not, are people going to leave jobs? The question is, are people leaving jobs within our our town doing so at a significantly different rate than other towns around us or other towns that are comparable? Because to say that there's a 25% turnover rate in a group may be excellent if you're talking about the phone operators group, but it would be terrible if you're talking about like police or fire or even the town staff. So I think if it is an important conversation to have, there should be an effort that needs to be made that helps us understand what that turnover rate is that we have locally and what it is compared to comparables. Because without it, we're just throwing out numbers and yes, good, bad, no, I don't know. We're just talking about the obvious, which is turnover's bad and it's expensive. We don't like it. but really, we can't really compare it if we don't have anything else to go to. So it's a call to say that I think if we think it's an important metric, that there's an opportunity to get additional data to help with the numbers that we can track in context. So that's my own thought.
Thanks. For that. Anything else? Move to adjourn?
So moved.
Okay. All those in favor? Yes. Okay, we're adjourned. Thank you, everybody. Thank you. Thank you to all the town staff, too.
Yes, thank you.